Okay, members, we'll make a start. You're all very welcome to our monthly full council meeting. I'm going to start off as usual by asking the Chief Executive to read the notice and summons of meeting and attendance, please. John.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, members. To all members of Derry City and Strabane District Council, you're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Council to be held remotely today, Thursday, 25th of February 2021 at 4 o'clock. Alderman Breslin.
Here, John.
Alderman Devaney.
Here.
Alderman Guy.
Here, John.
Alderman Hussey.
Hi, John. Thank you.
Alderman Carrigan.
Here, John.
Alderman McClintock.
Here, John.
Alderman McCready.
Here.
Alderman Ramsey. Alderman Wark. Alderman Wark.
John.
Is that Alderman Wark? Yeah. Councillor Jason Barr.
Here, John.
Councillor Raymond Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr. Councillor John Boyle.
Afternoon. Thank you.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Shaw, John.
Councillor Burke.
And Shaw, John.
Councillor Carr. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Cusick.
Here, John.
Councillor Dobbins.
Here, John.
Councillor Donnelly.
And Shaw.
Councillor Doyle.
Here, John.
Councillor Duffy. Councillor Duffy. Councillor Durkin.
Shaw.
Councillor Edwards.
Here, John.
Councillor Farrell.
Here.
Councillor Ferguson.
Here, John.
Councillor Fleming. Councillor Fleming. I see Councillor Raymond Barr's just come in there. Councillor Gallagher.
And Shaw, John.
Councillor Harkin.
Here.
Councillor Jackson.
And Shaw, John.
Councillor Kelly.
Shaw, John.
Councillor Logue. Councillor McCann.
Here.
Councillor McGuire. Councillor McGuire. Councillor McHugh. Councillor McHugh. Councillor McKeever.
Here, John.
Councillor McKinney.
Here, John.
Councillor Mellon.
And Shaw, John.
Councillor Mooney.
Here, John.
Councillor Riley.
Here, John.
And Councillor Tierney.
Here, John.
And members, I'm just going to run over a few that I may have missed. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Duffy. Councillor Fleming. Councillor McGuire. Councillor McHugh. Thank you, members. Was that Councillor McHugh?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, John. Thank you, members. Members, the next item is a statement of remote meetings. I would therefore like to remind everyone who is in remote attendance that this meeting will be broadcast live via the Council's YouTube channel and will be available for viewing by the public and the media. The broadcast will also be available for repeated viewing at a later date. The broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with Council's protocol. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only use their mics and cameras while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. By participating in this meeting, you are consenting to be filmed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purposes of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. A copy of the Council privacy notice can be found at the Council website at derrystrabane.com. John, just Councillor Cooper and Councillor Duffy have both joined the meeting. Mark present. Members, item number 4, declarations of members' interests. Councillor Doyle has a declaration to declare in Councillor Harkin's motion and will be removed to a waiting room whilst we debate that particular motion. And if that can be noted. Anyone else can Councillor Jackson, declaration of interest.
Yes, Mayor, thanks. I have to declare an interest in the notice of motion under Councillor Fleming as a commissioner in the Port and Harbour.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Councillor Jackson. Councillor Ferguson and Alderman McCready, I'm assuming, are the same declarations of interest.
Yes,
Emma,
Mayor, thank you.
thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Doyle, is yours on Councillor Burke's motion or Councillor Harkin's motion? Or are they two separate declarations of interest?
They're two separate, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. They'll be noticed. Councillor Doyle, thank you. Members, any other ones that are popped on the chat box will also be noted as well. Or you
Sorry,
can declare-
while we're here, Brian, I'd like to declare an interest in something I'm going to bring up, but I'll declare the interest now in the interest of smooth running. I'm on the board of the Void Gallery, and I know where that's going to come up and later in the meeting.
No bother, Councillor McCann, thank you. And that'll be noted as well. Members, item number 5 is Chairperson's business. And a few members, I also see Councillor Duffy, member of Unison, noted Councillor Duffy. A few members have contacted me with issues that they wish to raise, and I'm happy to do that because I don't see anywhere else in the meeting that it can be raised, and because they've contacted me in advance. But first of all, members, I want to just take this opportunity, I suppose, to remark on how successful a day it was for the City and District and for the field yesterday with the signing of the heads of terms of the City deal. And I was delighted and honoured on your behalf to sign it on behalf of this council. I believe it's a vision that will see a complete change right across the Northwest region, not only in Derry and Strabane. Obviously, yesterday had to be a virtual event, well, slightly virtual, slightly physical. But I don't think anywhere would have been able to put on the event that this council did under the current circumstances. And on your behalf, members, I want to send a huge thanks to all of the council team and all of the officers who were involved in putting together what I believe was such a successful event. And I know from being in and around the Guildhall over the last few days and speaking to officers how much work went into that. And not only was that to celebrate the signing of the heads of terms, but that was also I believe, to showcase what this council and what this City and District can put on under very, very difficult circumstances. And on your behalf, members, I want to say a big well done to all of the team who were involved, from the Chief Executive right down, right throughout the SLT and everyone who was involved in that, because it was a huge effort. And I think we pulled it off. All of the media and social media comments that I have seen were all very, very positive yesterday. And I think it's a really, really good day for Derry and Strabane, but also for the wider Northwest region. On that note, Councillor Duffy.
Mayor, apologies, I'm having real technical difficulties here, so if you can't hear me, you can't hear me. I just want to be associated with your remarks. I did watch the event yesterday on the virtual platform, and I have to say it really was an excellent event. It showcased our city and our talent and our enthusiasm really, really well. And thank you, Mayor, for hosting it, and thank the council officers for pulling it together. It really was a great day and a momentous day for our City and District. I'm going to end it there because I do think I'm having real technical difficulties.
No, thank you, Councillor Duffy. I think we heard everything that you had to say, so thanks for that. A number of people are agreeing in the chat box, but I think Alderman Hussey wants to come in on it.
Thank you, Mayor, and concur with all of your remarks in the presentation. Yesterday, absolutely well done by all of the team. Well done on achieving the magnificent achievement that is City Deal. And indeed, I quote your own words back to you from a news interview. This is the biggest funding injection that we have ever seen from government into the city and district. And I'm sure you were waiting on that coming from me, Mayor. And I don't want to be looking a gift horse in the mouth, but I'm looking into the mouth at this moment in time. Great row of front teeth, fantastic. And you yourself said, this is a milestone day for Derry. It's a turning of the tide, and I believe a turning of the tide for Derry. Again, tremendous benefit to Derry City and tremendous benefit to Strabane Town. But I am mindful of the spaces in the incisors and molars further into the mouth. And I want to go back to your original statement and hope that it comes to fruition, that we have seen this tremendous funding boost for the city and district, and that the benefit, particularly the physical regeneration benefit, will be uptaken on the deficit side that exists beyond the city and Strabane Town, and that the entire district will find the benefit coming out to it from what is a magnificent deal for the city and for Strabane Town. But let's see the benefit being distributed with equity across the entire district. You would expect that anyway, Mayor. Thank you for allowing me the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey, and I suppose thank you for bringing that up. It gives me an opportunity, I suppose, to clear something up that's just been bugging me. On the interview that you've quoted me on, you will also note that the subheading under it was Mayor of Derry. I would never describe myself as the Mayor of Derry. The Mayor of Derry and Strabane is how I did it. I have no control, and you would expect this over what is being edited by news outlets. I can assure you that in every interview that I done yesterday, I talked about Derry and Strabane and the wider Northwest region. And that is where I hope that we will see the benefits of this city deal. But I fully take your remarks on board. Councillor or Alderman Hussey, thank you. Members, also just before we move on, in terms of committee meetings going forward, you will recall that in December, we agreed that committee meetings would stay remote for the meantime. Due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Members, it would be, I believe, too soon to bring them back on the physical meeting, and I would suggest that we remain remote for the time being. So if members are content with that, I'm happy to move on. Yep, a few coming in there agreeing. Yep, thank you, members. First item, first councillor that's contacted me is Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in your business. Mayor, first I would like to commend you for the drive that you were doing for the project with regard to dog fouling. It was very successful. It really was. You covered Derry City and District so well. And the response that we've had from that, and even that day that a few of us were out with you, was nothing but positive. So on the back of that, well done to you for that. But on the back of that, I would like to make a proposal, Mayor, if with your indulgence, and I'm putting it into the chat box now. I would like to propose that a report be brought back to ENR regarding the costings of installing an external tap with an adequate hose in our district parks to enable the washing of pram wheels, scooter, bicycle wheels, even footwear that have fallen foul of dog dirt. There is a real cry out there, and it is irresponsible dog owners that are allowing their dogs to do their business and just walking on. But it's other people that are paying the cost for that. And the worst cost is to pick up the bacteria that is within dog fowl. And it can have detrimental effect, blindness and real severe illnesses. And now there's nothing worse than a parent pushing a pram and the pram being clattered with dog's dirt and trying to get it into the car with no means of maybe, washing it off in the meantime until they get home. So I would just like to propose that it is in the chat box there, Mayor, and if people would consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dobbins, and thank you for your kind words in relation to the drive. One thing that I will point out that I have learned, and anyone who knows me will know I'm not a big doggy fan, but one thing that I did find out when I was out and about is the people who are most annoyed about dog fouling are dog owners themselves. because as one girl put it to me, that they're guilty by association. So hopefully we will start to see the fruit of that work, and with the new staff that are going to be out and about the district doing that. Councillor Thomas, for what it's worth, I think what you're asking for is basically a report brought back to ENR. I see that Councillor Cusick has seconded. I'd be happy to ask Karen Phillips, if she's on the call, to bring a report back to that committee on that basis. But I also note that Councillor Boyle, Michaela Boyle, sorry, wants to make a comment on it.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and also my thanks also to yesterday's achievements to everybody involved. No, I have no problem with the report being brought back to ENR, and I think it's a good initiative, and I would support that. Obviously, you know, in terms of having a hose adapted, an external hose, the waste would be having to go somewhere, so we would have to look at how that is maintained, and that there's health and safety requirements around that. But I just want to say and commend also for the work that you've been doing on this, and the efforts that you've put into it right across the city and district. And I know you were made very welcome in the Strabane and Castlederry areas as well. And as a result of that, I know a lot of awareness has been created around dog fouling and that. And there's been, and I want to put on record my thanks to council officers for their efforts and putting extra bins along our walkways and greenways. So thanks to everybody involved. It has really made it a very added addition to a much needed service in the town and district. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor John Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, entirely supportive of the proposal put forward by my colleague, Councillor Dobbins. But one of the things I think important also to highlight, Mayor, and quite sometimes people don't actually realise it, but there are also wheelchair users who actually self-wheel themselves, and I have had friends, not simply just in this city and district, but actually, but all over the country, who have expressed to me, you know, just how difficult that can be when you're a wheelchair user. And just to say, obviously, Councillor Michaela Boyle has a significant experience of the dangers of the toxicarisis diseases that are out there, and has expressed that in the past. And I congratulate Michaela on being part of the campaign over the last number of years as well, and trying to encourage people to realise just how dangerous it is to not pick up after your dogs in particular, but actually it's animal feces in general. And so just to say, Mayor, that first class idea, and just to be entirely supportive. But I think it's important to remember too that members of the community who have disabilities also actually have very significant challenges to deal with in relation to this. And that's not a message I think that gets out there often enough. And I think if people actually did appreciate that, perhaps they'd think more about it.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. So, Councillor Dobbins, that report we brought to ENR in due course. And can I also, just before we sign off, thank all of the councillors who engaged in the programme over the last 10 to 12 days. Councillor Michaela Boyle's right, I was made welcome in Strabane and Castlederry, and happy to be there, but also made very welcome by councillors right across the district, so thank you all for that. Moving on, members, we're going to go to Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in and allowing me to just raise a wee issue. Mayor, I tell you what it is. It's an issue that's been raised with me by a couple of constituents, and I says, well, I will raise it here at full council. It's in relation to the potential fines that can be imposed on non-residents of the Republic of Ireland travelling into the Republic of Ireland without an essential reason for their visit. This €100 fines, Mayor. I do have some concerns in relation to it. Now, I just feel that given the figures as well, Mayor, when you're looking at it, then there is constraints, and it's the onus on us all to be mindful that we are under lockdown. And a prime example is ourselves, Mayor. We're having this meeting remotely and not sitting in the chamber. And as you've mentioned earlier there, that we will continue, even though we could socially distance for committee meetings and hold them in the chamber, we're still going to continue with that process of holding them remotely. And the onus is on us all to be mindful of not making unnecessary journeys, and that is both in Northern Ireland or residents in the Republic of Ireland. But I just feel that it's a backward step. It seems to be a hard step there, that anyone will be charged this €100 fine if they're not normally resident in the Republic of Ireland. I know, having looked up the legislation there, there's various points there that you're meant to be allowed to, and various reasons for that. But I know I had an individual there working on a quarry machinery, and he was more than 5 kilometres from home, but he did get quite a touch from the guards in relation to going to do essential work. And I've had another man in relation to resident in Northern Ireland travelling to look about livestock in County Donegal, and again got the guard officers which he met did not feel that it was essential, and he was threatened with a fine as well. So there doesn't seem to be across the board here, Mayor. Although the legislation does state that the likes of looking about farm animals and livestock is part of it, it doesn't seem to be across the board. And I just feel that it is causing a harm to our own citizens here. And given the fact, Mayor, that in all regards here, as far as I can see, it's 5.9% vaccinations have taken place in the Republic of Ireland, where we're sitting at 32.9% have been vaccinated in Northern Ireland. And our daily rate as of yesterday was 100.1 per 100,000, while the Republic of Ireland, I know it's slightly different, but on the 14-day period was 231.4 per 100,000. There's no constraint the other way around in regard to hindering individuals travelling from the Republic of Ireland or County Donegal marching us into our jurisdiction, and there's no potential 100 sterling fines from the PSNI. And I don't think it's really appropriate. There should be the potential of the €100 fines on our residents, Mayor. So I just have concerns in relation to it. It's been raised with me, and I wanted to raise it. I don't know, Mayor, as far as I'm aware, it is the department of the Taoiseach who is administering this. And I don't know if the council feels that we should write a letter just to raise our concerns in relation to it. So that would be my feelings on it, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman Kerrigan, if you want council to write a letter to the Taoiseach's office in relation to this, then we're going to need I'm going to need a proposal from you. And if you want to make one, I would ask you to put it under the chat box so that members can consider it. Councillor Harkin, on the same issue, is it, Councillor Harkin?
Yeah, it's the same issue.
Yep.
Well, I have no problem with the alderman raising this issue, and if there is injustice here, it should be challenged, no matter where it's coming from. And what I would say is the way that law and order has been done during the pandemic, whether it's been the Stormont executive or through the Dáil, the coalition government, there's been a lot of hypocrisy. One set of rules for some and another set of rules for others. And I would hope now that he's calling for these unjust fines to be dropped, that he will join everybody else who has put out the call for the fines and the prosecutions of those who were participated in the Black Lives Matter protest to be dropped as soon as possible. The policing board, as he will know, and now the ombudsman have both agreed with our criticisms of those protests, that they were unjust, were discriminated against the people involved. And the PSNI, as he will know, have come out and said that they don't have the power to drop those fines, which means it's up now to the parties involved in the executive to actually make that happen. So, this needs to be looked at. Unjust fining during COVID needs to be looked at across the board, and I hope he will speak out on that issue as well.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Stephen Edwards.
Mayor, thanks for letting me in on this, and I suppose I think Alderman Kerrigan mentioned, I think that their DA is 22 border crossings, across the entire EA that I've counted up. But we've also had in our office in Strabane a few constituents contact us about this, and we've written off to the Taoiseach's office. They asked for some clarity on what are the exemptions from it, Mayor. So completely agree with Alderman Kerrigan and raising that, just to get clarity on what the exemptions are, so we can relay it out to the public. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Maybe in the absence of a proposal from Alderman Kerrigan, Councillor Edwards, you might share that response with him when you get it. But moving on, oh, there we go. Just about.
Hyper, Mayor, apologies. I think that's very rough, Mayor, but I think that's kind of roughly where I'm trying to go from.
I needed exactly where you're trying to go from. To be able to provide what you put under that chat box is exactly what officers are going to, if it's supported by the rest of the council, or what officers are going to action. So I need it to be exactly where you want it to go, not roughly where you want it to go.
Mayor, I think I'm happy enough at the minute with that there. I think that's really what I'm trying to do.
Yep. Fine.
That's my feeling of it. Thank you, Mayor.
Perfect, thank you. And Teresa has it up on the screen there, members in front of you. It's been seconded by Alderman Devaney. Councillor Duffy wants to speak to it.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was waiting to see the wording of it before I would comment, because initially I had the view that I had no difficulty with writing to the office of the Taoiseach to seek clarity on what the sort of jurisdiction was in terms of what was essential travel, what wasn't essential travel. But I think that in terms of the COVID regulations, they're in place. So we would need to be more specific around this proposal as it stands, to ask for clarity. As it stands, it's just saying, oh, we shouldn't have to abide by the COVID regulations that they have set. So I wouldn't be 100% supportive of that. But if we wanted to widen it out in terms of asking for clarity around what is essential travel, I'm sure I would have no difficulty with that.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Duffy, you'll appreciate that in sharing this meeting, I can only ask you to vote on what's on the screen before you. And I suppose you'll have to make a decision on whether you want to support it or not. But there's no other indicated speakers. So I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to take us through the vote on it.
Can I propose an amendment? Alderman Hussey here.
Yes.
Instead of €100 fines for travelling, €100 fines when travelling on essential, for an essential reason into the Republic of Ireland jurisdiction.
Alderman Guy, second in that. Alderman Hussey.
Yeah, we would be happy with that. That's clear.
Right. Okay, thank you. Members, it's been seconded, the amendment. That's an amendment, which I believe Teresa's just going to, yep. Might that be unanimous, members? I can see a few coming in there to say that they're happy to support.
Just, can I come in a wee second, just?
Yeah, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. Just, Chair, look, do you see, the response to this letter will be anyone travelling across has to have a reasonable excuse. And I would think the response back will be, if anyone gives the Garda at a checkpoint a reasonable excuse, they will be free to travel on. So I think that, just in essence, the letter's not requesting anything that's not already in place.
Yep, I appreciate that, Councillor Gallagher. Thank you. Members, from what I can see, going by the chat box and a few people who have come in there, it looks to be that the amendment will be unanimous. Are we happy to take it as unanimous? No one shouting out, members. Right, so the amendment is passed. Now, again, are we happy to take the proposal from Alderman Kerrigan as unanimous? Yep. Okay, thank you, Alderman Kerrigan, for that. Councillor Donnelly. Separate issue.
Chair, thank you. I'll just put the wording into the chat box here. I think that's it, Chair. Chair, this is regarding a number of letters that have been sent to some of the most vulnerable residents in the city, and it's regarding the bin service, the assisted bin and the medical bin. I've been contacted by a number of people who've received these letters, Chair, where it's basically asking them to go and get further confirmation, recent confirmation that they still need the service. And as you see from the word in there, Chair, I just think that given the circumstances that we're in, COVID, you know, even trying to get a hold of a doctor these days, myself personally, the last 2 days, can't get a hold of them. I think that this is causing a bit of alarm. So I'm asking effectively to cancel this and that, you know, continue the service as it is, and in a year's time, review it. I know that at least one of these residents, Chair, when contacting the doctors, was told that there would be a price, you know, and I think that's an unnecessary cost. I also asked that, you know, at the end of this, that if council could commission a report, you know, if somebody's 80 years of age and very, you know, infirm, you know, they're not going to be in a position when they're 81, but yet if they have to pay a doctor to give that confirmation, it could cost whatever it is, 20, 30, 40 pounds every year to get this, Chair. So I think that it's self-explanatory there.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. And that has been seconded in the chat box by Councillor Carr.
I just come on and support Councillor Donnelly on his proposal, having been contacted by a number of people myself. Given the times it's in it, you know, the letters saying GP, social worker, carer, a nurse, them professions is very difficult to get at the minute. And I think it's unfair that we put extra pressure on doctors, on nurses who's only coming in and out to write letters at the minute, and that's why I would support Councillor Donnelly in his proposal. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Logue.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to say too, look, I would say that all members have been contacted regarding this, and I did send an email to Conor Cannon regarding this, and followed it up with a phone call this morning. And Conor has advised me that no one will be taken off the list at this time if there's no response. I do understand the need for good record keeping and all of that, and that the services are directed to the people who need them. But however, I do have to agree, and I had, as I said, had the conversation with Conor. The timing is just not right, and there's other social issues out there as well as the cost too as well. So I have been assured by Conor that nobody will be taken off the list at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Logue. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, for bringing me in. And just to concur with the commentary already on this issue, it strikes me that the last line of the proposal in front of us about the Commission report is going to be useful, and as part of that, we should be asking the likes of the Department for Communities just to help share with us for this purpose only the details of who's on the likes of attendance allowance or different benefits that would be eligible for this lift. It might sort of short circuit some of the work that we expect our vulnerable and elderly people to do, if the various different government departments are able to talk to each other directly, because I think that might be a way of trying to sort this out, given the pandemic that we're in, and it is difficult for people to get that information that they require. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Members, there's no further indicated speaker on this. Are members happy that this?
Chair, sorry, Chair, just wanted to make a comment regarding the issue that Councillor Riley has proposed there. I would have a wee bit of concern about asking for private information regarding individuals. I know it would be going to the council and all that, but you know, I just would be a wee bit hesitant on that. And no, that's all I would like to say. Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Oh, and no, sorry. Also,
hold
I
on,
don't
hold on,
think.
hold on, hold on.
I just want to finish off by saying I don't think a receipt of a certain benefit really gives you a passport to assisted bin. You know, there are many people out there who don't receive benefits or do not want to claim certain benefits and would need assisted bin. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Logue, for that. Members, there's no further indicated speakers. Are members happy that the proposal before you might be unanimous? Anyone who's not in favour, can they let me know, please? No. So I'm going to take it that that's gone through unanimous. Members, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Donnelly, for that. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. The issue I wanted to bring to council is potholes. And I think, you know, it's an issue which is hitting probably every councillor in the chamber. There's so much happening at the moment. And what I'm asking is there a possibility that officers could arrange a meeting with road service on the issue of potholes? Now, it's not to raise individual potholes and say, you know, I've got a pothole on such and such a road or whatever. It's the by DFI road service of the issue. I mean, there could be operational issues, funding issues, manpower issues, cross-departmental issues, and indeed one that has cropped up lately in the Derry area, utility company issues, etc. So it's to deal with the issue of potholes, not individual ones. I note that in a neighbouring council, it's reported that £104,000 compensation has been paid out to motorists because of potholes in Fermanagh and Omagh. I wonder what the figure is for Derry and Strabane. And the issue is not alone the damage, but the danger that it poses to motorists and road users in general. So I'm asking or proposing that an officer would set up a meeting that councillors can attend, get this information from road service, find out what the issues are. If there are funding issues, let's highlight those funding issues with the relevant department and ensure that this issue can be dealt with. At the beginning of the re-established assembly, I remember that the DFI minister got additional funding to deal with the backlog that existed in street lighting. Something similar perhaps needs to be brought to the table with regard to this particular issue. So I'm asking that council officers would set up that meeting and that all members can then attend if they wish and have a problem. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey, and that's been seconded in the chat box by Kieran Maguire. Thank you, Councillor Maguire, for that. Members, I don't want to get into a whole debate about potholes and how deep they are and where they are and all of that. That's what the purpose of the meeting is. So if members are content, I'm going to ask that officers set up that meeting and, as Alderman Hussey has said, make members aware of it. Councillor Edwards, are you looking in on a separate issue? Or?
Just to support Alderman Hussey there, and I know that the minister had brought, I think it's 800,000 for our rural roads, which that scheme will be coming forward soon. But it would be good to use that meeting to get an update on what's happening in the council area. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Alderman Devaney.
I'm going to be very brief. I know we have talked about potholes, but I have been getting quite a number of complaints regarding gully cleaning, and I would just like that added on the list, that when we do meet with DFI, that's included as well.
Okay, members, if you're content, we'll ask the officers to set up a meeting with DFI in relation to potholes and gully cleaning. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor, and just to be associated with the comments, we agree that a meeting with DFI officials would be useful and worthwhile, but it is frustrating that the department up until now haven't prioritised potholes and bringing their roads up to the required standard. Up until now, despite having increased budgets, the issues of potholes have simply been overlooked. So it would be useful to have that discussion with DFI officials. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Riley.
Yes, Mayor, I'm conscious that you're keen to move on, but it's just to respond to Councillor Jackson's point. Minister Mallon did bid for monies to address this issue and didn't get a positive response from the Finance Minister. We're happy, certainly, as Councillor Edwards has said already, to attend the meeting and to engage with the local officials to see what we can do on both gullies and potholes for the council area. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Members, so officers will set up that meeting. Everyone spoken in favour of Alderman Hussey's suggestion. So officers will set up that meeting and let you know when it's taking place in due course. Members, the last item of business on Chair's business, and I know it looks in the chat box as if I forgot, but I was trying to save one of the most interesting pieces to last. And I want to say a huge well done to Councillor Paul Gallagher, who I had the pleasure of joining at the Guildhall and at the council offices in Derry Road as he completed a run from council to council in aid of local Strabane man Paul Carlin. Now, I have to admit that the in-between part from the Guildhall to the Derry Road, I got a car to take me up. Councillor Gallagher ran it, and I was. It looked to be he definitely took it in stride. But I think the important part is that he's raised over £2,500 for a local young man from the Strabane area. So on your behalf, members, just to say well done to Councillor Gallagher for his efforts. Moving on, members, to item number 6 is the open minutes of the meeting of Derry City and Strabane District Council, Thursday the 28th of January, pages 1 to 48 for accuracy. Can I get a proposer and a seconder, please?
Opposed, Morris. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you,
I'll
Alderman.
second it. Jason Barr here, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Same pages for matters arising, and I see Alderman Hussey. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. Two issues. C9 is the issue, or the ongoing issue, I should say, of Castlereagh Sorting Office and indeed Strabane Sorting Office. I think I have to comment on this, Mayor. You quite rightly tried to with Royal Mail Management, a meeting that would involve a mayor's meeting involving councillors, MLAs and MPs would be invited to that. I have to say that an observation that Royal Mail did this in a very arrogant. In fact, I would say arrogance to the point of contempt for the elected representatives who are trying to electors throughout their area of the Derry and Strabane and Spurn on this particular issue. Very, very disappointing that this attitude was displayed to yourself, to us as councillors, to our MLAs and to our MPs. You know, I can't find, well, I could find the words, but I can't use them in this public forum for the way we've been treated. Arrogance to the point of contempt. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey, and I know that we've shared the responses with all of the councillors for the two DEAs that you mentioned and the MLAs and MPs. I'm open to seeing if we can take that forward in any way that we can. And if members have any suggestions, please feel free to get in contact with me, and I'm happy to assist in any way I can. But thank you, Alderman Hussey. Am I right in thanking Alderman? Give an hour.
Item 37.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 37 was impact of the pandemic.
Alderman Hussey, we can't hear you when you look at your.
Oh, sorry. The impact of COVID pandemic on those in full-time third level education. Members will be aware of the issue that has arisen lately with regard to the £500 payment to students, and the concerns that I've experienced and others are experiencing, that students from Northern Ireland who study outside of Northern Ireland are not entitled to that. And the minister's argument was that she didn't have the data and she couldn't ask universities outside of Northern Ireland to provide that service to students from Northern Ireland. My argument is that what was to prevent the minister setting up a scheme that students could apply to, students from Northern Ireland who study outside Northern Ireland, that they could apply to. Therefore, that would give them the data which could be checked, and that the scheme itself would avoid having to ask universities outside of Northern Ireland to administer, if you wish, the scheme. So I'm concerned about that and wanted to raise that particular issue, and perhaps that could be added to our concerns when we meet with student unions, etc. at the time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. I noticed that Councillor Farrell, Alderman Kerrigan and Alderman Guy have all indicated the matters arising, but Councillor Cooper is on the students issue that Alderman Hussey has just raised, so I'm going to go to Councillor Cooper first of all.
Just again, I agree with Councillor Hussey as far as we're concerned. The Minister for the Economy's reason for not widening out the £500 payment was very much trying to frame it around a technicality. When from our perspective, even Councillor Hussey's suggestion here is one that could have possibly been taken on board, allowing students to apply, and then retrospectively, the department checking that they were actually verifiable that they were students. So whenever the motion comes in from Councillor Harkin, I mean, we were already planning the adds to Councillor Harkin's motion around the £500 payment. So I'll come back to that later on, but very much agree with Councillor Hussey's comments.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor. At this meeting last February, we agreed to write to the Executive to understand plans to deliver the New Decade New Approach commitment of expanding Magee to 10,000 students. We've had no response, and we've had no response either to either of the subsequent letters that we had sent at the City Day launch yesterday, which was brilliant, by the way. The First Minister spoke about their commitment to the Northwest. We would like to see them commit to actually responding to letters from the Northwest. We're mindful that the Vice-Chancellor of Ulster University, Paul Bartholomew, presented to governance 2 weeks ago, and he stated that getting over 6,000 students at Magee would require an increase in the Mazen cap. We're equally mindful that Ulster University could choose to move more courses in addition to health sciences to Magee to increase the student numbers, but they would risk incurring the wrath of Diane Dodds. There is a very clear commitment in black and white, a New Decade New Approach to expand Magee to 10,000 students. The 6,000 that Paul Bartholomew is currently talking about, and he's saying it's currently achievable, is not our ambition. And in fairness, 10,000 students is an interim ambition for us. We need to see concrete proposals from the Executive on how the 10,000 target will be delivered, and we need to see them now. So I am proposing that we write again 1 year on to understand when the Executive will bring forward proposals for the expansion of Magee to 10,000 students. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor Farrell, I'm assuming you've got that ready and to be put onto the chat box. Okay, maybe you don't. We'll just take a second or so till we get the proposal from Councillor Farrell in front of us, members. So just bear with us, please. Okay, thank you, Councillor Farrell, which that proposal has been seconded there by Councillor Sean Mooney in the chat box, members. It's in front of you. Members. Anyone want to speak to it, or are members content that we accept Councillor Farrell's proposal unanimously? Okay, thank you, Councillor Farrell, for that. Next, Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you, Mayor. It is on C9, as Alderman Hussey has raised there. And just to concur with the remarks that Alderman Hussey did raise, I thought that the fact that you had organised a meeting, Mayor, and Royal Mail just didn't bother to turn up. And it goes further than that, the disappointment, Mayor, because just about 45 minutes ago, my postman's round, and there's a nice letter from the Royal Mail informing us of the relocation over the weekend of the Castleberg office to Strabane, and that they have had discussions with the CWU, individual employees, and the postmaster of Castleberg, and won't be affected. But yet, it's just a total disregard that they seem to take in relation to ourselves as councillors and the MLAs and MP and whoever else as elected representatives who tried to make representation. And again, dealing with, as Michael Hogg is meant to have signed off this letter, but it's just very disappointing, and just the frustrations of trying to deal with Royal Mail, and just to fully concur with the remarks of Alderman Hussey. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Mayor, for that. Mine's matters arising on C621, the Henry Reeve Medical Brigade. Towards the end of last month's council meeting, I was informed by message of the mistreatment, the treatment of Cuba's overseas medics by their own government. And I'm sure many in here got an email. I have to say, that wasn't what informed me. I'd heard about it from before that. Yes, we unanimously backed a motion calling for the Henry Reeve Brigade to be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. And I believe now more than ever, after hearing the way they're treated by their government, that they should be awarded the prize. The pittance paid to these medical professions does not equate to the vast sums of money that the Cuban government demand for their services, the environments that they are loaned out to, and the fact their passports are apparently confiscated by Cuban officials while assisting in stricken countries is in this day and age shameful. It amounts to the trafficking of their own people, forced labour and servitude. Our council prides itself on the rights of the worker, yet by backing a proposal calling for the Henry Reeve Brigade medics to assist in combating the COVID-19 pandemic in this council area makes us all willing assistance in the mistreatment of such talented human beings. Granted, the proposal passed, and whilst all reports available do not specifically mention the Henry Reeve Brigade, I am not aware of any other overseas medical groupings from Cuba. I'd like to add that on moral grounds, my colleague and I can no longer support the actions of this proposal. And I know there's nothing can be done about it, but I felt it needed said. Thank you. And as I say, this is nothing against the Henry Reeve Brigade themselves, who I think do a wonderful job. It's more against the way they're treated by the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Guy, for that. Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, I think a number of us got the same email, and I responded to that email. What the author of the email used was two articles. I think one was in New York Times, very dubious articles, and as I say, I did respond, and I CC'd everybody into that. I don't think the position has changed here, and I don't think we can go on spurious articles within people with agendas, basically, and I've outlined that on my reply. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Harkin on a separate issue. Councillor Harkin. No.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, just having a bit of technical difficulty there. Yeah, look,
No worries.
I appreciate that Alderman Hussey raised the issue of the £500 payment to students, and I think it would be a good thing if our council backs the student union call to extend the payment because there was a lot of gaps. I think that the students felt were thankful that they were listened to and they received some sort of acknowledgement for the hardships they were facing. Now, I think we might want to consider, if people agree, passing this now, and I'll explain why. At the last meeting, when there was a motion regarding student issues, I attempted to amend that to add other issues on, and Mayor, you ruled that you thought it would be better that I bring that to as a motion to the full council, which I have now done. And so I would, if there was a possibility that that could be ruled, we would get a similar ruling about an amendment when we're discussing this motion that I brought tonight. We might not get to support the £500 extension proposal, if you get what I'm trying to say here. So why don't we just agree now, if everybody agrees to basically agree to, it's already got cross-party support, so I don't see why we wouldn't just say that as a council we support the call from the student unions to extend the £500 payment.
Councillor Harkin, I'm going to go to Councillor Cooper first of all, because he's indicated he wants to speak. Go ahead.
Well, Mayor, just on the back of what I said earlier, I was happy to add an amendment or an addition to Councillor Harkin's motion regarding the £500. I think it's no accident now Councillor Harkin's come on with this. I'll be very blunt on it. But procedurally, apart from anything else, I think that when we get to the motions, that's where we can deal with it, as opposed to throwing this in at this stage. So that's our position on it. Thank you.
Members, if you could just bear with me 1 wee second, I just want to get a wee bit of advice here. Just bear with me, please. Okay, members, thank you for bearing with me there. Councillor Harkin, you've asked, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you've asked, can we just agree now to take the £500 issue on the back of the motion that was raised last month? And last month, I told you that, in my opinion, I didn't think it was, and that I advised you to bring a motion. And that's still my position on this motion that's coming out of the minutes of the last full council meeting. I'm not going to comment on whether or not I'm going to accept it as we come down through the meeting as an amendment to any other motion, because I simply haven't seen the wording of it and I've no idea what it is. But I will consider it and give it the same due consideration as I gave to yours last month. And I hope that clears that up for you, Councillor Harkin. I don't think he's there.
Well, that's fair enough, Mayor. I'm just okay.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Moving on, there's no further matters arising from the full council meeting, so we're moving on to item 8, which is a special council meeting held on Friday the 22nd of January, pages 49 to 64. Can I get a proposer and a seconder, please?
So proposed, Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Morris. Seconder.
Seconded, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Same pages, members, 49 to 64 for matters arising. No matters arising. Members, moving to 9A is the monthly governance and strategic planning committee, pages 65 to 96. Proposer and seconder for accuracy. Anybody?
So proposed, Sean Mooney.
Yep, second. Councillor Sean Mooney and Councillor Emma Doyle, thank you both. Same pages, 65 to 96 for matters arising. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. You will note in the chat box that I am putting forward a proposal on the back of the meeting that I chaired of governance and strategic planning. The first 2 hours and 43 minutes of that meeting were taken up with presentations. And they were presentations not directly at items that the committee was dealing with. I feel that there's a need for a review of how presentations come to are dealt with by council. And because of that, I am now making a proposal that a representative task and finish working group be established to review the methodology of presentations being made to council. And indeed, in addition to the issue of time, there was an issue of how presentations are constructed when they come to council. So I think we need to take a look at the methodology of presentations being made. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Harkin. Sorry, just before we go to Councillor Harkin, that's been seconded by Alderman Guy in the chat box there. So we'll go to Councillor Harkin.
It's on another matter, Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Harkin, thank you. Members, Alderman Hussey's proposal is before you. I'm going to bring Philip on this matter, members.
Yeah, Chair, officers met within the last couple of weeks just to review the standing orders discussion that's been ongoing in relation to that, the general review of standing orders. It was proposed as part of that the next step would be a further workshop with members, and I think this could neatly be incorporated as part of the overall review of standing orders. We could look at it as part of that and engage at that stage with the workshop with members at that time.
Thank you, Philip, for that.
Mayor,
yep.
I'm content with that, so long as it's dealt with promptly. If there are recommendations already drawn up by officers, let's get a look at them. Let's get it sorted, so we don't get into the situation of so much time being taken up at the beginning of meetings with presentations. Yes, presentations need to be looked at and received, But, at the beginning of established meetings, perhaps is not the way to be doing it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Members, there's no indicated speakers on this. I'm going to assume that people are content with that proposal, and it's unanimous. Councillor Harkin on a separate issue from governance and strategic planning. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Harkin. Two separate issues, sorry.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, one is just to note, and this is regarding the last deputation to the Business and Culture Committee, or the Governance and Strategic Planning Committee, that was done by a representative from NIPSA and Professor Stuart Smith. I think it was very unfortunate that the two people from the Housing Executive were invited in at the same time to make counter arguments to the ones that they were presenting on. I appreciate that both Sheena from NIPSA and Stuart have been sent apologies, but the point I made at the time was that this is not normally how the deputations are handled, and I received an explanation as to why that happened, but I think it just needs to be noted, and that we aim to avoid that in the future, no matter who the deputation's coming from, whether I agree with it or not. I think people should have their opportunity to present their case or present on the issue. So that's that. And I'm not for beating this horse any further. I think that I appreciate that people were contacted. The second one is that regarding our advice services, and obviously we've had a lot of discussion recently where we have, as a council, been in full agreement that it would be unacceptable for the Department for Communities to push through cuts to our frontline advice services in the middle of the pandemic. And I'm sure people in their consultations with with their party consultations, and indeed as a council, we had said that we want that taken out of any proposal. There shouldn't be $1.5 million cuts now to advice services. And this has been appreciated from our advice providers in the district. And indeed, throughout the pandemic, we have been very thankful, very appreciative regularly of our advice providers. In fact, with our advertising campaign and promotion campaign, we have probably increased their work burden by a lot. And given the number of people who are now in need of help, there's been a more than doubling of people on universal credit as a result of the pandemic, and this isn't going to change anytime soon. So I want to make the case to the council that we do not pass on as a council any cuts to any of our advice providers at this point. I think it would be absolutely unacceptable. I think it would be very, very damaging to our advice providers and their relationship with us. And I think it would be very, very damaging to their collaboration that's existed. And I think it will set things back a long way. And that the only way people will understand this is that there's politics involved. So the members who are aware of these discussions will know what I'm talking about. But I think as a council, we should be very clear that we're not going to pass on cuts through the council to any of our advice services.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Harkin, if you're making a proposal there, I'm going to need to see it in the chat box. But whilst you're doing that, if you're doing that, I'm going to go to Councillor Donnelly.
Just to confer with the remarks made there by Councillor Harkin, there has been a massive increase in people looking for welfare rights advice. There's absolutely no doubt that this is having a huge effect on the services that's already there. And, it could be the case, the way that's worked out, the way that the money is divvied up, is that some people could actually have higher numbers of people getting advice, and that money for that service could actually be cut. What happens, Chair, which I believe that there's a need for another welfare rights advice service. If another welfare rights advice service group was going into that pot of money, it would bring it down again. You know, I think that there's a lot of people going without the service in the city. I don't think it would help, you know, reduce the numbers of the other services, but I think that there's something fundamentally wrong with the way that this is worked out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Cooper.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, just in relation to comments, particularly from Councillor Harkin, number one, as has been stated here a number of times, it is still a draft budget, and the consultation is the EQIA is out on that, and the Minister, as far as we're concerned, is listening intently to the arguments around the 1.5 million and is doing her best to try and mitigate against that. But still a work in progress. And what's also work in progress is in terms of the advice services working group within council, which I'm a member of, and which Councillor Harkin is as well. We've had 2 meetings in the last week. There's another meeting scheduled for tomorrow around the proposals for mitigating against any cuts that could happen, but hopefully which won't happen. And that's still a work in progress. I mean, Councillor Harkin attended the first meeting for 10 minutes, didn't turn up to the second meeting. I know exactly what's, he got the papers, so I'm assuming he has some detail there, but I'm not taking a lecture from Councillor Harkin about welfare services, welfare or advice services. He doesn't turn up at the meetings. So from our perspective, still a work in progress. The meeting tomorrow, we'll come out with more detail. And then as far as we're concerned, then we look at this in the round, in particular, when we have the final response from the Minister for Communities around the 1.5 million. So from our perspective, jumping a gun at this stage, it's too early. We have to look at this when we have the final cut, and we don't have it yet. And then we can decide what our overall position will be. So from our perspective, we'd rather wait until we have all of that detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. And well, if they won't take a lecture from Councillor Harkin, maybe they'll take one from me. I was at the last meeting. Have looked through the methodology and the reports that the advice panel, of which I'm a member, received. And I want to put it on the record, as I did there, that current processes, without going into any detail, are totally unacceptable to me. I don't think that they take into consideration, as I've said at the advice panel, the abject need right across the district for advice, but also for that additional help that we have received through DFC for food and fuel, for example, that demonstrates to me that there is going to be increased need, particularly after the pandemic. You know, obviously these are all in context. The 1.5 million, as I understand it at this point, will affect the city and district up to 112k, as I've been told by council staff, and therefore will impact on a number of jobs as well. But the overall provision and methodology utilised to work out where money goes is not equitable. And I don't think that, I just want to paste on the record that as things stand, they certainly don't have the support of myself.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Harkin, I see your comment looking to speak again, but I have a few that haven't spoken yet, so I'll come back to you. And I'm going to go to Alderman Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor. Declaring interest, obviously, because I'm on the advice panel as well. And I just want to basically reiterate what's already been said there by Councillor Doyle. This is definitely not a good situation to be in, especially in the current climate. The workload alone from our services locally has been really well, it's increased a lot, and it's understandable how frustrated and how worried that the groups are. So we definitely need to look seriously at what we do about this here going forward. And yes, I understand that we are still waiting from the Minister with reference to the cut. Like locally here, it's 30,000 that the cut will probably end up with ourselves, which, you know, it will probably cost staff, and once it costs staff, then, you know, they can see less people, even though, you know, we have more people now needing help than ever. So we'll have to obviously wait until we get confirmation. And again, you know, we just need to be very careful going forward, and also striking our rates as well. You know, how do we support our services, we need to make sure that we keep everything in mind because we don't know what's coming down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Ramsey. Councillor McCann.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to comment on the way these debates sort of are conducted, sort of are typically the way that they work out. I mean, what Mickey Cooper said was basically simple. My minister, right or wrong. That was it. He's good-hearted. He's heart right place. I believe he's listening. Well, that's not good enough. He can take this as a lecture if he likes. He can't come along and contribute to an argument. At least he can't meaningfully do so simply by saying that we don't need to have this discussion because the minister's on board. You know, and look, it's not just Mickey Cooper. There's others. I mean, and I find over and over again, sort of in the council here. I mean, members who are from parties which are represented on the executive, and to some extent this is natural and understandable. Nevertheless, the repetition of it becomes a wee bit wearing. You know, that if the minister and the department under scrutiny is from one's own party, you defend them at all costs. But if it's from another party, you attack them at all costs. And really, that's the usual pattern. Anyway, and really, it doesn't help shine the light of clarity on anything. So, like, I'm not attacking Sinn Féin or Mickey Cooper. I'm using this. I'm just making this as a general observation of which some people are prime examples on this council.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I put in the wee group chat there to declare an interest was in part of the committee on the Northwest Advice panel. Chair, what I want to say is, look, I don't think there's anybody at this meeting today would be opposed and disagree with the good work that the three organisations that deliver this type of service, and a very, very much needed service. And as was said before, Mr. Mayor, in light of COVID and all the issues and around furlough, and furlough comes to an end, I believe there will be an outstretched demand for this type of service to deliver information to what people are entitled to as far as benefits is concerned. But I do believe, look, I just want to put my chip on as well. We have three organisations out there that are delivering this type of service. They're doing a really good job, and I believe they need the support that they can. But it's work in progress. And look, I think the argument is still to be argued out yet, Chair or Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Councillor Logue. And members up, by the way, all of the declarations of interest in the chat box will be noted as well. So thanks for them. Councillor Logue.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm not going to prolong this. I just want to add, on behalf of our party, we are very, very aware of the need out there for advice services. And just for other members' point of clarity, there is a reply and from the Minister, and there is a paragraph dedicated to her commitment and regarding the need that this budget is not interfered with. You know, this is not about defending ministers. This is about budgets that have to be made. And we, along with our part, we have lobbied our minister. Our minister is listening. She knows the situation, and it's up to other parties to do you realise that when the budget has been struck, that this money needs to be included in it. Thank you. But there is, I just wanted to say there is a reply there that the Minister has stated very clearly that she realises that this is essential service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor. I was going to say something that Councillor Logue had actually said, but before that, our budget for advice services is static. It's £705,000 this year coming, and it hasn't increased from last year, even though there have been increasing pressures on the three existing providers. The potential of the £1.5 million cut to the DFC budget would sort of manifest itself as 112 grand across our council area, which would put further pressure on the existing services. Patricia's right. There is a response, and advice services is mentioned on there, along with rich support grant and coronavirus and Brexit support. The Minister seems keen to maintain that level of funding, and I hope she does. But if she doesn't, there's going to be a massive impact on people's ability to get free, impartial and professional advice. And that's going to be an issue that we need to take very, very seriously. So Councillor Cooper as well is correct. The Advice Services panel is meeting at 10:30 tomorrow morning, and I would encourage everybody that's actually on it to attend.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. And as I said at the beginning, well, halfway through this debate, I will go back to Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, look, I wasn't planning to make a proposal. I was raising this as an issue that I think that as a council we should be concerned about. And there's the issue of the department, and then there's the issue of our own council and our panel and what decisions we make. And I just think that given that our budget's been static, I think it would be a mistake for us to slash the budget for some of our providers and build it up for others in the middle of this pandemic. I think it sends the wrong message to people that we are relying on and that we have who've actually been bending over backwards in the district. And there's no need to bring a proposal now, but I think this discussion's been clarifying. I think our councillors have been put into a difficult situation and told that they have to do one thing, and this is the evidence, but they're not getting all the evidence. And hopefully more of that evidence will be available at the meeting tomorrow, and people will get a fuller picture of what's going on here. So this will be a discussion tomorrow at the advice panel, and then it'll be brought to the committee, and then we'll be talking about it again at the next full council meeting if we need to. But I just think that I wanted to get it on record, and I think most councillors agree with me, including everybody that has attended every minute of the meeting, that passing on cuts from the council to any of our advice services is not what we want to be doing right now. It doesn't make any sense.
Thanks for that, Councillor Harkin. Members, moving on to 9B is the monthly planning committee. Wednesday, the 3rd of February, pages 97 to 108. Proposer and a seconder, please.
Proposed.
I'll second.
Right.
Mayor.
There's a few there. I think I heard Alderman Devaney and Councillor McKinney. So those are the first two voices I heard. I think I also heard Councillor Riley calling, did I?
Chair, I think it was Alderman Kerrigan you heard, not me. I was silent.
Apologies. All right.
You also
Alderman Kerrigan.
You also heard me there, Mayor.
As long as I've heard two people and we've got it noted, that's fine. Members, same pages for matters arising, 97 to 108. No matters arising. 9C is the reconvened planning committee meeting, pages 109 to 118 for accuracy.
I'll propose that, Mayor John Boyle.
Thank you.
I'll second it there, Mayor.
Thank
Philip
you.
McKinley.
Thank you, Philip. Matters arising, pages 109 to 118. No matters arising. D is the monthly business and culture meeting, pages 119 to 132 for accuracy.
Proposed, Emmett.
Seconded, Darren.
Thank you both. Darren Guy with a matters arising.
Thank you, Chair. It's under BC 3521, and it's to do with operational costs of the council's off-street car parks. There was obviously a proposal made for me, which was held off to this meeting, and I'd like to thank the officers and team on bringing forward the additional information. Referring to the figures for 2019-2020, on my calculations, monthly operational cost at car park compared to income generated from from them could possibly see a loss of around 19k If free parking was initiated, operating costs to council could be in the region of 46k, as well as additional charges. So I am happy to withdraw a proposal to refrain from extra costs being imposed on the ratepayer. I think everybody would be happy enough with that.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Councillor Jason Barr.
Thanks, Mayor. Mine's basically on the same issue. Just after Alderman Guy proposed that issue at the committee, I also asked if council could bring back a paper directly to myself regarding the health centre car park in Strabane, but yet I have not received correspondence back from that as to what effects it would have on council if the 30 page spaces there were to become free. So if I can have that anytime soon, that would be great. Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. I'm sure officers are working on that, and someone will be in touch with you soon. Thanks for that. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Thank you, Chair, and it's on the same issue. And just, I mean, I'm delighted that Alderman Guy has now decided to do what he has done. Fair play. Just, I suppose it's just on Councillor Jason Barr's proposal in terms of the health centre car park in Strabane. And it's just, I mean, I'm not aware of a paper that has been brought, but I had also made the same request to council officers some time ago before Christmas. And obviously I was told, you know, half of the car park itself is to accommodate workers at the local nearby health centre, and the other half is paying. You know, and again, given the operational costs to all of our car parks across the district, and the comments from Alderman Guy, you know, members, if we agree to stop charging, there could be implications to council that they can no longer make the claims as it's in the report. However, you know, income losses from car park revenues has been a lot, obviously, since COVID, and we want to do what we can to accommodate everybody, particularly our health workers. But it was just in response to Jason that I tried this before with council and was told that in half of the car park, yes, it is accommodating healthcare workers, and the other half is payable. And you know, appreciate that it couldn't be done at the time, but given the cost to the ratepayers, I think, you know, and the income losses from our revenues from car parks, I think we should, pardon the pun, park this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Gallagher.
There was no pun on that at all. Chair, just to see, when we're talking about this and cost of repair and all the rest, I think there's something else that also needs to be brought into the equation, which is very important, and particularly around the car park that Michaela was talking about at the health centre. To see if the car parks become free in its entirety, and all the other car parks have a charge, the danger that we run into, particularly around the health centre, is that early morning workers will come in and take every spot in the health centre that are free. And then we will have people who are not well, disabled, coming and looking at immediate access to the health centre, and there's no car parking spaces. So it's not about the value of having a free car parking space, it's about the availability of a car parking space, particularly around a health centre amenity. And when all the other car parks and the close amenity have a charge, the likelihood is this one would pack up very quick, very early, and no one gets access to the health centre. And that's a keen responsibility the council needs to take on board.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Alderman Breslin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's about the car park at the Surgeon Strabane as well. I think it's a good job, half it free and half it paying, because when the car park was fully free, you never could get a space. And now when even you have to pay a few shillings, you can still get a space when you go to the doctors. And I think the car parking system up there is a good job.
Thanks for that. Alderman President, Alderman Hussey, members, I'm very conscious that we're debating something before we even have the paper before us. But Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly, the rationale that Councillor Gallagher has outlined there is exactly the rationale that the former Strabane District Council had for having the split site. It was the fact that that car park was filling up from workers in the town, leaving no space for healthcare workers and indeed for those wishing to use the local health centre. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Members, no further indicated speakers on the business and culture, so we'll move to E, which is environment and regeneration, pages 133 to 160. Can I get a proposer and a seconder for accuracy, please?
So proposed, Morris.
Thank you.
Happy second, Ryan McCready.
Thank you. Now, members, I have Councillor Edwards, Councillor Duffy, Alderman Guy, Councillor McHugh, Alderman everybody. Councillor Edwards.
Mayor, thanks for letting me in, and I'll keep it brief. I do have a proposal I'm going to put into the chat box. Hopefully it's in there now. Mayor, you are aware you met me in the same old last Friday at the Mornside Walk. It's in a very dilapidated state, and it's my understanding that the council's lease of the area expires soon. So I think it is important that council works towards renewing that lease, but also in terms of upgrading and investing in the area. And as I mentioned in the ENR committee minutes, there's funding available there. So I'd like to see council bring a report back to Environment and Regeneration Committee, outlining what can be done with the area, what type of upgrades can be made, so a decision on its future can be made. The Derry DA and even Strabane, we're massively lacking in terms of outdoor green space. We have the Strabane Canal, Gorchin, and that's really it, and Murlock as well. But they're all, I suppose, Strabane Canal is the only one in a fit state. But in terms of the Derry, this is the only sort of area we have to go out, walk dogs, and get some outdoor recreation. So I would like to bring this proposal, and hopefully other councillors can support it. Thank you, Mayor.
Can I come in there just a wee second?
Just bear with me. Councillor Donnelly, please. But members, just bear with me. Just before I bring in the speakers, I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to come on. John.
Thank you, Mayor. Members, we've just given the Mayor some advice there with regard to the admissibility or otherwise of this notice of motion. Obviously, notwithstanding the sentiment, this notice of motion does, although it does suggest bringing forward a report, it pre-commits, if this were to be passed today, the council secures an asset and commits to its upgrade and redevelopment. The advice that we would be giving the Mayor is that as currently written, that would not be admissible, and that it hasn't been forwarded in advance. It also pre-commits council to expenditure prior to consideration of the matter. On that basis, the Mayor may obviously want to take a view in this, but there's perhaps a way that could be reworded for it to be admissible.
Thank you for that, John. Members will recall a similar proposal from the minutes around the Craigan Reservoir from, I think it was Councillor Harkin at the time, and based on the same advice for the same reasons, I ruled that that wasn't acceptable. And on this occasion, unfortunately, Councillor Edwards, I'm going to have to rule the same. So unfortunately, that proposal, as is stated, is not admissible.
Mayor, is it okay to amend it?
Well, I have a list of speakers on the environment and regeneration matters arising. So I'm going to take them, and if you want to come back in once we do that, then we'll have a look at it. Councillor Donnelly, now that it's not admissible, are you happy enough to move on?
Chair, I'm okay, Chair. I was just going to point out about committing before we get a report, that's all. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. So going in the order, members, that I've seen it in the chat box, and I hope you appreciate that they were flying in there very quickly. So I'm going to go to Councillor Duffy first of all.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will be brief. It's under ER 41 and 21, the green infrastructure. It's in relation to this council area declaring itself as a conservation area for the native Irish black bee. Unfortunately, I've been contacted this week by the Derry beekeepers in relation to a loophole that has seemed to have developed as a result of Brexit. There is a business in Kent in England that has been importing Italian bees into England for a very long time. But due to Brexit, he is now importing them through Dublin, bringing them then up through the north, and has set up a business here in relation to it. Now, they're very concerned that this Italian bee is going to cross-contaminate and disturb the native Irish honeybee. But they're also concerned around a small hive beetle that is very prevalent within the Italian area that they're importing from, and that will be hugely damaging to the native bee here. So I would just ask the council liaise with the dairy beekeepers in relation to this, and also liaise with DERA. I have passed my concerns on to Declan McAleer, our agriculture spokesperson, but I think that it does need a further view on it as well, because we don't, apparently there's thousands of bees being brought in nearly on a weekly basis, so it is something that we need to be looking at, considering that we have declared this council area a conservation area for the native black bee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Duffy, are you happy that we asked for a report to be brought back to the ENR committee?
Yep, that's fine. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. I'm sure that'll be on its way. Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. The joys of Brexit, eh? Mine's is ER 4621, bilingual street signage, and I realise that at the minute there's no policy as of yet for bilingual street signage, so it's just really application forms that we're working from. But under 2.3, initiation procedure for erection of nameplate, occupier of premises will be regarded in the case of dwellings as every person normally resident in premises in the street, age not less than 18 years, and whose name appears in the electoral register. And then it goes on to say a wee bit more. Can I just ask the officers, has the rollout of bilingual street signage been suspended as the Northern Ireland Electoral Office remains closed due to COVID restrictions? And I presume there is no other legal way to check names and addresses of those on the electoral register, which is required to implement the process of obtaining bilingual street signage. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Alderman Guy.
Yeah, so through
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, members, obviously, unfortunately, I don't have that information in front of me today because I just don't know. But we will bring a report to ENR committee in March in order to outline that and indeed to update members in terms of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Karen. Thank you, Alderman Guy. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mayor. My issue is in relation to ER 36/21, but it's on a different area of Castledare, or the Derry area, sorry, and it relates to the community walkways. Derry Castle Park, Mayor, as you'll be aware, having attended it there recently yourself, We have an excellent facility there, part of which includes the walkways built under the Shared Spaces project and the Village Renewal project. Recently, there has been major concerns around young people obviously consuming alcohol and perhaps worse, organised parties, and it's having a detrimental impact just on people looking to utilise those walkways. So they're turning up and seeing what they're being confronted with, and turning back. I have two queries just in relation to it. Obviously, it raises concerns in terms of the safety of the young people themselves who are engaging in that activity, because it's right beside a dangerous part of the river. So I just want to inquire. There's cameras, CCTV cameras down there. And I've asked this question several times, but I never really get a definitive answer. Are those cameras in operation? Are they working? And if so, who monitors them, and who do they report to if they see something untoward going on down there? If it needs be, a report can be brought back to the relevant committee. The other query I just have around it as well is part of those walkways are due to open shortly, and they abut the local GAA club's ground. Now, the GAA club offered up part of their ground to council so that those walkways could incorporate that part of the area. They have numerous concerns just in terms of access to that part of the ground abutting their own property, and they have queries around perhaps an additional security gate. And I know they have been in contact with council officers requesting a meeting. I've forwarded that request myself, so I'm querying if council officials have been in touch with the club to organise that meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh.
Yeah, through
Karen, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Members, I don't have the information in relation to the cameras, but I can update Councillor McHugh that the officers are aware of the engagement with the GAA, and they're in the process of organising that, and I hope that that'll be undertaken tomorrow. So and we can bring a further report to ENR in terms of the cameras, and provide an update to members as well at that stage in terms of this.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you for that, Karen. Members, Alderman Hussey on the same issue.
Thank you, Mayor, and Councillor McHugh on the issue of cameras, etc. And I'm sure Councillor McHugh himself is also aware that there, at times of heavy rain, there is an issue of flooding on those pathways and walkways. Not alone there, but also at Vaughan's Home, the pathways and Vaughan's Home flood. And can that be looked at, to ask Karen really, can that be looked at as to any way that the flooding on these walkways can be alleviated? Because obviously it presents a problem for folk when they want to go for a walk and are bringing children, etc., into the area. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Are you happy that comes back as part of the same report?
Yes, through you, Chair, we will. It's my understanding that was considered at the time of the upgrade of the pathways, I suppose, in Castlederg, and they were designed accordingly. But we can update in terms of, is there anything else that we can do in relation to that? Absolutely.
Appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you, Karen. And don't forget Vaughan's Home pathways as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Alderman Hussey. We stay there, Karen, because I've got Alderman Kerrigan on the same issue.
Thank you, Mayor, and do concur with from you. As well as that, Chair, whether it's a benefit or not, the castle site does be lit up at night, to a certain hour of the night, and those lights go off. It may be a deterrent, possibly, if the lights maybe were left on a bit longer. Some of these people that maybe are up to a bit of badness, they're a lot less likely to do it, maybe if the place is all lit up, rather than when it's dark and that. But I know maybe any time you'd be walking in around the castle site, and particularly around the castle itself, you know, you're always confronted with broken glass and rubbish, and there's always an element of antisocial behaviour. And as I say, as Councillor McHugh's raised the cameras there, potentially maybe if there's a way of trying to keep the lighting on, that it may be a discouragement for young people to congregate in that area if it's well lit, and you know, there's an element that they could be caught doing something inappropriate. So just a suggestion, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Karen, you happy enough?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We can incorporate that onto the report.
Thank you for that, Karen. Thank you very much. Alderman McCready.
Thank you, Mayor. On ER 35/21, just in relation to the deplorable attacks that our workers experienced a number of weeks ago, I'd like just an update, as was outlined within this, from officers on, well, firstly, the welfare. What's the update? And secondly, any update from the PSNI? Thank you.
Chair, if I maybe bring Conor in on that, I've had a message here from him to say the staff are fine, and I don't have an update on the PSNI investigation of yet, but we can update members at the next committee on that. We'll inquire as in terms of that particular investigation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Karen. I hope that clears that up for you, Alderman McCready. I actually spoke to the drivers that day. Credit to one of them. He continued on with his run and wanted to work away. And I know that they had told me that they'd received great support from the officers and making sure that they were okay and that their welfare was being looked after.
Mayor.
Councillor McKinney on the same issue.
Yes, Mayor, just briefly, please. Could I ask Karen, are the council reviewing their lone worker protection? What have they laid out in place? Could I have had reports from lone workers about taking a bit of abuse and stuff from the members of the public with regards to the refuge sites?
Sorry, Councillor McCready, I'm going to have to get a bit more detail in terms of that, in order to find out whether or not, you know, a review has been carried out following any concerns. I've had a message here from Conor to say that he's not aware of any reports, but we will maybe contact you individually to discuss that and get a bit more information, and then we can provide you with the information that you need in terms of that. But certainly, you know, as we discussed at the committee, the health and safety of our staff is our biggest priority. And any concerns that are raised with management, we will make sure that they're addressed. And so we will again, but we'll be in contact with Councillor McKenna to get a bit more detail on that because we're not aware of it at the minute, but we'll follow it up absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Karen. Alderman Hussey on a separate issue.
Separate issue, but still in the same DR 35. And like every councillor in the chamber, I'm sure, and with no time.
Alderman Hussey, you need to be looking at your screen. We can't hear you.
Okay, absolutely no time for any physical or verbal abuse of our staff, and I unreservedly condemn it. But I'm wondering, should we be mindful that it is perhaps symptomatic of a level of frustration that some people experience, particularly at recycling sites? I'm mindful that at page 100.
No, you're doing it again.
Right. At page 138, the general delay accessing sites due to the fact that these are still operating within the restrictions and advice given by DAERA in regard to numbers, etc. Well, I presume that these restrictions and advice from DAERA applies to all council areas. And, you know, for example, Fermanagh and Omagh would be receiving the same advice as we have in Derry City and Strabane. I've been made aware of a situation where somebody has gone along to the recycling centre at Strands Road in Strabane. They've been turned away, maybe they've gone in the van, they're outside the hours or whatever. They've gone home. The next day, they've gone up to the recycling site at Omagh, and they're able to get in with exactly the same vehicle, etc. So, is the interpretation of the various restrictions and advice coming from DAERA being looked at differently? And to avoid that sort of frustration, particularly in the Derry area where we only have a couple of lorries 2 days a week, as opposed to previously having had a recycling centre. And by the way, thankfully, we're hoping to have a meeting and get that going forward. But where people have different experiences going to a recycling site in another council area and are able to access with their vehicle, at different times. So the times of restriction and the vehicle types compared to neighbouring councils, can that be revisited? The advice that we have received from DAERA. Just a question to Karen. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Chair, members. We have updated members at the committee that we're currently reviewing the booking system for vans, and hopefully that will be addressed very soon. Certainly, Connor engages with the other heads of service and the other councils very regularly in terms of this, to ensure as much consistency as we can. Obviously, we along as members will be aware, particularly in relation to those that sort of meet with our recycling working group, that we have to consider the individual needs depending on our circumstances in the area. But again, we're more than happy to keep upgrading that. And in this particular issue around vans and book, that we've been exploring the potential for a booking system for vans at any time. So long as we're aware that they're coming, then we can actually have that in place, and we advise that will be updated, and we'll have those arrangements in place very shortly. But certainly, members, we're continually reviewing the systems in line with other councils, and obviously we need to make sure we're following the DAERA guidance as well.
Appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Jason Barr.
Thanks, Mayor. Mine is on the same issue as esteemed item as Councillor Edwards raised there regarding community walkways within Strabane town. It's just regarding the walkway on the river, Mayor, that you actually yourself brought a motion forward 2 years ago regarding it, and until now, nothing has been done about it. So I'm just wondering, can I have a report into the relevant committee, please, as to why nothing has been done as yet, and when they hope that something will be upgraded? Now, I could have missed a report maybe somewhere along the line, but even if Karen would want to update me on that now as to why it hasn't been upgraded as yet. Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, members, firstly, just to let you know that we have absolutely can say that action has been taken in relation to that particular issue. Clearly, officers undertook detailed investigations into that as part of the wider the wider issue regarding post-flooding across the widest district. That particular site is very difficult, as members will be aware, and we did actually bring forward a number of reports to Environment and Regeneration to agree a way forward in terms of that particular site. We will make sure, Councillor Barr, I will make sure you get a copy of all of those reports, and indeed, should it be helpful, we will also arrange a socially distanced visit with you to explain what the current thinking is in relation to addressing that particular issue. But certainly, obviously, the difficulties with the site has led to the delay that we're in, but we'll update you and indeed advise of what's happening and bring that to the committee as well.
That's great, Karen. Thanks for that update. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Thank you, Karen. Councillor McCann. Councillor McCann. No.
Hello?
Yep. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, technological difficulties. But I wanted to refer to the Maboy Road update in the minutes here, ER 43 stroke 21. Sort of the members will see in that at the last meeting, it was agreed that we'd write to the Stormont Department, we'd write to, and I'll just take you to it here. Sort of, it says that we'd write to we were advised by Karen, by the Environment and Regeneration Director, that she had written to the First and Deputy First Minister in December, advising that this was Mobile Road was a cross-cutting issue and requesting a public inquiry. Now, the technical reason for that, something to go into if anybody wants, but it seems to many people, and especially people from the gathering, the environmental network, that this is an issue which touches on more than one departmental area, sort of on that basis, the whole executive can make a decision about, for example, a public inquiry. Now, the reason why we're pushing for a public inquiry is not out of obsession, sort of what's going on at Mobile Road. And we're well aware, of course, those of us who have been involved, that the pending criminal cases sort of make for difficulties in proceeding on any basis, sort of on this matter. And of course, the criminal cases have been delayed because of obstruction, some of us might think, but also because of the pandemic in which they haven't been heard. But nevertheless, we should consider that this is a matter which was passed unanimously in February 2014. Was that 7 years ago? This month, looking for a public inquiry. And, you know, if you look back on that debate sort of in Hansard, you will find sort of that nobody opposed the idea of having a public inquiry. Every party sort of was in favour of it. Every test of party opinion since over this past 7 years has produced the same thing. Yes, people in all parties want that public inquiry. And they want the public inquiry because it's we've got members of the know, sort of, we've got a number sort of illegal dumps sort of right across the north, ranging from small fly tipping sites right up to massive eyesores like Maboy. So it's very important that we look into these matters. And Maboy has become emblematic of the problem of fly tipping and dumping. It's not only the biggest sort of, but it's the most high profile example of what we are talking about. Of course, this is not a problem confined to the north. And, you know, let me ask first, I mean, is there any update? Has there been any update since we wrote to all the departments, First and Deputy First Ministers, copied to all the other departments way back in December, as I understand it? Those letters did. Has there been any update? Has there been any response to the points and the pleas which have come from this council unanimously to the departments in Stormont?
Through you, Chair, members, as we updated at the committee, we haven't received any responses as of yet, and the committee had agreed that obviously following ratification of the minutes today, we will write a further letter to ask for the response as requested.
Thank you, Karen.
Could I just ask, Karen, I mean, could you adopt a different tone the next time so that they are aware? This is not a time for politeness or formal language. It's outrageous that we have a unanimous vote 7 years ago, which the council then writes twice to the executive about, and still nothing. Yet everybody says, and rightly so, I'm not challenging the integrity of anybody, that everybody from all arts and parts of the political spectrum say, yes, we agree, we want this public inquiry. And then there's just silence, and we can't even get a response when we say to them, why not? Why hasn't it happened? What's delaying you? So I'm suggesting that you word things in an inappropriate way, Carol. You know, but I think we should be left in no doubt that this isn't good enough.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. Councillor McCann, as an elected representative, you're obviously entitled to write to them yourself and use whatever tone that you may wish to do that then.
Okay, look, I do that, you know, but it's a wee bit stronger coming from the whole council. A wee bit stronger than just from me alone. But I take your advice on that. I will write to them in what we might call no uncertain terms.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor McCann. Alderman Wark.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. I actually thought it was behind Alderman Hussey there. I didn't realise it was way down the list. But anyway,
No, you went. There was a number of speakers, and before you, Councillor or Alderman.
That's okay, Mayor. I'm just going to go back. I thought I was going to come on the back of Alderman Hussey there, and I think Karen, you more or less covered all it. Obviously, you know, Mayor, myself was talking to that worker involved in that attack as well that day, and it just shows you the dedication. He was back to work that day, and for all our frontline workers there, especially through the cleansing, they've been outstanding through this pandemic. The profession they have shown, and no worker, either from the refuse collection or the recycling sites, should be getting any attacked or verbally attacked. Full stop. But Karen, to be honest, it's so frustrating with even the skip sites, the likes of Eglinton from Glendermot, how slow they were to return back to normal. And after just hearing Alderman Hussey there saying about different districts here, now obviously pushing further, there had to be some form of paper immediately coming back. They more or less, even looking at the white vans going on the skip sites instead of these time slots, more or less opening them up more instead of more or less dragging. Because personally, I find it was frustrating for me, especially with Eglinton, and it was very much frustrating for a lot of people down there, how slow that site took to open again. I know there's regulations, and I know we're going for an pandemic, but I feel that we should be looking at papers coming forward next committee, obviously for the booking on these sites, and obviously have more white fans coming on. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Alderman Wark. I'll note that, and Karen has said that they're preparing for that, and they're looking at that. So I'm sure that report will come in due course. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, Mayor, that's really been dealt with. It was just on the back of what Alderman Hussey was saying about van access, excuse me, to Strabane Road. Just to reinforce his comments, it is a very contentious issue at the moment. It's something that I've been getting numerous complaints about, but as Karen has said, there's a review going on there, so we'll await the result of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll take the two together. The first one was on 42, the tree and woodland officer. Has that officer carried out the survey on ER 42 yet? And if not, when not? And when will we get the report? And secondly, on regard to ER 44, reference play park provision, when will the officer responsible be able to present costed recommendations to remedy the identified deficit throughout the council area in play park provision? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Members, firstly, in relation to the survey of the trees, yes, that has been done, and the officer will be in contact with Alderman Hussey to update in relation to that. And in terms of the play strategy, members, we intend to have a report coming to March in terms of looking at the play strategy. Certainly it will then be down to members to agree a funding strategy in terms of the significant funding that we anticipate will be necessary in order to upgrade the play facilities across the district. You know, but we envisage that there will be a presentation and a report coming to March in relation to the play strategy and more detailed information then. Thank you.
Mayor, just a supplementary there. Can I thank Karen very, very much for that? I hope it's a costed report that will come through, because having had conversation with Alfie today, I'm mindful of how this needs to be taken through the various processes. But you know, the more information we have, the better. Really appreciate it, Karen. Thank you.
Yeah, and through you, Chair, members, we will do our best to add high-level costs, but clearly, you know, detailed costs are something that have got to be developed as and when projects are being developed. But certainly I will ask the officers to do the best that they can to include high level costs in terms of that report. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Karen, thanks very much for answering all of those questions there. Members, I'm going to suggest that we take a quick interval. It's just gone 6 o'clock, so I'll see you all back on for about 6:15. Thereabouts. Thank you. Okay, members, thank you. I will kick off once again. Item 9F is the Monthly Health and Communities Committee, pages 161 to 192. Can I get a proposal and a seconder, please?
Proposed, Mayor Darren.
Thank you,
Seconded,
Darren.
Morris.
Thank you both. Matters arising for the same pages. I have Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Mayor. And it's under HC 5321, and it's a dog control update. First of all, can I just commend you on your tour of all dog fouling hotspots in our council area to get the message out. I have to say that the day we done Kilfennan Valley Park, not even the most dedicated of dog walkers would have ventured out that day. But I just like, could Seamus maybe see about signage and other messaging in regards the dog fouling in and around the Eglinton area? I don't know if there's done any of it, but there's a lot of people asking for it in different parts of Eglinton. So just thank you, Mayor.
No worries. We'll get Seamus to have a look at that for you. Alderman Guy. Thank you. Councillor Doyle, matters arising.
Yeah, 39 first, please, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
This was the appropriate place to raise it under condemnation. I know that in recent days there's been a number of threats made against female journalists up and around Belfast, so Tricia Devlin and Alison Morris. But I do want to put on record as well that the foiled Sinn Féin MLA, Martina Anderson, has had some messages sent to her of a threatening nature, and I think we should put on record our solidarity with all those women, because it's absolutely unacceptable in this day and age that women who are out and about doing very difficult jobs are being threatened by, particularly in relation to the two journalists, faceless individuals. Simply want to take advantage of their anger on a political issue and how people report that. So I'd just like to have that on record, Mayor. And with regards to 40, I have proposed an amendment, and I think Teresa has it there.
You want to propose an amendment?
On HC 40.
Yep. So are you suggesting that we remove the recommendation and replace it with this, or that we add this to the recommendation?
This is the text I have put together is only an addition.
Only an addition. Okay, thank you for clearing that up first. Have we got a seconder for Rachel Ferguson, second the amendment? Thank you. Members, there's an addition or an amendment to the HC 40. If anybody wishes to speak to it.
Can I speak on that, Mayor?
Thought you had, but go ahead.
Firstly, I'd just like to say that the proposal at H&C by Rory was welcome. It's beneficial to our long-term aims of addressing issues like detox services. But I just wanted to try and incorporate a wider framework that has been the focus of discussion by some other members and raised at a public Zoom meeting that I had a while ago. It would be my view that we have to expressly call for the executive to move on the establishment of an addiction facility in the city and district as outlined in New Decade New Approach. It was raised at the Assembly a few weeks ago, and the First Minister replied that all of those commitments required prioritisation, and that's fair comment. So it's for us now to indicate that we prioritise this commitment for our city and district. In terms of the inclusion of the NICE guidance, this reflects the need for us as a council to determine that dual diagnosis is part of the solution to addiction and not just bricks and mortar. The guidance outlines how clinicians address dual diagnosis and the requirement for this to be embedded in care pathways in primary social care as well as in the community, and that can only be done when specific funding is provided to enable it. Just this afternoon at the Mental Health Working Group, we received a briefing from the interim mental health champion, and she outlined, which I didn't know, that there is actually no dual diagnosis provision which currently exists in the Western Trust area, and this lends all the more support for this provision to be included in the proposal. Lastly, I contacted the Executive Office some time ago regarding the New Decade New Approach commitment on the addiction centre due to it possibly being cross-departmental, but they've since indicated the matters for the health minister alone. And I think we should be collectively imparting on the minister how we see the addiction piece as part of the mental health emergency we recently declared, and to give public assurance that we're progressing this in line with their expectations. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. I have Councillor Harkin, but I think Councillor Harkin's on a separate issue. So I'm going to come to Councillor Mellon on the proposal by Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Doyle for bringing this forward. I too attended the presentation by the interim mental health champion, Siobhan O'Neill, and found it very informative as to when we're speaking about mental health and then speaking about addiction and substance misuse or addiction services as a whole. I welcome the language that's being used around the addiction centre, as the discussion that took place today was around that holistic approach. Whilst there has to be Councillor Farrell said it in the original proposal, there has to be an inclusiveness of a detox service within the addiction centre, that we need a holistic approach. I spoke today at the presentation around bodies coming in to do addressing health inequalities, and we have spoke about that also. But whilst addiction goes throughout all communities, the realisation of the inequalities that our city and district and the Northwest needs to be taken into account when we see the immediate need for addiction centre and services throughout this city and district. I said it then around people often say, you can't send me somewhere to make me better and then return me to the place that made me sick in the first place. So it is a holistic approach that we should be taking, and I believe this language does reflect it. And I fully support the amendment and the proposal. I do wish to state, and I know we spoke about it in the last full council meeting, that rightly so, it is the ugly truth that we do have a mental health pandemic in the city and district, but we should also be encouraging people that there is hope. Professor Siobhan O'Neill said today around the changes that we have seen around the multidisciplinary teams within GP services that are showing great improvement and access, and they need some recognition as well, because there is people out there who maybe hear some of our language, whether it be on a personal level, a party level, or anything else, they feel like there's no hope, isn't a responsible approach for us to take. There is help there, there is hope there, albeit we can see the gaps and we can see that there is a major reform needed. But there is help and there is support, and I would encourage anyone who is on this platform, or maybe availing of the online viewing, that contact your local GP, contact anyone within your community or voluntary sector who has information around this, or your local representatives, that there is help there, albeit we would like more of it and we would like it more accessible to people. But we have been encouraged, and we should all encourage each other to show hope to those within our city and district. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon. Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Doyle, for the amendment. The SDLP is happy to support the amendment. Obviously, addiction is a scourge in our society, and in my initial motion that was presented at Health and Community, it was about pressurising the Secretary of State to deliver on the new decade, new approach, commitment to fund an addiction centre in Derry. The funding is one thing, but the delivery obviously sits within the remit of the Northern Ireland Executive. So we're happy to support that amendment. It is sensible. In terms of what Councillor Doyle said in his previous remarks about the attacks on journalists, the threats against politicians, we totally support those sentiments as well. Our own party colleague, Nicola Mallon, there was a device thrown at our constituency office in North Belfast a couple of nights ago, and Paul Maskey had a similar experience in West Belfast. Activity like that just isn't warranted. and it's important that we send out a message from this council that we think it's completely unacceptable. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Alderman Devaney.
Mr. Mayor, for allowing me in, and the DEP had no problem in supporting the proposal coming forward, and we have no issue with the amendment here. I think all of us at this meeting today are aware of the difficult issues and around mental health and addiction, and the service being delivered there. And I think anything that enhances that service for those people who are suffering and in need has to be welcome, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Alderman Guy on the same issue.
I'd just like to say we fully support the amendment and realise that there has to be a fight put up for this, because we know that in OMA there is also talk of expansion to the ASHA services, although there seems to be no move forward on that at the minute either. So we know that it's going to be a big ask, but happy to support this here. And can I just say, on concurring with Emmett and Councillor Farrell's comments about threats put out to elected members of all parties is not acceptable. There seems to have been an upsurge in this the past couple of months, and it's not what we want to see and moving forward. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Councillor Harkin on the same issue.
Well, yeah, look, we're happy to support Councillor Doyle's amendment here. I think it's important, and I think I think that we should all direct people who are needing help to the help that's available, and we should do everything we can to give people a sense of purpose and a sense of hope. But that doesn't mean that we should be quiet and not criticise government policy where it falls short. And unfortunately, we are in a situation where the executive has fallen short in so many ways in dealing with these issues. And indeed, that was why Councillor Doyle brought forward his motion to declare a mental health crisis in the district. So there is hope for people, but there is also a lot of problems that are coming from government. And then just in terms of I agree, I want to be in solidarity with people who are saying that elected officials should not be facing threats, and that political bullying is wrong, and that I think that there's been a bit of polarization of late, and there's workers getting threatened who signs going up on walls threatening workers at ports. There's been people of colour targeted. And discriminatory marks were made about black people and people of color. So I think that we passed a motion there last month standing against sectarianism and racism, and I think we can extend that out to sexist threats or other forms of political bullying. We also seen the police interfering at a commemoration in Belfast. Unnecessarily and creating a lot of anger. So I think we have to get all that in the picture when we're looking at condemnation and so on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. I'll just be very brief. It's just to echo the sentiment around solidarity to those people who have fallen foul of this abuse in terms of online abuse and threats to life and public. I think there should be a zero tolerance environment for this type of behaviour, and everybody should be calling it out for what it is. Some of the comments that I've heard in the media around gender-based violence, that's been perpetrated out there, and I respect the fact that there have been males also, and my own party that are victims of this type of harassment and abuse. This we should be calling on this to stop immediately. The prevalence of it is getting out of control. The harassment of women in political life, it's just it encourages, you know, others to form a platform, be it online or in public, to think that they can do and say what they like when they like, if they don't like the actions or someone saying something. So you know, we need to call an end of this type of harassment, particularly women and men in public roles in public life, and indeed or journalists as well, and for everybody in society. So we should have a zero tolerance approach to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Ferguson.
You, Mayor, and I spoke on Councillor Riley's original motion at the time, and you know we are fully in support, and I'm happy to support and second Councillor Doyle's amendment because I do think it strengthens it. I think we should commend Tamsin and her rally to try and get this reignited and everybody talking about it. I think it's something that's much needed and it's been needed for a long, long time. I also want to associate ourselves with the comments about the condemnation around people in public life, whether it be politicians or journalists being threatened. You know, nobody deserves that, and we should have a zero tolerance. We're all old enough and big enough to have a debate, and when it gets to the point that you're threatening someone, or like some of our political reps having bombs, devices, suspicious devices thrown at their constituents, you've lost the argument, and we should completely have no tolerance of this. So just wanted to have my comments added with the previous speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Members, there's no further indicated speakers in this issue. So I'm going to assume, you know, no one spoke against Councillor Doyle's amendment. So I'm going to assume that it's unanimous across the board, unless anyone wants to make me aware now. No, that's been carried unanimously. Now, I think Councillor Mellon wants to bring a further amendment.
Yeah, Mayor, and it seems panicky, but I just want to be explicit in our ask, and I'm sure Councillor Doyle will appreciate it. If the proposal previously could be put up, I can explain. It's at the bottom where it says addiction services. If we stay explicit in our ask that we need an addiction centre, but this and service, so that can incorporate when people are coming back out in the community as well. So that's taken into consideration when we're talking about the holistic approach to dealing with addiction.
So you wanted to read addiction centre and service?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Can I get a seconder for that?
I'll second it, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Members, are we happy with that slight amendment by Councillor Mellon as opposed to going on to another full debate?
Mayor, can I make a point of order? It's just really for information. There was a bit of a mismatch tonight just with the language. I'd actually sent in different language with regards to this that I've been speaking to Ellen about, but this what's on screen does reflect everything that I was asking for, with some minor changes because I had actually put in the words holistic, but it's of no use now. It's just to make you aware.
Grant, thank you, Councillor Doyle. Members, going to take that as read across the board once again and move on. Thank you very much, Councillor Mellon. Now, Councillor Harkin on a separate matter for health and communities.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, this is in regard to HC 47/21. And at the Health and Communities meeting, I raised issues that have been raised to me by workers at Seagate, which is obviously an important employer here. And that they had raised concerns about how the company was implementing its sick pay, meaning that workers who were isolating were not receiving sick pay, and that there was other health guidance issues there that they were seeking our help with. And we did agree to write a letter. I'm not sure if that letter's went off yet, if it needed to be ratified here first. But I also wanted to say that if it hasn't went off, or that if it has went off, can we also contact the company regarding the isolation period? The guidance, as I understand it, is if you have if you are waiting on a test or have been around someone with COVID, that it's a 10-day isolation period. But the company appear to be asking people to stay away or telling people to stay away for 14 days. So if that can just be clarified with the company, because it seems like the actual guidance is 10 days, not 14. And this has implications on people's willingness to stay away from work, because 2 weeks is, 4 days longer, and that hits people's pay. So these are, that might seem it's only one company, doesn't impact all workers, but this is just an instance really of the kind of challenges that I think people know workers are dealing with right across the entire district, as they navigate their way through going to work during this pandemic. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. And if that correspondence hasn't gone, Councillor Harkin, I'd be happy to put up the floor to see if it can be added in, but I don't see why not. All right. Thank you. Una McGillian is looking to come in and update members on the hardship fund.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And in terms of the chat box, £1,400 to member short-term interventions to assist people affected by poverty.
Find it difficult to hear, Mayor.
Yeah, and we're finding it difficult to hear you there.
Okay.
Turn the video off, just
try it there now, Una.
Right. Is that better?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Members, you will recall that it was agreed to allocate £73.30 to a number of short-term interventions to assist people affected by poverty. Members, I now wish to seek your approval to reduce this amount to £63,430, as £10,000 has become available for reallocation under the Department for Communities letter of offer, and the funding from the department must also be spent by the 31st of March. Members, you may recall at the special council meeting where this Department for Communities letter of offer was discussed, page 50 in today's book. It was discussed that £10,000 should be ring-fenced for the New to You 4 Hours laptop project. Unfortunately, members, since this project had already commenced, it has not been possible to address some of the potential audit issues which may arise with the allocation of public sector funding. However, members, the project has been supported in other ways by the Council through a successful application to ERP recycling for the sum of £2,200. We've also been able to provide marketing support and drop-off points. The project, in addition to this, has also received sponsorship from the River Ridge company, and discussions are ongoing with another potential private sector sponsor, which hopefully will help to plug that gap in terms of the funding that we had hoped that we would originally allocate. Members, I now further seek your approval, therefore, that this ring-fenced funding of £10,000 from the DFC letter of offer is now reallocated to the food intervention programme as previously approved under the hardship fund, which will be delivered by the food banks. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Una, for that.
Seconded there.
Proposed by Alderman Hussey, seconded by Alderman Guy. Members, are we content? Some type of a signal would be useful.
Okay with the SDLP, Mayor.
Thank you, John.
Okay with the Lance, Mayor.
Yeah,
Yes.
Sinn
Yep.
Féin are content.
Okay, members, we're happy enough to accept that recommendation from Una. Thank you, Una. Thank you, members. Alderman Hussey, separate issue.
Thank you, Mayor. HC 44, playing pitch strategy. It's just really an update. Can the director confirm that Barry indeed has put together a project for submission to the Capital Projects Working Group, reference playing pitch strategy and the clear deficit, in particular in the Derry electoral area? On item 51, I need legal advice before I ask my question. Thank you.
Right. Okay, Karen.
Chair, in terms of the playing pitch strategy, members will be aware that we have a short-term proposal which addresses some aspects of maintenance, specifically on our pavilions at this particular point in time. We've agreed in year savings towards that, and there will be a further paper coming to committee. In terms of wider priorities, we have a discussion tabled for Monday on the sub-regional stadia strategy with the department. So we're starting to look at prioritisation of other projects, other needs going beyond council facilities for clubs that are obviously eligible or potentially eligible when that scheme is finalised. And in relation to the grant aid scheme, we do not have a prepared grant aid scheme proposal, but obviously we have reviewed our historic funding programme from Strabane, and we are looking at some others. So there hasn't been a capital working group, but we will be bringing forward a paper to the scheduled meetings as and when those occur.
Thank you, Karen. Alderman Hussey, you said in your relation to your second point, HC 51, that you need legal advice.
Yep. By the
Legal
way,
advice
Mayor, big thank you to Karen there for that clarification. HC 51, I have a pecuniary interest in that particular issue as I'm a holder of a pavement cafe license, but I've been approached by fellow licensees with regard to an issue as to their viability going forward. The pavement cafe licensing was part of that process to assist the hospitality industry going forward. I have a query. Would it be possible for me to put the point, then ask to be withdrawn from the meeting and let members discuss the matter further? That's what I need to know.
Yep. Okay. Alderman Hussey, thank you very much. Check that with the city solicitor, and there's no issue. So we want to make the point, and then we'll just hang fire for a few seconds while we get you on the holding suite. We'll bring you back on. So go ahead.
Is there any sweets in it? Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, the pavement cafe licensing scheme and other schemes are there to support the hospitality industry going back when it's possible for them to go back. But there is an issue that has arisen throughout from the very start of the COVID emergency that we're facing right from March last year, is the fact that the hospitality industry and others, be it or clubhouses or whatever, have been paying entertainment licenses. Now, they haven't been able to utilize their entertainment license. Is it possible that there can be allowance made for this, that the license could be extended, or some other system could be looked at to deal with this obvious situation where folk are paying for an entertainment license that they haven't been able to use? Thank you, Mayor, and I ask to be withdrawn from the meeting.
Mayor, I have a
I see it. Yeah, I'm just going to ask Paul to take you out as well, Councillor Barr. If you just bear with us, members. Are they out? Yep. Okay, members. Both Alderman Hussey and Councillor Barr have left the meeting at this point. We'll go back on shortly. And they've only really left, members, in case you want to discuss what Alderman Hussey has just raised. If not, we can ask for a report to be brought back to the Health and Communities Committee. I see Alderman Kerrigan.
Mayor, no, I am content enough. Maybe a report's better. I was just going to say, had we any inclination as to the costings of that, but a report coming back would be ideal. Thank you, Mayor.
I wouldn't imagine that anyone on the meeting would have cost implications at this stage, which is why I'm suggesting a report coming back.
Chair, can I come on?
Sean Mooney, yep, go ahead.
Chair, if my memory serves me right, was this not brought up not a while back? Another motion, I think it might have been Alderman Guy, but if my memory serves me right, I think the legal point came back that the law on it was that it couldn't be extended, but I could be. Obviously, you need to maybe check with the city solicitor, but I thought that point was already made at one point. Now, I might be wrong. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Councillor Guy.
Chair, thank you for letting me in. My understanding at the time was it couldn't be extended, and the reason why there was obviously charges to it was because there was certain checks that went along with that. Meant that if they had have stopped it at the time, they would have had to reapply through advertisements and newspapers that I think they have to apply two or three advertisements. There's a whole raft of things that are needed for it. So probably better that you bring a paper forward for it.
Yep, that's fine. I can see by the looks of my screen, Karen McFarland is looking to get on.
Yes, Mayor, just to confirm, we have a draft paper for the Health and Community Committee. We've received an LG circular which addresses the matter of entertainment licences for both 21, 22 and 2021. So that'll be tabled for Health and Community now in March.
Thanks for that, Karen. And can we also just note that Keir Maguire has declared an interest as a chairman of a club with an entertainment licence. Members will get a report brought back to Health and Communities as Karen has outlined. And if we can just bring Alderman Hussey and Councillor Barr back on. Yep, thank you, Paul. Members, that's Health and Communities dealt with. So moving on to the bi-monthly Audit Assurance and Risk Committee, pages 193 to 198.
Happy
for
to propose,
accuracy. Councillor Doyle.
Seconded. Darren.
Alderman Guy. And if my memory serves me right, I think Philip McKinney had an issue with the matters arising. Would that be right? Sorry, accuracy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point on AAR 0221. I actually did make apologies to the Chair, Alderman Ramsey, for non-attendance. Could that please be shown? Thank you. That's all. Thank you, sir.
No worries. Councillor McKinney, that'll be updated. Members, no other matters arising or accuracy from those minutes. So moving on, finally, to the notices. First one is in the name of Councillor Jason Barr. Members will also see that, and I think this has been sent around in advance by email, but we need the consent of the meeting for the amendment that Councillor Barr has made. So if I can get the consent of the meeting, we can move swiftly on. Anyone who's
our party's happy enough, Mr. Mayor, DEP.
Right. We'll leave it at anybody that's not in agreement. Can you let me know now?
Mayor, just for your benefit, I'll second that, John Boyle.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Go ahead, Councillor Barr.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I'll just take the motion as read. This has become very popular among the people of Strabane and surrounding areas to preserve this site and keep it for tourism and community use. Many of you will know the rich history of this site. This site was built in 1887 and for a time was the residence of the hymn writer and poet Cecil Francis Alexander, who is best known for the hymn All Things Bright and Beautiful. The Strabane Historical Society are very hopeful about the conversion of this house and part of the site into a heritage visitor centre to show those visiting the area the significance of this site and showcasing the long history of our town that our town has to offer. The new centre will accommodate heritage, historical information of the area and its people, a visitor centre and a community service which would benefit so many people in the area. In essence, we want Derry City and Strabane District Council to protect Maltown House and ensure it is available to the Strabane Historical Society, who will look after it and enhance and publicise the history that it represents. Maltown House will also benefit the community by being a centre for worthwhile cause and promote well-being and quality of life throughout the area in cross-community inclusive manner. The people and the surrounding areas of Strabane know that a lot of heritage-rich sites in Strabane have been demolished and destroyed down through the years. What was apparently a listed building on a Sunday became rubble on a Monday. This cannot happen to this site. The onus is on us to look after and protect what we have now. The next generation and others will be disappointed if we don't do the right thing in regards to this site. Speaking to Pat and his colleagues in Strabane History Society, they appreciate the advice and guidance that Council and their officers have given to date, but we now need this direct action. While Council giving full support to the Strabane Historical Society, it is clear the large remainder of the site can be developed to benefit the full community. While having this heritage visitor centre to attract much needed tourism to the area, this site has the full potential to have something Strabane and its people can be very proud of. This site can be fully developed in a family-friendly area, attracting those not just from the town, but surrounding areas to come and enjoy an open, fun-filled space for all to enjoy. This site could have the potential to include a nature trail linking to the burn, which is in close proximity of the site, while incorporating a state-of-the-art park and picnic area. Trust me when I say this, if this site was to go for housing or for any other type of development of that nature, it would be a huge detrimental loss to the Strabane area. After yesterday's amazing announcement of Mark Durkin's dream of a city deal come true, shows what is possible when you put your heart and soul into making the place you live better for the people that live in it. This is why today I am calling on Derry City and Strabane District Council to formally express an interest in this site while working alongside the relevant government departments to help finance this project, to take the lead in drawing up a business plan for the Strabane Historical Society, and to set up a working group with all those interested in this vision and make this vision come to life. Finally, this motion is not about me claiming this project. It's not about me grandstanding and trying to lead the way on it. Every elected representative in this town feels strongly about this site, and it needs to benefit the community. This is about Strabane people leading the way and putting our heart and soul into a project that will benefit a lot of people in our community and in turn into, in the words of Cecil Francis Alexander, all things bright and beautiful. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr, first speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad to see this motion back before Council again. Although I don't necessarily agree that Strabane Historical Society should be expected to develop a business plan. I would feel that the council would be better equipped to do that. We brought this motion to the council in January 2020, asking that council investigate the possibility of acquiring the site for development for community benefit. Just put from a council document here, tourism document 2019 to 2025, a new level of ambition. It stated that a strategic tourism partnership group made up of stakeholders from the private and public sector has been established to oversee the implementation of this strategy. It goes on to state there is much to do in the city and rural hinterland. This is a destination with huge potential that will inspire the visitor and deepen a sense of pride in local people. Strabane and the rural areas have potential, and Maltown School falls into that category. The history and culture of this council district lies between Park and Plumbridge, Dunnamanon and Castle Laird, not just within the walls of the city. Maltown House has history. It's surrounded by an environment teeming with potential. The burn alongside runs up towards Legford Drum, past President Wilson's ancestral home. River Mourne at the front of the school has a historic village of St. Mulls with Herdman's Mill a couple of miles upstream. The site is large enough to accommodate a variety of projects that could put Strabane on the map and add to the district's visitor and tourist experience. I firmly believe if there's a will to make this happen, then it can happen. During the lockdown, I've been spending a lot of time coming to Derry to walk, and every time I do, I'm meeting loads of people from Strabane. We need green areas, we need a park, and if council can find the money for amenities in Derry, then they can do it for Strabane. Upwards of 550 people have signed my petition this week.
Councillor Barr, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Well, all reps for this area need to be united on this demand for this facility to be developed for the purpose outlined in Councillor Jason Barr's motion. No more settling for second best. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to put on record that Sinn Féin is committed to our support to the Strabane Heritage Group in their campaign to retain Milltown House and Gate Lodge, and are happy to support this motion coming before Council this evening. It is heartening that there is a unity of purpose among all locally elected representatives to ensure that not only does Milltown House and Gate Lodge be retained and developed for heritage and cultural purposes, but that the former school site remains in public ownership to secure maximise community benefit. Just want to put on record, Melissa McHugh MLA just received a response from Minister Peter Weir yesterday regarding the current status of the site. In his response, he said that the Education Authority are carrying out a review to consider alternative educational use at the site, and once completed, any surplus land that is no longer required, that is surplus to requirements, will be progressed for disposal in line with LPS guidance. So we do have an opportunity in terms of a community assets transfer. Over the summer months, a massive voluntary effort was made to open up to access the beautiful burn walk adjacent to the site, to offer potential to further expand on the recreational play and sports amenity that is available and is available as part of the Greenway provision locally. Last January, as Councillor Raymond Barr alluded to, Council already backed an amended motion by unanimous endorsement, which included a Sinn Féin amendment on proposals for the Milltown site, and social housing was included in that. And it asked and it called on the Education Authority to investigate the possibility of acquiring the site for the purposes of addressing local social needs, including potential for sport, play and recreational facilities in line with the Council's play and playing pitch strategies, and also to write to the Department of Communities for the potential availability of the site that could also be utilised for social housing. Given the size of the site, which is 28 acres in total, I believe that everything is proposed is possible. We'll be supporting the motion here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. All of the remarks have come from previous speakers. Cecil Alexander, of course, has a footprint throughout the council district, whether it's from in Killeator through to her presence on the Milltown site, right through to the cathedral. So the presence is relevant to the entire district council area. The matter of urgency is to ensure the protection and retention of the site. So it is vital that the community asset transfer be pursued vigorously rather than allow this to slip away. Indeed, back when it was first proposed that the schools would be amalgamated, the high school and Strabane Grammar, to form Strabane Academy, there were moves afoot in the old Strabane Council to engage with the then Western Education and Library Board in regard to this site, but the whole process slowed down. We're now at a stage where the Academy new site is available, and this opportunity presents itself. It's an opportunity for the entire district council area, and could I say that For example, in this chamber, there's been tremendous discussion around Boom Hall. Well, let me tell you, this is Strabane's equivalent of that particular project, which is so actively pursued by Derry City and Strabane District Council. So let the Milltown side be as actively pursued as we move forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in, and I just want to put on record the DEP's support for this project, a very worthwhile project, and I think it's important that we, as council, get involved in the project and the protection and retention of the site. And as you've heard from previous speakers, it's a very historical site. And look, anything that enhances the Strabane town area in heritage and education, and even through tourism, has to be welcome. So we will be supporting it.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you for letting me in, Mayor. Like, we will support this motion as well, but I'd just like to say that, you know, we in the city tend to forget that Strabane has a lot to offer historically, and a project like this will encourage tourism and help protect Strabane's heritage. And also, I'd just like to take the opportunity to praise the work of the Strabane and History Society. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, happy to support the proposal as it is. And I think a lot of the stuff around the protection and preserving of, particularly the gatehouse, is of importance. And it is a very large site. And as Councillor Michaela Boyle stated earlier, this is a very large site, and this has the potential for numerous activities and engagements on it. I would just on a note of caution, in the sense of, do not preempt what this site could be, or the potential that it could be. Council and some of the councillors here in this chamber have been working hard over the last number of years to bring about what's known as the Riverine project in Strabane and Donegal, and have secured almost €9 million for the development of that, and that has taken place. Council has invested a lot of time and money in that project, and when it comes to fruition, I think that we need to look at large sites like this and see what strategic value it has, and what sort of proposals and plans that could be brought forward. We had two previously schools in Strabane that were demolished, and they are very large sites and have laid empty for quite a few years. So it's not for the want of land, but I think it's more about the use of having the potential to be strategic and what the needs are for the people of Strabane. So happy to support the motion, but I think that we need a strategic development plan for these potential sites. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the motion as well, and I have to say, I couldn't probably point out Milltown House on a map, and that's my fault. And I knew very little about this motion until a very distinguished gentleman, Mr. Pat McGuigan, who I'm sure some of our Strabane councillors would know, contacted me about it and his enthusiasm around this site and its future. For me to look further into it. So I just want to put that on the record, and support the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Edwards.
Mayor, thanks for letting me in. I'm going to keep it very brief because a lot of the stuff has been covered, but it is good to see such widespread support for developing this site, and thank Councillor Barr for bringing the motion tonight. The site has been, as the Strabane councillors will know, subject to a lot of antisocial behaviour, and the site has been wrecked and And I know Councillor Barr and Daniel McGrath have been at the forefront in trying to get that site secured by the EA. But as other speakers have said, there is a massive need to secure the site for the future for the town, and as mentioned, for historical reasons, for tourism, and especially for outdoor recreation. I think that all pressure does need to be put on EA and all the other stakeholders involved. As Councillor Gallagher mentioned, there needs to be some sort of master plan to sort of or put in place plans for the entire site to use it for community benefit. And I'd like to also thank Pat McGuigan from the Strabane Historical Society for him pursuing the issue along with his group. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Members, no further indicated speakers, so I'm going to go to Councillor Jason Barr to sum up.
Baron, thanks to everybody for their comments on this, and just relating back to Councillor Gallagher's comments there about a strategic plan forward. Definitely, totally agree. So maybe that's with the setting up of the working group, all them whatever ideas and stuff can be brought forward to that working group for future plans of the site. So again, thanks to everybody for their comments, and I'll let you take it to a vote. Mayor, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. I think based on the comments from members, I don't think it needs to go to a vote. I think it's going to pass unanimously. But I'll leave it hanging for a second or so. No, thank you. Motion in the name of Councillor Jason Barr has passed. Next motion is in the name of Councillor Stephen Edwards. And I see once again a slight amendment by Councillor Edwards, I think. And I'm going to ask for, again, the consent of the meeting. They accept it. No one speaking against it, so we're happy enough with that. Councillor Edwards, Councillor McCann has seconded your motion, as well as Councillor Durkin. So Councillor Edwards, if you want to speak to it, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for letting me in and for bringing this important motion to Council this evening. As many members will be aware, last week marked the 56th anniversary since Strabane Town lost its railway in 1965, which had existed for 118 years, connecting Strabane Town to Derry for passengers and for freight. Passengers in 1965 in Strabane could get a train to Belfast in just under 2 hours and to Dublin in under 4 hours, which is remarkable when you think about the service provision today. The Strabane to Derry service followed both an eastern route connecting Dunamana and Ballinagorry and a western route linking through St Johnson and Carrigans, and is a former western route which is in a perfect state for redevelopment, with much of this route level alongside the foil and in perfect condition to bring back rail to the area. When these lines were closed, Mayor, it has starved the northwest and in Tyrone in particular of rail services for generations. When the then Northern Ireland government closed rail, they promised people that there'd be motorways built to this area, and that is still to happen. The Minister for Infrastructure, Nicola Mallon, has done some work in advancing rail in the northwest and in Derry in particular, and in advancing the A5, which is a critical connectivity and infrastructure project to the area. I fully welcome that, but I do believe it's time to have a bigger discussion around rail in Strabane, Omagh and Enniskillen, which has been denied proper railway and proper connectivity. Many of us will have seen maps of the railway network in the north and what amounts to a railway desert in the northwest and west of this province. And there's only 3 of the railway stations located west of the band throughout the entirety of the north. This gap in provision must be rectified, and I do believe that expanding the Derry line to Strabane would be a first step in fully reconnecting the northwest and west back to the rail network. When proposals such as railway expansion are brought, they're normally accompanied by questions around costs and how it will ultimately be paid for. But all we have to do is look at Scotland and the border to rail, or the campaign for border rail, and we see that with the right political will and commitment, rail expansion in rural areas is possible. Not unlike the northwest here, the campaign for borders rail have successfully lobbied to have a railway reinstated in 2015 along 35-mile track between Edinburgh and Tweedbank, serving top towns that are smaller than Strabane, Omagh, Dungannon. This service was running at full capacity before COVID. and reached its 25-year passenger target within 4 years. It costs 350 million, which is about £10 million per year, which may seem expensive, but they did have buy-in from both the Scottish and the Westminster governments to provide funding. Perhaps if Boris would concentrate on rail here rather than his borough, Boris's borough as it's being called, we will be in a much better position. It's absolutely vital that any scheme is pursued also in a cross-border capacity. Minister Mallon has engaged extensively with the Irish government concerning rail expansion and proposals concerning high-speed rail up the west coast.
Councillor Edwards, can you bring the motion to a close?
Thanks, Mayor. I do want to thank Enter West and specifically Jim McBride for helping me bring this proposal tonight, Mayor, and I urge support for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Members, first indicated speaker was Councillor McCann.
Yeah, sorry for my fumbly way with that. Yeah, I thank Councillor Edwards for bringing this motion and also for referring to Into the West. As he'll know, I think that Jim McBride and Dula Crilly and myself and Steve Bradley and others have been sort of advocating and holding meetings sort of about this, including in Strabane, I have to say, and why wouldn't we? I mean, and as you said, sort of, this is the age of rail. You know, we're talking now about what it says, underground, underwater facilities and so forth, and supersonic planes and all the rest of it. Rail is the method of mass transportation which is going to succeed in the end. I'm just going to give a wee bit of detail, add a wee bit of detail. I'm sure he won't mind to what Councillor Edwards was saying. Here's a list of wee towns: Dalmarnock, Bridgerton, Anniesland, Maryhill, Chatternoe, Maryton, Lark Hall. I mention all those are, and I've got a list of about a dozen others, all those are towns and villages in Scotland where rail has been reopened after the devastation of the Beeching report and so on, sort of in the way back in the 1960s. And it's viable. It's economic. It's working. There's absolutely and these places, as Councillor Edwards said, a lot of these places not only are smaller than Strabane, some of them are smaller than Feeney. Some of them are smaller than Brady. You know, so it actually works. What is more, we were talking earlier about the A6 and having a car park alongside it. Not trying to start an argument about that. You know, but that was driving cars to a place where you get into a bus or whatever and travel by road. You know, rather than highlighting and emphasising the need for rail. So the Western Rail Corridor, in the last week, the Western Rail Corridor has been.
Councillor McCann, can you bring your remarks to a close?
Surely, sort of the Western Rail Corridor, sort of in the last week, has been supported sort of by the Irish Times, the Sunday Independent, the Irish Independent, the Western People, Poll and TG4, and all the rest of it. The point that I'm making, this is hugely popular. It's not an optional extra. It's not a little bauble sort of on top of some transport plan. And it's okay. I commend the resolution to the council, and I hope we're going to follow it sort of with great enthusiasm until it becomes a reality. Thank you very much. Sorry for going on.
Thank you. You're all right. Councillor Dan Kelly.
Thanks, Mayor, and I thank the member for moving the motion. The arguments in the removal of railway infrastructure here have been rehearsed numerous times in the Chamber over recent years, and given how familiar everyone is with them and how much work continues to be done to advance this issue, I don't intend to repeat those points yet again. Suffice to note the devastating impact partition had on forcing the demise and eventual closure of the railways across the northwest, and the economic and social impact it had on Strabane and other then isolated towns throughout the northwest. Mayor, the Council, through our Strategic Growth Plan, our Local Development Plan, and through the working of the North West Region Development Group, all acknowledge and seek to progress the strategic and economic benefits of an expanded rail network that takes in the whole of the North West region and linking directly to Belfast and Dublin. Engineering solutions exist today that weren't available in the 19th century, so we shouldn't allow ourselves to be constrained by the technologies and the resultant routes of the past. We need to keep faith with the vision of our Strategic Growth Plan. In saying that, it's not every day that a Derry councillor is proposing to bring development to Strabane. So not wanting to look a gift horse in the mouth, and in the interests of everybody's mental health, I don't propose to amend the motion. So happy to support in the knowledge that any feasibility study that the Minister agrees to will take cognizance of the various strategic policy documents of this and neighbouring councils, and hopefully, as the amended motion now notes, will liaise with the counterpart in Dublin, undertaking a comprehensive feasibility study into a new interconnected rail network that covers the entire northwest region, and on that basis move forward with rail expansion to Strabane as part of reimagining the Regional Strategic Transport Network Plan 2035. Gurmail Mugget and Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. My apologies, Councillor McKinney. I did skip you in the list there, so we'll come back to you. My apologies, Councillor McKinney.
Thank you for the apology. I would just like to say I fully support and thank you to Councillor Edward for bringing this in. Railways are now recognised as a cheap, eco-friendly means of transport. The Academy of Engineers of Ireland, of which half are engineers from Northern Ireland, recommended in Transport Vision 2050 the reopening of a line from Derry through to Letterkenny into Strabane, Omagh, Enniskillen, Sligo, Galway and Limerick. This would create a circle line and link all the major towns and cities up within Ireland, right all the way round through to Dublin and Belfast. So we welcome this motion thoroughly. I'd also just like to say that if you drive down through Barnesmore Gap, you will see that there still is a potential there to lay a line where the old founds are still there. Many people walk that during the summer. Thank you very much for giving me time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. Mayor, I have a slight amendment here, but it's just to really add this little paragraph here after Councillor Edwards' second paragraph, if that would be possible, Mayor. It's just, I have no problem with bringing the railroad to Strabane, but that run from Strabane down to Londonderry and all the whole way up to Belfast would be an awful run, whereby I think we need to try to push to get it on from Strabane on down to Omagh and further on, heading on for Dungannon and Portadown. We need to continue the length the whole way around, Mayor. So hence I've put this amendment in that the council writes to Fermanagh, Omagh, Mid-Ulster. I'm just waiting on that.
Can we get a seconder for the amendment?
Morris.
Thank you, Morris. Go ahead, Alderman Kerrigan.
So, Mayor, I'm more than content to support Councillor Edwards' proposal. And as I say, but again, it just would be emphasising that we, even with the railroad to Strabane, Mayor, we're still not getting into the Derg DEA. Now, if we can continue it on a wee bit further, Mayor, we're not coming to Castle Derg, I admit, but we will touch the other two settlements in Newton Stewart and Sion Mills. So, Mayor, we'll get it into the Derg. But I still think we have to continue on, Mayor, and take it on, and so hence I am looking that we also include to write to Fermanagh, Omagh, the neighbouring council, and Mid-Ulster and Armagh, Banbridge, Craigavon, so that we can seek their feasibility of restoring the full rail link connecting the railway coming from Londonderry the whole way up to Portadown, and thus connecting through an alternative route rather than just the northern route, another southern route as well, Mayor. So I would be in favour of that. But I do support Councillor Edwards' motion as it stands, but I just would like that wee amendment, Mayor. Thank you very much.
No problem. Alderman Kerrigan. Members, Raymond Barr, do you want to speak to the amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, again, I'd like to thank Councillor Edwards for bringing this motion. I think this the rail link between Strabane and Derry should never have been lost. Another interesting point I seen today was the cost of extending the rail network to Strabane will cost a fraction of the 150 million it's costing to widen the road between the two towns. The benefits of a successful rail network covering the whole country have already been voiced by previous speakers, so I'll leave it at that. But thank you, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Jason Barr, do you want to speak to the amendment? Or both?
All right, you can hear me now, Mary? Yep.
Yep.
I know, it's just to speak to both. Mayor, it's just to welcome Councillor Edwards' motion. That's a great motion to see, especially to connect as I say, Derry and Strabane with the rail and connected right in to Donegal and further afield. So no, totally welcome, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Councillor Barr. Councillor Edwards on the amendment.
Thanks, Mayor, and support Alderman Kerrigan and his amendment. And I think in my first paragraph there, just Strabane is the first phase, but I do think that you need to connect Strabane, Dioma, and Enniskillen, and so on, and connect up so you can connect Derry to Derry, Belfast, and Dublin. But Alderman Kerrigan will know rightly there used to be a tram runner from Victoria Bridge to Castlederg, so I would never rule Castlederg out. Alderman Kerrigan, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Members, no further indicated speakers on the amendment, so I'm going to put that to you now.
Just sorry, Councillor Gallagher, just
Go ahead.
Just on the amendment. Chair, I'm just looking at the amendment and I'm thinking to myself, is this just an amendment brought by the DUP just to add the word Londonderry and to the motion? Any clarification on that?
Councillor Gallagher, you'll know that I can only put the amendment as it is tabled in front of you. It's up to you what you want to vote for it.
Mayor, I'm on the list.
Are you? Okay, go ahead. I haven't seen your comment. Just say it now. Sorry, my mistake. Go ahead.
Mayor, I don't know how many members in the chamber have actually travelled on the Great Northern Line. I first travelled as a 5-year-old in 1953 with my grandfather, and it was on a journey, would you believe it, to Londonderry. It happened to be the 12th of August when I travelled with my grandfather and his apprentice boys club down to the city. So that was my first experience of the line. I had tremendous experience, whether it was, I was brought up in Omagh, 200 metres from the railway station there. Whether it was going on a Sunday school excursion via Enniskillen through to Bundoran, or coming up to Londonderry here to play rugby, or in the other transported down Armagh, well, not Armagh, but those stations along the line. And the line, the Derry Road, as it was often called, was an integral part of the entire Northwest at that time. And I welcome the suggestion that we look at restoring that line. I well remember in 1965 when I was sitting in my academy gym, the wrecking train coming along with a big hook at the back, tearing up the sleepers. And it was a totally unnecessary vandalistic act that was undertaken at that time. The mention, Councillor Kerrigan mentioned there Sion and there was also a station at Victoria Bridge servicing the factory in Victoria. Councillor Kelly mentioned the impact of new technology and new ways of building railways. That is absolutely correct. And during my time in the Assembly and the DRD committee, we looked at various ways that railways were reconstructed in a lighter way than perhaps what some people understand by rail transport. I would love to think that at some stage that transport corridor down the Foyle Valley will include rail as well as has been promised. Thank you, Councillor Edwards, for bringing the motion, and it certainly has my support, and I'm sure many others. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Members, I'm going to put the amendment to the floor now, and if anyone is against it, can they let me know, because I haven't heard anyone speak against it. No, so the amendment is carried. I'm going to, sorry, Councillor Gallagher has abstained. With the exception of Councillor Gallagher, everyone else is voting in favour, as I understand it. Chief Executive. Yep. Okay, thank you. So now we have the original motion, and there's no further indicated speakers. So I'm going to allow Councillor. Yes.
Reference to this now being the substantive. I'm mindful that Councillor Edwards referred to the line going down the West Bank. If that is the case, Donegal County Council would need to be included in that list of councils. If you're going down the West Bank,
I don't think it says that on the motion, does it?
when speaking to the motion, Councillor Edwards did refer to that, and that would have been the line that I would have travelled in my youth, coming up and coming in on the far side of Craigavon Bridge.
Okay, well,
Yeah, Mayor, not to complicate things, but on my amendment today, I updated my amendment today and put in Donegal County Council at the end. I don't think it's included in this one, Mayor.
Well, let's get the feasibility study and we'll look at it. But what's before you is what I'm asking you to vote on shortly, but I'm going to go to Councillor Edwards to sum up.
Yeah, Mayor, and I just want to thank everyone for their support on this motion. And as it says there, the Minister of Infrastructure is looking at our strategic priorities for transport and in terms of the rail network up to 2035. And I think that with the support of this motion, I think that will send a good, strong message from this council that we want rail expanded. And as has been outlined, the environmental benefits, but there's also all our benefits as well, social benefits in terms of people with disabilities, those of young families, and older people as well who will be able to avail of rail. But overall, delighted of the support from everyone, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Members, the motion is before you. I'm assuming it's going to be the same. All in favour, with the exception possibly of Councillor Gallagher, who's abstaining. Yep.
For it now, Mayor.
Oh, you're for it now? So it's unanimous then. Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Next motion is in the name of Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I consider it as being read?
Yep. Can I get a seconder?
Happy to second, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, S.28E of the Northern Ireland Act requires the executive to adopt a strategy setting on how it proposes to tackle poverty, social exclusion, and patterns of deprivation based on objective need. That it must keep under review and may adopt or revise. In 2015, the High Court held in a judicial review brought by the Committee on the Administration for Justice that no such strategy was in place. The 2016-19 Child Poverty Strategy has been extended to May 2022, as no strategy was produced in the absence of a functioning government. The New Decade New Approach committed to establishing and implementing an anti-poverty strategy, and the acting minister indicated that there would be scope to incorporate a new child poverty strategy into it rather than produce a new standalone strategy. However, she said that in November that the anti-poverty strategy will not be published until later this year, 2021. In 2018-19 Family Resources Survey also indicated that 81,000 children were living in relative poverty. Live in a household with at least one adult in employment. Now that's nearly 2/3 of the children who are actually living in poverty. So it has nothing to do whether they're employed or not. Living in poverty not only has detrimental effect on children's education and health, the experience itself is traumatic. Studies suggest that the mental strain as stigma, shame, and stress associated with poverty and social exclusion can have a neurological impact on the child. Employment does not guarantee a route out of poverty, and councillors will be well aware of reports with working people having to turn to food banks. That said, the economic impact of the pandemic on the employment rate is likely to have A, reduce opportunities for families currently living in poverty to increase their income through paid employment, and B, lead to more families falling below the poverty line. The SDLP has criticised the COVID-19 discretionary support payment scheme, which is limited to families with a household income below £20,000. The fact that the Minister returned £2 million of this to the Finance Department due to an underspend demonstrates an overly stringent criteria and poor management of what should have been a lifeline for struggling families. We need a child poverty strategy, and we shouldn't have to wait until there's one to support children in poverty. Children are poor because their parents are poor. So a child poverty strategy must include social security and
Councillor
labour.
Dobbins, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
I will certainly. The Communities Minister needs to introduce the necessary primary legislation for the next passage of welfare mitigations, despite calls from everyone within government. The Minister has to confirm that the legislation.
Thank you, Councillor Dobbins. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. First speaker is Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to obviously acknowledge Councillor Dobbins and bringing this motion forward. We too, in my own party, Sinn Féin, were also very concerned at the rise in the child poverty figures, and that's why I would welcome the ongoing work, which has already commenced by the Communities Minister to develop an anti-poverty strategy that is set out in New Decade, New Approach. And as part of that, I'd also recognise the setting up of the expert advisory panel by the Communities Minister to research, consult and advise the EFC on the anti-poverty strategy. Part of their role also includes a focus on the impact of poverty issues affecting people right across the North as a whole, and the measures that are within the ability of our Assembly to address those issues. That panel also aims to advise the Department and the co-design group on a cross-departmental strategy and development of a support and action plan. If we are to eradicate poverty, then it can't be left to a sole department. It has to be across all the departments where we find the solution. I'm also led to believe that that expert advisory panel are due to publish that report in the coming weeks, and that one of the recommendations will be a standalone child poverty strategy. So we particularly want to welcome that as well. Obviously, I wouldn't agree with Councillor Dobbins' attack on the Communities Minister. And I'm bearing in mind the comments Councillor McCann made earlier as well. But I do think in instances where a minister has been very proactive, that they do deserve to be praised for it. I'm not saying they shouldn't be criticised, far from it. But there was no doubt that when the COVID pandemic set in, that has probably exacerbated the rise in the poverty figures. And I do think that...
Councillor McHugh, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Very quick. I do think Minister Hargey and indeed the intermittent Minister, Nicullen, they do deserve a bit of credit in terms of the swiftness they moved. And there's been over 300 million.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh.
To address that. So I support the motion, Mayor, but I do predict that the response back will probably be to wait and see what the response is from the Special Advisory Group. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Dobbins for bringing this forward. I think when you look at it, 24% of the children living in poverty, 107,000 children, 92,000 of those are in absolute poverty. Those statistics are really shocking, and they are expected to rise. Child poverty is leading to poor health, chronic disease, and extremely poor mental health. And like Councillor Dobbins said, the majority, 61% of these children, are living in a household with at least one working parent. Children in poverty are twice as likely to leave school without 5 GCSEs, leaving them in a position where they're possibly going to end up in a low-paid job, and the circle continues. This is just exacerbated by youth universal credit. It is a cruel system that sees people as a burden rather than giving them a helping hand. We do need a robust plan from the department and from Stormont and how to tackle this level of poverty. We also need to push back to Westminster and try and come up with a system that's genuinely looking after people and looking to help people. I would implore anybody to speak to their MPs and look at different systems. I know ours is looking at a universal basic income, and we see that as a way in which can give families the breathing space that they need to try and pull themselves out of that poverty. But we at Alliance are happy to support Councillor Doblin's motion, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Alderman Ward.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Dobbins, for bringing this motion forward. I've read the Department of Community Family Resource Service, and sadly the figure of 123,000 children in Northern Ireland living in poverty, and that's 1 in 4 children we're talking about. But even sadder, as we all know in council here, this figure's a lot higher since that was put out there. Obviously, due to the COVID-19, and obviously with more people obviously going under universal credit, even sadder now, the figure is going to be a lot higher due to the job losses due to the pandemic. We're looking at nearly 4,000 families have been hit by this cruel universal credit. And then basically what that brings is a struggle in basic needs, providing a warm home at the minute, nutritious food, and appropriate clothing. Every councillor at the minute is aware of what's going on out there. And to be honest, we are all doing our best. And it's so sad to see us, but this situation is going to get a lot worse. The more parents out there are obviously, they're going under debt. They're borrowing more money. Parents are going without food for their children. Children in the poverty are twice, as Councillor Ferguson, likely coming to school with, or less likely coming to school with 5 GCSEs, suffer obviously the poor mental health. And I was just looking at a quote from the Belfast Telegraph here, dated the 17th of December 2020, from Dr. Julianne Manley, a consultant in emergency medical around the Belfast Hospital of Sick Children. She added, "We've seen a little 14-month-old infant here who are so hungry when you offer them toast and milk, they stuff the toast in their nappies." It's such a tidal wave it's approaching, and the DEP fully support the council's call on the Minister of Communities to set up the Child Poverty Task Force. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Ward. Councillor Donnelly.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, we were talking about child poverty. You know, you look at the Moor ward, which you represent. You know, it's well up there, right at the top in all the wrong wards. You know, I understand where Councillor Donnelly or Councillor Dobbins is coming from. You know, we're talking about a system here which is responsible. We're talking about a system here that's responsible for universal credit. It's responsible for not tackling the issues properly. And in fact, you know, child poverty is getting worse. The meager responses that we've seen from this system, Chair, is not getting to, you know, it's not getting to everyone who needs it. And council must bear some responsibility for that too, because the system of distribution that council has in place is ensuring that a lot of people are falling through the gaps. So, you know, whilst I understand where she's coming from, I think it's absolutely pointless. It's the system that needs to change. It's the system that we currently have that is responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. I was a wee bit surprised by some of the things that I've heard following Councillor Dobbins moving her motion. I mean, I can't believe we're back to this, but let's just be clear and put it on the record. Sinn Féin and the DUP introduced welfare reform. They walked through the lobbies of Parliament buildings to wave it through, despite every single group going, including the Child Poverty Network, including all the groups that you can think of that are dealing with social justice, that this would happen. Now they're telling us, oh, well, our minister's doing A, B, and C. Hold on a minute. We have just had a conversation not an hour ago about advice cuts. Angela's motion refers to the two-child tax credit rule. £57.7 million is being proposed in the DFC budget to be removed that would mitigate, like Sinn Féin told us, the two, as well as giving those who are terminally ill the ability to claim their benefits 12 months before their death. And that money's been taken out. So don't, look, do us this nonsense that your minister is doing everything possible to mitigate. For a start, there are records all over the place of Sinn Féin MLAs on video telling us that welfare reform would never happen. Then it was, we'll mitigate absolutely everything. Now it's, oh, well, we don't know if we can mitigate everything. Next, I'm sure it'll be that it's the British government's fault and they've cut the block grant. But what I would say to that is go on the Treasury website that actually says very clearly that the block grant has actually increased. So, let's get back to the fact that these, as Gary had mentioned, this is a system that has been acquiesced and put in place by the two largest parties. And for people to come onto this council and tell us that their minister is going to keep an eye on it and that everything will be grand is a disgrace.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Chair, for letting me in. Yeah, look, we are going to support this motion, but to us, unfortunately, this is a lot of words. It's very true, as other people have said, that Tory welfare reform that was brought in and implemented by the bigger parties here has had a devastating impact on working class communities right across the north, and it has driven up child poverty. There is no doubt about that, and that and it's just got worse as a result of the pandemic, with many more families, many more children in hardship. And there is, from what I can tell, absolutely no strategy coming from any of the parties in the executive to address this. That there is no great urgency around addressing poverty. Our council, in fact, has actually had more urgency trying to address these issues, identify deprivation, and figure out a way of combating it. So, I'm not confident that the executive will come up with a plan. And what we need is, Siobhan O'Neill did a great presentation for us today, and she said, look, poverty is a political choice because the money is there to address the problems that we have, and people are going to once again make decisions, probably the wrong decisions. But look, we need a bit of new thinking in Stormont, because we have to figure out a way to raise revenue. And the only way that the executive parties, the only way that they come up with a new tax plan was to give massive tax cuts to corporations. Why hasn't there been a plan to actually think through a way to raise more revenue that can actually go to public services to address child poverty, and to look at how we can do an uplift on workers' pay? We have an executive that is not committed to addressing deep inequality in our society. So we're going to support this motion, but we also understand that it's going to take a people power movement to actually challenge the priorities of the executive, and that's all the parties that are in there, because there is no urgency, and there's an election coming up. Everybody knows it, and this is about posturing instead of actually organising a real fight back.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me. And I didn't intend to speak on this, but Councillor McCann made a comment earlier about people jumping in to protect their minister and to defend their ministerial position. Well, do you know what? Sometimes when your minister is under attack constantly by a virtual chamber, you do feel the need to. I just want to nail a couple of things before we move on. In terms of welfare reform, we have a very proud record on that. We were able to mitigate and protect the most vulnerable, and I am very proud that we did that, because we were able to protect against the worst effects of the welfare reform that was coming in anyway through the Tory austerity agenda. This was happening and we were able to mitigate against it. I don't see anyone else that had any other plans on how that we could do that. So we have been able to do that, and we're very, very proud of that. In terms of the block grant, Matt, the block grant has been frozen. In terms of raising revenue, we have no fiscal powers here to raise revenue. We have no way to do that. That we have not been given the ability to set 3-year budgets. You can't plan on a 1-year budget. It's impossible to do. We have also been trying to implement real positive ways of addressing a lot of these issues. Our own MLA here in Foyle Carmon has implemented the holiday hunger bill. That is something that has been done in terms of tackling child poverty. So we are working. I tell you what, we will be waiting a very, very long time for a plan to address any of these issues coming forward from Into or from People Before Profit. You sit in the sidelines, you snipe, but you come up with no solutions.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor McCann.
But I'm not on the sidelines, I'm sitting here, and you're talking about coming up with solutions. Well, you know, sort of, I'll go into that sort of in a couple of seconds. The fact of the matter is that the two major parties, sort of at Stormont, Sinn Féin and the DUP, whether you like it or not, and you ought to like it, you know, you're the biggest parties, you have a veto over these matters. You know, you say nothing can be done about it. You can bring down the Assembly over the Irish language. You can bring down the Assembly over policing. You can bring down the Assembly over RHI. But when it comes to the economic interests of the people at the bottom of society who need help most, then apparently you're powerless. Now, let me say something. There are, it was possible.
It's coming from somebody that kept saying we
Councillor
needed
Duffy,
the
you've
Assembly
had your
back.
time. Councillor Duffy, you've had your time.
I wouldn't have
Go
minded
ahead,
hearing it
Councillor
because I only
McCann.
half heard it. Look, if you look sort of at what was happening when these things were introduced sort of at Westminster, there was opposition. There was opposition. There was opposition for a handful of left-wing MPs. There was opposition from the entire trade union movement across the water. There was opposition from everybody involved in community affairs, sort of in community organisations over there. There was a coalition. Think how that would have been electrified if we had heard from Northern Ireland, the Belfast Assembly, that's what they probably would have called it, adamantly refuses to do it, to put it up to the government. Go on. Are you going to sort of wind us up? They did that over policing. They did that over RHI and collapsed the thing for about 3 years. But when it comes to this type of issue, sort of the issue sort of about the interest of the poor, sort of the what's happening, sort of the spending and social welfare and all the rest of it, oh, nothing can be done. It was going to come in anyway. It was going to come in anyway because big parties in this part of the world refused to stand in its way or do anything about it. You embraced it. It's a bit late now to be telling us sort of that you really regret the effects of it when you willed the meetings.
Councillor McCann, can you bring your remarks?
Get on. They're over. Yep.
Cheers, thank you. Members, there's no further indicated speakers, so I'm going to go to Councillor Dobbins to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I will sum up. Councillor Harkin, words, only words. The pen is more powerful than the sword. I don't know where that quote came from, but I do know that words matter. Councillor Donnelly, you're saying we can't change. What's the use? Well, then why are we sitting here? Why are we in local government? Why or do you take a seat, or I take a seat, or anybody else? I believe we can change. Hold those in power to task, and keep doing it again and again. Councillor McHugh and Councillor Duffy, regardless of which party holds this ministry, or any ministry for that matter, this was not an attack on the minister. It was more a banging to rights, and I will bang no matter who to rights, even if it was an SCLP minister that was sitting on that seat. That's my summing up. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dobbins, for that. Members, whilst there was a lot of talking, I didn't hear anyone speak against the motion in principle. So I'm going to take it that it's unanimous.
No, Chair, I'm abstaining.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly, for that. Thanks for letting me know. So everyone with the exception of Councillor Donnelly is unanimous, or sorry, voting in favour. Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Dobbins. That motion's passed. The next motion is in the name of Councillor Rachel Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll take it as read.
Yep, can I get a seconder, please?
Yep, sorry, go on.
I'll second it, Councillor McKinley.
Thank you, Councillor McKinley. Go ahead, Councillor Ferguson.
Our LGBT plus community have been, without a doubt, let down time and time again by our government. Same-sex marriage, thankfully, has been introduced in January 2020. It was a pleasure to see two of my close friends finally being able to be recognised as wives, but there still is an undertone of stigma in some communities, and I see it in our young people. Some who struggle to come out in fear of rejection because their beliefs of being their beliefs and that being gay can be cured. Conversion therapy is a completely cruel practice, and it has been proven not to work. Westminster has committed to a 4-year plan to end the practice. NHS England has stated that there's no evidence to support the practice and has deemed it unethical. The Royal College of Psychiatrists has stated that there's no scientific evidence to show that sexual orientation can be changed. I welcome the commitment from the ministers to work together, and they've agreed to take this through the Department of Communities, with both the health and justice feeding into the process. But I ask that when they are doing this, that they get an effective ban and come up with a programme of work that challenges these perceptions, that simply it cannot be just cured. Mental health is a topic we raise on many occasions, and the struggles people have. Just think about the impact on someone who's struggling with their beliefs and their sexual orientation. Let's show them as a council that we accept them. Let's build our children up to feel as if to feel that they're accepted no matter what their sexual orientation. Let's recognise the outstanding work of our local groups and what they do, promoting positive messages and being there whenever our LGBT plus community need them. Let's for once be the ones who lead the way in the change and ask our ministers to put the ban into law. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Alderman McCready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to speak on the motion. Well, firstly, may I just thank Councillor Ferguson on tabling the motion, to which I personally support. I think any discrimination against anyone, whether in the past or here today on the basis of their sexual orientation, is just wrong. We are all equal and should be treated as such. Secondly, Mr. Mayor, all major national mental health and international mental health organisations have officially expressed concerns about therapies which are promoted like this to modify sexual orientation. But yet, to date, there's no scientifically adequate research which shows that therapy aimed at changing sexual orientation is neither safe nor effective. And just finally, just on behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party, we do not support gay conversion therapy. No one should be forced into any treatment against their will. And thank you for allowing me to speak and support this motion. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Councillor Cusack.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Ferguson for bringing this motion forward today. Unfortunately, we are living in a world where hate crimes and intolerance of difference still exists, and indeed is even promoted by those in power, some of them quite close to home. The LGBTQ community have suffered incredibly from this bigotry and discrimination, and while tremendous studies have been made in the past decade, with understanding and acceptance, there is still far to go. The SDLP is wholeheartedly behind this cause and look forward to the day when no one has to campaign or fight for equality of any kind. Mayor, with reference to gay conversion therapy, words cannot express how abhorrent and psychologically damaging this practice is. And if anyone is in any doubt of what it entails or anything about it, they should either read the memoirs of Garrett Connolly or watch the movie based on his early life experiences. It's called Boy Erased, and it's now on Netflix. I watched it a few weeks ago, and it was heart-wrenching, to say the least. And this highlights that if you watch the movie, you'll show how much it highlights the severe and lifelong mental health issues and ramifications of conversion therapy. And it even drives some of the victims, and I'll call them victims, to suicide. So thank you very much, Rachel, for bringing this forward, and the SDLP is wholeheartedly behind this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank Rachel for bringing this motion to the Chamber this evening. Just as a way of information, one of our past councillors, Conor Macaulay, brought the same motion to the council in 2018 and it was passed. Councillor Ferguson said in her speaking points that that this was cruel. I would go further. It's more than cruel. It's torture, and it has been mentioned as one of the forms of torture and reputable bodies. It is unethical and it's harmful. We spoke a lot today about mental health, and I would say that there's been a lot of mental health issues arising from people who were forced to undergo this type of treatment. So just to finish up, we in Sinn Féin fully support this motion, and hopefully it will be enacted as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Logue. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Fully support the motion, and thanks to Rachel for bringing it forward. I mean, look, Intu is a party that believes in the sanctity of life from womb to tomb, and that includes people in the LGBTQ plus community. Some of the stories, and I think Councillor Cusack referenced Boy Erased. I saw it first a good while ago, and it is harrowing. This can't be called therapy. It is nothing but torture and cruelty to people, and we want to put on record our support for the motion. What I would say is, the word ethics has been thrown around a fair bit when this motion has come up, and that's to be expected and should be respected. And I hope that the people who raise the issue of ethics will remember it come Councillor McCann's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all. I always felt that even the name conversion therapy, it's akin to something that we'd find in a science fiction B movie. Like, no, only those who believe in such an inhumane process need converted. And we in the Ulster Unionist Party have no problem supporting this motion. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Alderman Guy. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. Conversion therapy, I notice it's criminalised in Canada. To me, it's a blatant inhumanity. The methods used to change the sexual orientation of bisexual, gay, and lesbian individuals to heterosexual include behavioural techniques, psychoanalytic techniques, medical approaches in lay individuals, for example, religious leaders, religious professionals. To me, it's nothing short of a modern form of exorcism. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Harkin.
Hi, Mayor. We'll speak briefly on this. We thank Councillor Ferguson for bringing this motion. We completely agree with it, and what's happened recently has been outrageous, and I think we have to take a stand that sends a message to our brothers and sisters and friends and loved ones in the LGBTQ community that we're on their side in this, and that we have to challenge these kinds of reactionary ideas. There's talk about tolerance and diversity and living in a shared society. Well, this is ground zero for it here, and this is where we have to stand up and actually say this kind of conversion therapy is absolute nonsense, and we have to speak as one voice in this and make that unacceptable. So obviously we'll be supporting this motion, and thanks for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. I'm going to go to Councillor Ferguson to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for everyone that's spoken on the motion and said they're going to support it. It was very kind. I think it sends a strong message from our council, even if it's been done before, that we are fully accepting in our city and district of anybody, and we don't accept this type of therapy. We want to promote that inclusivity and make sure that everybody feels comfortable in their own skin, no matter what their sexual orientation. But thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Members, I haven't heard anyone speak against this motion. So I'm going to take it that it's passed unanimously. But if anyone's voting against it or considering voting against it, can they let me know now? Keith Kerrigan has abstained. So with the exceptions of Alderman Kerrigan, as I read it, everyone else is in favour.
I abstain as well.
Alderman Breslin abstains, so both them. All right. Thank you, members. That motion in the name of Councillor Ferguson has passed. Members, it's just turning 8 o'clock, and I'm going to suggest that we take another comfort break. And I'll see you all back on around 8:20. Thank you. Okay, members, we'll make a start once again, and we'll move to the motion in the name of Councillor Paul Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Brian. Brian, but a good news. I'm going to leave my camera off.
Right, okay. Can I get a seconder for Paul's motion, please?
If I can take the motion as read, Brian, and
I'll second that, Michaela.
Thank you, Michaela. Go ahead, Councillor Fleming.
Brian, this is, I'm conscious of time, but there's a bit of context to this and whatever, and I'll probably not do it justice in the time I have. But in terms of the Ben Cave report of 2015 emerged genuine concerns of residents from Culmore, Maydown and Strathfoyle at the time. And the report was commissioned and brought forward in 2015 with a number of recommendations. The first of the recommendations is the essence of the motion today, and bring it forward on behalf of Sinn Féin. And after talking with the groups within Strathfoyle. And the essence of it is Ben Cave in the report stated it fairly obviously in terms of the cheek by jowl of industrialisation against beside residential amenity. And there was a number of issues then, some of which were addressed, some which are still of concern. And there was a number of different agencies who had things to do in relation to it and processes they put in place. The reason that it has come back now is in terms of a recent commercial decision, which I don't really want to get into that part of it. But the commercial decision sees land going into Foyle Port, which brings the cheek to a lot closer to the jowl, for want of a better term, and caused concern initially and still concern to some degree, not just about the commercial decision to buy the land, but what may actually go on it. And there was some talk of what may or may not go on it. So in terms of the groups, and Strathfoyle and Maydown would be blessed with a number of very active community groups. So community representatives and elected reps have met on this and have done a meeting with the port, and hopefully there may be a way forward in relation to that. But the reason the motion is to reaffirm council's role is the role of the LDP, the role of the community planning, and obviously, as I say, there's a number of local groups down there who have brought a lot of initiatives and a lot of progressive things to go forward for that area in terms of community plan and the village plan. And we wouldn't want to see it in a sense, not just interfered with in terms of them plans, but in terms of something going on that land, which would have a very detrimental effect on the borderline between industry and the local community down there. And from our part, we would want to see that council reaffirm the first recommendation of the Ben Cave report then, and try and ensure with our offices and across a number of fields, not least local development plan, which the port and other agencies have contributed to. So has the Strathfoyle community through their community groups, and they move into a position where
Councillor Fleming, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Just want to make this point because it's important.
Yep.
This doesn't point either the community or the groups against the development of industry. It's more about protecting the residential amenity and ensuring that it doesn't further encroached upon. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Alderman McCready.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. I have recorded and declared an interest as a commissioner on the Londonderry Port and Harbour Board. That being said, I'm going to maybe suggest an amendment in the chat box to enhance and strengthen and articulate in some detail in going forward. So I'll put that in there, let you have a look at it and call for a seconder.
Alderman Morris Devaney.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Just bear with us while we. Alderman McCready, if you want to speak to it while we're getting it on the screen there, go ahead.
Certainly, thanks, Mayor. So, we support the motion as it is to reaffirm, Council's commitment. A few observations and kind of concerns I have, which I think should be shared with members, and to maybe have a requirement for officers going forward. And so, when you look at it in the study, it is quite outdated, and a concern I always have, if we have missed something has elapsed since then. When you look at a quote from the Ben Cave report of 1.19, that study ran from December 14 to March 2015. So around 4 months to gather information, engage with stakeholders. And it says that it was the foundation, that report was a foundation for a discussion and for further discussion and activities. So my concern, it's a relatively short report. A lot of time has lapsed. What has been done since then? And probably more pertinent to us moving this forward is that to insert to the amendment is just to give us that due diligence, good governance as we move this forward, because it's such an old report and it's a fairly lengthy one at that. I'm unsure of what the implications are financially, policy, LDP, and therein I think it'd be very prudent and worthwhile for us to include this as we move forward, so we can get that level of detail and be held accountable as well. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Councillor Ferguson, on the amendment or on the both?
I'll speak on both, Mayor. Thank you. And again, I have to restate my conflict of interest being a commissioner also in the Port and Harbour. Thank you for Councillor Fenton for bringing this forward. Obviously, this is a very light conversation. I wasn't part of the consultation and the implementation of the report back in 2015, but I fully understand the concerns and the views of the community. It's a unique situation where industry and communities live in such close proximity and requires a very fine balance where they both feel like they have to play a part in any future planning. More recently, we've seen obviously a lack of communication between the both, and that has made the community feel like they were frustrated. Now I can see that is getting better currently through some interactions with local elected members and some of the industry coming in and chatting with them. I think it would be a good way for council to come in and be that mediator between the industry and the community, so that they could find that fine balance again and make sure that everybody feels like their voice is being heard. I know council officers are working on a resilience plan, and that seems to be the biggest bugbear at the moment with a lot of communities. They need a resilience plan in place, being in this unique unique situation. They feel like they need to know if something was to go awry, that there was a plan in place. So I look forward to the officers working alongside all the industry, not just the port. There's a few big industry factories around and the community, and obviously we're still awaiting the LDP, so I have no problem with the amendment, because I'd like to see what work has been done since 2015 around the Ben Cave, because as far as I was aware, a lot of the actions had been implemented. So trying to get recommendation A implemented would be welcome.
Councillor Ferguson, thank you. Councillor Mooney.
Yes, Chair, thank you for allowing me to come on there. Just like to say that we're happy to support Councillor Fleming's motion and the amendment brought forward by Alderman McCready. I was looking at the motion on the prism of through the LDP. Prior to speaking tonight, I was looking on the city website, and I did notice that there was 9 representations and from members of the Enoch and Strabane Maidon community. And one of the representations from last year, the 17th of January 2020, one of the conclusions was that the council should look at the Ben Cave report in its entirety and take it into consideration while they were processing the LDP. But I think probably, as members have raised, that the report now is of advantage, and it will be probably prudent, and the amendment does strengthen the ask from Councillor Fleming that we should maybe bring a report to see what's been done. and they see if what type of work has been done, if this for the Ben Cave report to be included in the local LDP. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Members, no further indicated speakers, so I'm going to put the amendment to the floor. Just before I've done that, Alderman Hussey.
Yeah, it's just clarification, Mayor, through you to the Chief Executive. Is the Governance and Strategic Partnership Strategic Committee the appropriate committee, given that it's looking at a health impact assessment report?
Through you, Mayor. I understand that point, Alderman Hussey. I would probably say that this notice of motion, or how we take forward the report in this notice of motion, probably straddles a number of committees. Planning Committee for one, most certainly Health and Communities Committee. Certainly the Ben Cave report originally would have been worked through the Health and Communities Committee. But given that it is a cross-cutting issue, perhaps Alderman McCready would afford us the opportunity to look at it and determine what is the relevant committee to bring back a future report.
Thank you for the clarification, Mayor.
Thank you, John, for that. So if we can, Teresa, if you can change that to the relevant committee as opposed to GSP. Sorry, no, the relevant committee. Thank you, Teresa. Members, amendment is before you. No one has spoken against it. So if you're happy enough, I'll take the amendment as read. Yep. Okay. Now, there's no indicated speakers on the substantive motion at this point. So I'm going to go to Councillor Fleming to sum up.
Brian, thanks, Mayor, and thanks to all who have supported in terms of it. And I'll just make this point in terms of the amendment, and obviously we didn't vote against it. And my apologies if I didn't explain my position well enough. I'm not asking for the Ben Cave to be revisited. I'm asking for recommendation A, which is the main essence of our motion, to enable the community and industry to work together to ensure that there's no further encroachment in residential amenity. But obviously in terms of Ryan's amendment, that's another piece of work.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Members, I'm going to take it again that everyone is in favour of the motion as is before you. Yep, the motion in the name of Councillor Paul Fleming has passed unanimously. Moving on, members. Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Moving on, the next motion is in the name of Councillor Burke. And am I right? Yep, there is a amendment, and once again, like the two previous motions earlier this evening, I'm going to ask for the consent of the meeting to accept the amendments that Councillor Burke has made herself. No one indicating that they wouldn't be happy to accept them, so we'll accept them, and we'll move to Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick point in terms of the amendment.
We need a seconder first. We need a seconder.
Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Go ahead, Councillor Burke.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Mayor. So again, just a quick point in terms of the amendment we made. It was the intention to bring this motion forward back in January, but due to a mix up in the email, which was my fault, was missed, and the deadline was missed, and obviously the situation has moved on. And this week we have seen the recent campaign launched by Unison, and just given the context of the motion, felt it should be incorporated on this motion here. So there's no doubt that 2020 is a year that many will want to forget. We're all well aware and have seen the devastating impact that COVID has brought to our communities. For many, since March last year, there has been complete upheaval and challenges that we have never been faced with before, between lockdowns, guidelines, isolation, all that. We were faced with what we hope will be a once in a lifetime experience, but despite the fear and unknown back in March last year and the uncertainty around this new virus, one thing for me, and I'm sure here people would agree with, what stood out was the community response right across the city and district. We witnessed the community and voluntary sector hitting the ground running in terms of the work around the community responses and other initiatives that were set up to ensure those most vulnerable were protected. Alongside community groups, we've seen communities themselves rallying together and working to keep people safe. Despite the threat of COVID, week in and week out, there was volunteers, youth, community workers, all putting themselves at risk, running messages, delivering food and supplies, including people's medication orders, to homes and families of people who were either isolating or shielding. Thousands of people across the city and district got supported in some way from the community and voluntary sector through various initiatives and programmes. We've seen volunteers from across all backgrounds coming together, and for me personally, it showed probably the most honest, on the ground representation of what community means. Basically, people looking out for people. Nobody had to be asked to step up, they put themselves forward, and despite the very serious threat of COVID and how that could affect them or their families, we've seen neighbours checking in more on each other and running wee initiatives like the street bingos, then we had the online exercise classes, anything that could be done in on-street classes, anything that could be done to try and lift morale and boost community spirit during what was and still continues to be a very stressful time was done. All community and voluntary organisations and individuals, no matter what role they played or service they delivered, should be commended, as they made the choice, they put the needs of others above themselves and did what needed to be done to protect their neighbours and wider community as best they could. In terms of the support it was given, it would be remiss not to mention the financial package that was delivered into the City and District from the Department of Communities. From just November, from food and fuel support to connectivity, we've seen in the region of over 1.5 million being brought in through this council, then out through the community response teams and into areas to help those most in need. This was aside from the crucial food box resources during the first lockdown and the finance support that came then. It was a massive injection of finance and ensured that people who already face hardship and high levels of deprivation got the help they desperately needed. Just while I'm on that, I would also just like to take the opportunity to thank the officers and workers in the community services team within our own council for their work on the managing and distribution of the funding and working alongside the community and voluntary the past year. Aside from the funding, we've seen people as well, and obviously organisations, not only donating time but food and resources in a time which has been for so many seen so much uncertainty financially, but again it was about people helping people. This motion is about recognising the role that the whole community played, from organisations, volunteers and individuals, all who from March last year led from the front and continue to do so now as we are in this critical stage in the fight against COVID to ensure people are getting what they need and are not left behind or isolated. This motion, which
Councillor Burke, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
which I hope will get unanimous support, is just a small token from our council to thank the role and the work that the sector has done and continues to do since March last year, and just to ask the officers to prepare, obviously bring the paper forward to the relevant
Thank you,
committee.
Councillor Burke.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Councillor Burke for bringing this forward. We welcome this motion. I think we all need to personally, and I want to say thank you to the community voluntary groups and the volunteers that weren't had any ties with any groups at all, but they stepped up and they did what they could during the pandemic. Even before lockdown, they were holding a lot of our communities together. Lockdown and the pandemic has just highlighted the great work that they do, showing that they are a vital part and they play a crucial role to our communities. I think this has also highlighted the reliance that we do have on volunteers, especially in our rural villages, many who nearly burnt themselves out just to cover a wide covering areas. We fully support this motion and look forward to working with the council on what way we can celebrate these groups and these volunteers and show our appreciation. And like Councillor Burke said, even though we know that it'll be a small token in comparison to the work that they did. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Chair. Mayor, for letting me in. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I think that this is a welcome discussion for the council to have, and we should commend everybody that has played a role in protecting people and keeping people safe during the pandemic. I wouldn't agree with Councillor Burke that we should be patting the Department for Communities on the back. I think that while there was funding released, it certainly wasn't enough, and lots of people, as we all will know here, have fallen through the cracks, and we know that still many people have struggled and will continue to struggle through the the pandemic. But people did rally, and it was very important that they did. On the motion, I'm glad that there was an acknowledgement that the Unison Community Branch have launched a campaign, but I don't think that the language there is strong enough, and it really doesn't fit with the kind of ways in which this council has backed all sorts of campaigns through the pandemic, including for payments for students, payments for healthcare workers. So I would like to propose the amendment there that I've put in the box that I think is stronger and will send a better message to the community and voluntary sector workers about that we are backing them in an unqualified way for their campaign to have the £500 recognition payment extended. And look, this is a drop in the water, a drop in the ocean from what needs to happen in the community and voluntary sector. I think we all know, and I'm not going to go through the arguments, that wages there are pretty atrocious, as are terms and conditions, and it needs to be fully transformed. But I think backing this campaign clearly will send a message to those workers that we understand what they've contributed during the pandemic and that they shouldn't be left out. And hopefully this will be accepted as a compliment to the bulk of your motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Can we get a seconder for Councillor Harkin's amendment? And can we also just note Councillor Mellon's declaration of interest, please?
Mayor, sorry, is there be a pecuniary interest to this? Should we stay out or not vote as a paid member of the community and voluntary sector?
Yeah.
Mayor, same issue as Aileen.
Can you just bear with me a wee minute, please? Okay, members, thank you. Members, the advice that I'm being given is that any member who feels that they have a pecuniary interest should remove themselves from the discussion. And if you let me know before we go any further, if there's anyone leaving, I will get.
Mayor, question.
Yeah.
In terms of the mover of the amendment, as a member of Unison who has declared an interest, can he legally move the motion?
Thank you, members, and I hope you appreciate that this can get a wee bit tricky when we come to declarations of interest. So I just want to take our time so we can step through it. Councillor Duffy, in terms of your point, the same would apply. I can't make or can't ask officers to make a ruling on what a member's interest is or not. It's up to members and always has been up to members. If a member feels that they have a pecuniary interest, they need to let me know before we continue this debate so that I can ask IT to remove them from the meeting before we continue. Sorry?
It's in the chat box.
I beg your pardon, Councillor Duffy. I find it difficult to have conversations, answer you, and read the chat box at the one time, so just bear with me. Members, you'll appreciate that there's a lot of interest coming on there. I can't make a decision on whether, for example, Michael Cooper is a pecuniary interest in the Gas Yard Trust or whether Sean Harkin has a pecuniary interest in Unison. So what I need you to do is to tell me if you feel that you need removed or log off the meeting. I'm not going to make that decision for you because if I miss someone, it then becomes my fault. So I need someone to tell me, like Councillor Ferguson has just done. And can we remove Councillor Ferguson, Paul, please? And I'm going to give it 2 minutes, members. And if you're still on the meeting, that's your lookout.
I would like to be removed from the meeting as I am a paid member of First Housing, a frontline voluntary service, and I'm also a member of Unison. And I think that that is the right thing to do.
Thank you, Councillor Sandra Duffy as well, Paul, please.
Can I also be removed, Mayor? Obviously, as a paid member of the community sector.
Tina Burke, yep. Just bear with me. Just bear with me. Aileen Mellon also wants to be removed, Paul, and Michael Cooper wants to be removed. Councillor McGuire.
Yeah, Mayor, as a member of the rural community and a hard-working member of the community, I'm an unpaid member of the community, so I'll be staying in. And I just want the council officers to take that point on board. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor McGuire. Graham Work as well, Paul.
Mayor, could I make a point here, please? This Councillor McKinney.
Yeah.
If Sean is declaring that he's part of the Unison community, would he also be involved in making policy within that? So therefore,
look, for Councillor McKinney, let us just deal with one thing at a time, please. Councillor Harkin hasn't told me that he wants to be removed from the meeting. It just has now. So
this is madness.
You're right, it's madness. We've got a proposer of an amendment has now removed himself from the discussion. So I need to take legal advice on this to see if Councillor Harkin can even propose something and then remove himself. I know what my opinion is, but I want to get Phillips.
Yeah,
I
think that's
has the
right.
proposer of the motion removed themselves?
Yes, I think that's the right thing to do, Mayor.
Folks, can we just hold on a minute? There's phones ringing in the background. Can we just hold on? I can't listen to Philip. Read the chat box, listen to you, and try and keep on top of this. So go on, give me a few minutes, please, till we get this sorted out. Members, thank you for giving us that wee bit of time. I'm going to ask Philip to come in and provide some advice here.
Yeah, so Chair, the clarity that was being sought was in and around the fact that the proposer of the motion had never asked to be removed from the meeting. The proposer of the motion has come into difficulty in and around the amendment to the motion. Motion's already been proposed and seconded, so that's perfectly proper. That stands, and the proposer of the motion is entitled to ask to be removed until such time as the amendment is dealt with. The proposer of the amendment has now asked to be removed as well, so that does create an issue. So probably the best course of action there is, and what's the indication from Councillor McCann in the chat box. So the best course of action would be that that motion was treated as not having been proposed by Councillor Harkin. We'll see whether or not a proposer comes forward in the form of Councillor McCann in relation to the amendment, and it'll obviously then need to be seconded at that stage before it can be taken forward.
Right, okay, Philip, thank you for that. Members, thank you. Councillor McCann has indicated in the chat box that he wants to move the amendment as opposed to Councillor Harkin. Is that correct, Councillor McCann?
That's correct. If that's in order, if that's acceptable, that's what I would like to do, yes.
Yep, we've all heard the advice from the City Solicitor. So now the amendment in the name of Councillor McCann requires a seconder. Can I get a seconder for that amendment?
I'll second. Mary Durkin.
Thank you, Councillor Durkin. Councillor McCann, do you want to speak to the amendment?
Well, very brief. I mean, it's sitting here in front of people, sort of, and I think it makes its own case. And I think it's a very simple request to say that the council should write to the communities minister asking for clarification of something which isn't clear, but which actually reflects on, sort of the community and voluntary sector workers. That's a very simple proposition. So I'm very happy to move the amendment.
I've just gone. All right. Thanks for that, Councillor McCann. Now, just in relation to Councillor John Boyle's comment, I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to read out the list of who we have recorded as has removed themselves from the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I have.
Sorry, Chief Executive, Mayor. Just to clarify, my question in the chat box was, can we clarify who is declaring an interest and who's leaving the meeting?
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Through you, Mayor, the members that have requested to leave the meeting and be put into the lobby are recorded as follows: Councillor Sandra Duffy, Councillor Tina Burke, Councillor Sean Harkin, Alderman Work, yeah, and who's that? Councillor Aileen Mellon, Councillor Michael Cooper, and Councillor Rachel Ferguson. That's the list that I have, Mayor. Anybody else?
Can I say, Mayor, that on this basis, I mean, every trade unionist should remove themselves from this. I mean, I think we're getting into very, very spaced out territory here. Being a member of a trade union, it's nearly as thick as somebody put in, if there was Councillor Doyle. It's not a pecuniary interest. Many of us are members of things which we pay to be members of, not paid. So
Councillor McCann, you've already spoken, and you will recall when the first councillor, and I can't even recall who it was, asked for an opinion on this. I said that it's up to the elected members to decide whether they should or should not leave the meeting. The people that the Chief Executive has just read out have left the meeting. If everyone else finds it within their conscience that they should be in this meeting, then that's fine. That's their decision, not ours. But the people who have been read out have left, and that's their decision also. So we're moving on. The amendment has been proposed and seconded, and we're now going to have a debate on the amendment as opposed to the legal competency of the position of this debate. So Councillor Riley is next on my list. Are you on the amendment or on both, Councillor Riley?
Hi, thanks, Mayor. I'll speak to both, sure, when I'm here. And can I start by welcoming both the amendment and the original motion, and the amendment that Councillor Burke made to her original motion as well, because I think that all of the text that is on the screen now is actually quite strong and quite reflective of the same types of conversations our group had when the motion was put before us on the agenda earlier in the week. I think, Mayor, that we need to look at this on the grounds of, first of all, the pandemic is not over. We are still in the pandemic, so conversations about recognising workers and volunteers isn't premature. So much of that work has happened and needs to be commended. But I do think we're not out of the pandemic yet, and I think we need to bear that in mind when we're talking about recognising the contributions of people, because there are still, unfortunately, due to the ongoing nature of the pandemic, there's still more volunteering work that we will need to see happen over the months ahead. In relation to the fact that this motion speaks to the voluntary work, and I know that Councillor Gallagher in the chat box has referenced some of this in relation to the voluntary nature of that. It's not paid work. There were many individuals who did such good sterling volunteering work who didn't attach themselves in any way to a community and voluntary group as such. They just went out and did what they thought was best for their neighbours, and continue to do what they think is best for their neighbours, looking after the elderly, looking after people who are clinically extremely vulnerable, who can't get to the shops, who can't get to the pharmacies, or whatever it may be. So I think that the motion doesn't touch on that, and I think that we have to recognise that there are many individuals who are just doing the right thing for the right people in their communities. I welcome the fact that, as I said, Councillor Harkin has amended, or sorry, Councillor McCann has amended this with the unison reference, because I do think that the Department for Communities, as the relevant government body, need to be involved in this, because we could have a situation where people will be volunteering in a number of council areas because they're not doing it to fall into the catchment of one council or another. But if our council were to pass this motion on its own and not involve central government, we would be leaving out some of the work that people are doing and volunteering right across the northwest, and not seeing it specifically as something that they're doing in our council area. So for all those reasons, Mayor, we're happy with the amendment and the original motion as it was tabled, and then as amended by Councillor Burke herself. I think that that's the right way forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. I'm just being informed that Councillor Doyle has also left the meeting. Is that right, Chief Executive? Yep. Okay. Councillor or Alderman Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I suppose initially, this was a no-brainer, this motion, because obviously it was about the volunteers. We all know the hard work that went on during the pandemic and still happening. Never seen anything like it in my lifetime, of the rallying of people for the good of the most vulnerable in our society. Then the amendment came in then, which basically is a bit different, simply because it changes this motion entirely, because it talks about paying workers who obviously are employed by their unemployment, and most of them that have pecuniary interests obviously had to leave this meeting and council. So that provides an issue. But going forward, realistically, this year is about bringing a paper back, because how can this council sit today and make decisions about how much goes to anyone? Because we need to talk to our finance officer to start with, and there's work to be done behind the scenes on a number of issues here as regards the future of this motion. But 100% behind the support for the many people, workers and volunteers who were involved. Yes, there's no doubt about it. You can't underestimate the work that they have done. It's been outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Ramsey. Councillor Doyle's left. Councillor McKinney.
Mayor, just to say that we welcome both the motions and will be supporting, and I would agree really with the sentiments made by Councillor Riley and Alderman Ramsey with full support for all these people that do sterling jobs within our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Mayor. Whilst I agree with everything that everybody says, and I believe that the community and voluntary sector definitely deserve some sort of recognition, I'm a bit confused here as the first Councillor Burke's part of the motion is obviously straightforward enough. Councillor Harkins, or now Councillor McCann's, are they asking for those that missed out on the £500 thank you bonus for healthcare workers, the people that missed out in that but work in the same sort of sector? Is that what they're asking for the £500 bonus for? And if it is, I just want to point out something. Good progress has been made on healthcare £500 thank you bonus, which includes an ask for the finance department to avoid taxation. However, not so much good progress has been made from DFC on social security implications, and that's where a major problem is. There's people that's going to get this £500 thank you bonus, and there's people that are already planning to take a week off their work because it will seriously affect their benefits. And until that's sorted, there's going to be major problems. But happy to support this here and look forward to if there's paper brought forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, Chair, just to acknowledge that there is many community workers and volunteers out there who aren't attached to the current structures, and they really went themselves beyond what was expected. And I have no problem with the motion, but I just want to be about a clarification, Chair, where it says the £500, it's for community and voluntary sector workers within the Deirdre Hargey, Minister Deirdre Hargey's sector. Is that obviously affiliated community workers within? Is that right? Am I reading that right, Chair? It's not for volunteers. It's for people who are already in paid employment within the community and voluntary sector.
Councillor Donnelly, I have a personal opinion on the reading of that, the same as you, and it's not for me to give clarification on someone else's amendment. That's up to them to do that.
Problem.
All right, thank you. Members, no further indicated speakers.
I'm in the chat box.
Apologies, Derek. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, a general observation on the motion. The motion is 3 paragraphs. There are 2 paragraphs there which, they're part of the argument rather than part of a motion. So it's just something that irks me, and a pile of the motions. Paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3, and the last paragraph. That's the motion. The rest of it is bits and pieces around it, part of the argument. I'm glad that the clarification, I was wondering in my mind, and I think I have the clarification now. What we are talking about is not payment. We are talking about a gratuity to those who are volunteers, because volunteer to me doesn't match with getting paid for what you're doing. You volunteer, you do it voluntarily. And I would totally concur with Alderman Guy with regard to the 500, if that's a recommendation, a fee via the department. The health department have already discovered that there are issues. There are issues reference HMRC. There are issues reference Social Security, which have been outlined by Alderman Guy. There are also issues with regard to, how do you calculate how much work somebody has done? If somebody goes out and works at the weekend, or somebody does 5 days a week, or somebody does a couple of mornings or a couple of evenings, it's a minefield. And I think whoever can, or if this is taken forward, whoever takes it forward needs to perhaps liaise with those who are already having difficulties in trying to take this sort of scheme forward. No problem supporting the overall concept that is being suggested here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Gallagher.
Okay, I was agree with most of the sentiments said. I think this is very much about to recognise the voluntary work that has been taken and undertaken by people who are on unpaid work. And just in the sense of clarification, the last paragraph, I think that is just asking council to seek clarification whether paid workers will receive 500. It's not calling on council to demand that those workers get paid 500. So I think it's whatever the response comes back, that's how we take that forward around recognising paid workers. So happy to support the motion and the amendment, but with the caveat that we're talking about people who give up their time, risk their health and well-being on a voluntary capacity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Members, there's no further indicated speakers on the amendment, so I'm going to put that to the floor. I haven't heard anyone speak against it, in fairness, since we actually started the debate on the amendment. So I'm going to take it, unless anyone wants to make me aware now that the amendment has passed unanimously. Also, recorded vote, I beg your pardon. John Boyle has requested a recorded vote, so I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to take us through it.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just about to remind you there,
Yep.
for the record, recorded vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Breslin.
Here.
Is it for, against, or abstain, Alderman Breslin?
For, sorry.
This is the amendment now we're voting on. Members, just to
For.
remind. For, thank you. Alderman Devaney.
For.
Alderman Guy. Alderman Guy.
For, John.
Thank you. Alderman Hussey.
Aye. For.
Alderman Carrigan.
For, John.
Alderman McClintock. Alderman McCready.
For.
Alderman Ramsey.
For.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr.
For, John.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle. Councillor Carr.
John.
Councillor Cusick.
For.
Councillor Dobbins.
For, John.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Durkin.
John. For.
Councillor Edwards.
For, John. For.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For, John.
Councillor Kelly.
John.
Councillor Logue.
For, John.
Councillor McCann.
For.
Councillor McGuire. Councillor McGuire.
For, John, sorry.
Councillor McHugh.
For, John.
Councillor McKeever.
For.
Councillor McKinney. Councillor Mooney. Councillor Mooney.
For, John.
Councillor Riley.
For, John.
Councillor Tierney.
For.
That's 32 for. Mayor, I have recorded no one against and no abstentions.
Thank you, John. Members, the amendment is passed from Councillor McCann. Now go back to the substantive motion, and there's no indicated speakers. Councillor Burke isn't here to sum up, so we move to take a vote on the original motion? And can I assume that it's going to be the same as opposed to going through another recorded vote, members? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, members. If you could just bear with us now till we let the people back on. That us? Members, there's a few members that logged off the meeting as opposed to go into the lobby. We've made contact with them to tell them to come back on. So we're just going to give them a minute or so to get logged back on, if you don't mind.
Mayor, can I ask a wee question? It's Tina here, sorry, apologies.
Yes, is it all?
No, it's just a general question. I'm not going to speak on the thing. I was just asking, am I allowed to speak? No, obviously once the vote has been taken, or?
No, we've finished with that motion, Councillor Burke, and we've moved. We're just about to move on. Well, we have moved on because that's been dealt with as far as the council's concerned, and we're just waiting on people to come back to the meeting, and then we're going to the next motion. Yep. Okay, that's everyone back as far as we're aware, and we move to the motion in the name of Councillor Durkin. Councillor Durkin.
Gura Mayo, good to say. Take the motion as read.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please?
And that means sorry. Rachel.
Morris.
Councillor Riley in the chat. Right, go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Durkin.
All right, this is a very simple, another simple solidarity motion, Mayor. As a council, we have a good record here on international human rights issues and also of recognising humanitarian work by organisations. And, you know, as we keep reflecting, the pandemic has really cast a light on our interconnectedness around the world. And I keep using the proverb, Ersgaha Hela Warren Nadini. And although this is an international issue, these are two issues conflated and related that were brought to my attention by members of our local Sikh community, a community that makes a vast contribution to our city and district through their involvement and support for so many local charities and sports organisations, and through their own work. And many of them, for example, are healthcare frontliners. They're working in our shops. And they just made such a positive contribution. So they're very proud of the fact that Kelsa Aid have been nominated. Obviously, it's a Sikh faith-based organisation, but it's an organisation that's got such a strong record of helping people of all faith backgrounds and none all around the world, various natural disasters, as well as conflicts and refugees. And most recently, in recent years, there's been the Australian bushfires, there have been the floods in England, the Kerala floods. A lot of these have been on the news, but perhaps their most recent mission and where they're currently on the ground is not getting that much mainstream media, and that's the farmers' protest in India. And now in the motion, I don't get into the subject of the protest, but the point is that here in Derry and Strabane, we all know about the importance of peaceful protest and how that democratic right should be upheld and it should not be trampled upon. These are thousands of farmers and families. Many of them are elderly people that are protesting against the agricultural reform bills that are currently going through. They're genuinely worried about their livelihoods of their families and the future generations. And, you know, there are different stories of horrible experiences of female activists and journalists and trade unionists who are being detained in custody. We're hearing of media distortion by the government, by the state, and heavy-handed tactics by the police. So just simply, I'm asking that everyone supports this, and I think it would send a powerful message to our Sikh community and our Indian community and all communities. And again, it's a reflection on the
Councillor
inclusive.
Durkin, could you bring your remarks to a close? Thank you, Councillor Durkin. Councillor Jackson.
Mayor, and I want to thank Mary for bringing the motion. I know the motions, there's a number of different parts to the motion. I know Mary described it as simple, but we support every element of it. We acknowledge the work of Kelsey Aid International. They're providing aid and assistance during many natural and man-made disasters right across the globe. From helping the refugees following the floods in Nepal to providing hot meals to our health workers. In preparation for this motion, I looked into the work of the Kelsey Aid International, and it is very impressive. But in relation to Mr. Singh, who founded the charity in 1999, he said it based it on the Sikh principles of recognizing the whole human race as one. And see, with solid principles like that, it's not surprising that the charities went on to help so many people over the past 21 years. I'm delighted that we, in this virtual chamber, get the support the Nobel Peace Prize nomination. And it's pertinent that we now acknowledge the current aid that's been provided in India that Mary had alluded to during the farmers' protest. What happened in India was wrong, but what we've seen is the growth of right-wing politics right across the world. And it's no surprise that this has led to an erosion in workers' rights. In India, we've seen the draconian anti-workers laws being imposed under the cover of the pandemic, and that's led to this strike. And the police, and as Mary alluded to, the police response to cutting off the water and electricity supplies to the protest camp, to be breaking up the protest with violent means, is disgraceful. Mayor, police brutality has no place in our society, and we fully support every element of this motion. Gormogat.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you again, Mayor, for letting me in. And we fully support Mary Durkin's motion. I'd just like to highlight a few other things maybe that we need to know about. There's a young lady called Nodeep, who was arrested for protesting with the farmers and was sexually assaulted by the police that arrested her. And also I'd like to bring to notice that the Rohingya Muslims who are fleeing from Myanmar, which used to be, I believe, Burma, they have been fully supported by this Sikh-based charity as well. And closer to home, they also supported the families at Grenville Tower. So we'll fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Members, there's no further indicated speakers at this point, so I'm going to go back.
Mayor, myself, Morris, my name.
Sorry, Morris, you're right. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
No, just to be very brief, Mr. Mayor, thank you for letting me in. We have no problem in supporting this notice of motion coming forward here today. And I think everyone has recognised the good work that Kelsey Aid International has done on human rights issues, humanitarian issues, even in areas of conflict. And as we look closer to the UK mainland, they helped out in the flooding in UK in 2014 and 15, and the well addressed issue and around Grenfell Tower. But Mr. Mayor, we have no problem in supporting this, and I'm delighted to see that our local Sikh community, our association, is supporting this as well. But we have no problem supporting it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Councillor Donnelly.
Just to put on record my support for the motion and agreement with a lot of the sentiments that have already been made. And I want to just pay tribute to the Sikh community here in the Northwest. You know, I've had a number of dealings with them, and including I've visited the temple. The hospitality shown is absolutely second to none. Make you feel very, very welcome. So just to put on record my support for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, look, thank you, Mary, for bringing forward this motion, and because it's an opportunity to acknowledge something that's happening internationally, and to take a stand in solidarity. I think, as many other speakers have said, that the work of Kelsey Aid is very, very important, and right now they are on the ground in what is a people power rebellion against the Modi regime that are backed up by fascism and fascists. Trying to destroy, you know, a movement for justice that had a massive strike and that is ongoing, and that is not an easy thing for them to be doing right now. But they are, you know, as is acknowledged here, fighting for the civil rights of those farmers, fighting for the workers' rights of those farmers, and they're doing it again facing massive repression. And the other thing I think that is important to acknowledge, that there is an attempt to undermine the Kelsey Aid organisation in India right now through black ops by the government to basically attempt to pit them against India. And I think it's important that we you know, speak out to stop that kind of undemocratic attack on them. And if this sends a message locally to our Sikh and Indian communities, you know, that's also very, very important. So thank you to Mary for bringing this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor, and like others, thank you to Councillor Durkin bringing the motion. The praise being heaped on Kelsey Aid International being a Sikh organisation does not surprise me. I have memories of speaking to my grandfather about his time of military service in India back in 1913, 1914, and he often talked well of the Sikh soldiers that he served along with in India. So, you know, the service and the attitude of Sikh people in general shows through in the work that they do. Their work is their label, and it's well recognised and worthy of the motion that Councillor Durkin has brought. Well done, Marion. Thank you. Happy to support the motion.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Gallagher.
Just like everyone else, support what's been already said. Happy to support the motion, and just to say a first-hand knowledge of locally the Sikh and Indian community, supporting the entire community of the Strabane area over the pandemic. So happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. I'm going to go back now before we go to a vote to Councillor Durkin to sum up. Councillor Durkin.
I think I unmuted myself there. Sorry. Yeah, Mayor, just want to thank everyone for their contributions, all very positive. So Guramita Mayugov, and I know the local Sikh community will be very pleased with all these contributions tonight and this recognition of Kelsey Aid and the solidarity message to the farmers' protest. So Guramita Mayugov.
Thanks very much, Councillor Durkin. Members, I think this is going to be unanimous. No one has spoken against this motion. So unless I'm reading it wrong, can you let me know? No. Okay, thank you. The motion in the name of Councillor Mary Durkin has passed unanimously. The next motion is in the name of Councillor Harkin, and if I remember correctly, Councillor Doyle needs put into the lobby. Yep, Councillor Doyle, we're just doing that now, so just bear with us, please. Paul? Let him out? Yep, okay, thank you. Right, members, again, like some previous motions that we've had this evening, Councillor Harkin wants to make an amendment to it. and I'm going to seek the permission of the meeting to do so. Doesn't seem to be any objection, so we'll take the amendment from Councillor Harkin. Thank you. Councillor Harkin, do you want to move your motion, please? Propose your motion, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I take the motion as read?
Yeah. Can we get a seconder, please?
Second that, Mayor.
Yep, there we go. Thank you. Councillor Harkin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, we have talked in the council.
Sorry, just bear with me. Bear with me. Point of order from Councillor Cooper.
Mayor, just a point of order. As you know, I put our proposed amendment under the chat box at the start of the motions, the entire section on motions. And it's basically, I'm looking at what Councillor Harkin has put on here. It's basically the same as far as I'm concerned. I'll let Philip advise otherwise, but it's basically on the same issue in terms of the that I was going to make. So I'd just like to seek some clarity on that from Philip, please.
No worries, Councillor Cooper. Philip?
Yeah, Chair, it is on the same issue, and indeed it had arisen earlier on in the meeting. If members recall, Sean Harkin had brought it up during matters arising. We spoken during the first recess, which was before Councillor Cooper had placed his matter in the chat box, and Councillor Harkin had indicated to me at that stage that he had proposed to the alteration to his amendment, and just to get some clarity around the process involved in that. So I can confirm that Councillor Harkin had raised that with me before Councillor Cooper had placed his issue in the text box.
Just for clarity, Mayor, because I had mentioned way before the motion was put under the chat box that I was intending, when Councillor Alderman Hussey referred to the £500 payment way back in this meeting, and I specifically said that I would be bringing that in as an addition to Councillor Harkin's motion. So if you want to be pernickety or want to be precise about it, I raised it first. So on that basis, Philip, can you just give a wee bit of further guidance there?
Chair, the only further point that I can make in relation to it is that the alteration can only be made with the consent of the meeting. Chair, you'd asked if the meeting was consent, and no objection was came forward in relation to that. So the alteration has now been made.
Okay, thank you, Philip. Thank you, Councillor Cooper. We'll go back to Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, look, so we have spoken probably quite a few times about here in the council about what students have faced through the pandemic. There's been a number of motions, and I think they've basically had broad support or unanimous support, and I'm hoping that this one will as well. And the first thing I want to do is acknowledge the campaigning of the students themselves, who I think we all know that they've done some brilliant campaigning during difficult times. And they won, I think, important concessions. They felt that they were being ignored, but they kept pushing on and finally had a bit of a breakthrough with the announcement of almost 40 million in funding. And that included the £500 payment, which I think that they were happy to receive, but then immediately began to speak up for the other 160,000 students who wouldn't be receiving it. So, that campaign for the extension of the COVID disruption grant has been ongoing, and I think it's been brought to the Assembly floor already, so it already has broad support, and I don't think that'll be disagreed with tonight, and hopefully that is something that can be won, because people from here who are studying elsewhere shouldn't be left out. We should seek to try and help those students. But on the issue of the student fees, I mean, I think that this is a demand of the student unions. It's not the one that has been broadly picked up, but it's one that they think is critical. And I think it needs more discussion. I mean, this has been an awful year for students. And I think what this has highlighted is, the direction of travel for education, that, too much of it is becoming a business, and students are paying full tuition fees for a year of study that has been completely disrupted, where their ability to actually pay for the tuition fees has put them into debt. They've lost their jobs, and a lot of them feel like universities have, instead of trying to help them, have basically said, "Give us your money." So I think that the campaign and the call to cancel student fees this year is one that we should support. I think and that students who've already paid should be given refunds. These are students who are, as we know, struggling. And while the £500 will be welcome for those that receive it, it's not really going to cover the hardship that they've been put into. And so this is also for the student unions, a way to start the discussion about actually reorganizing the education system to make it fully funded so that it's free the way that it used to be. And I'm sure some people here benefited from going to higher education and not having to pay for it and not having all them challenges imposed on it. So this is really, I think the campaign here is to cancel tuition fees for this year, but to open up a discussion about ending the kind of corporatization that we're seeing of higher education and make this as something that's fully funded, where there's no obstacles placed in the way of students to get the education that they want. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll basically take a annotation to be a form of flattery when it comes to what Councillor Harkin's done with this, but whatever. In terms of the amendment I've just put into the box here, it's very specific, and this goes back to we've no issue at all with the idea that tuition fees are refunded for the very reasons that have been outlined by Councillor Harkin. In terms of all of the issues that students have faced this year, having tuition fees hanging over their head, and all those who've actually paid up front but not got the full benefit of a proper full academic year at university. Obviously, it has to be recognised. It's just in terms of who's paying for it, because again, there's a note in there about right to the executive, and again, I'm going to be blunt on this. Isn't in terms of defending any finance minister, it's defending the executive overall in terms of affordability of actually covering what that sort of bill would entail, and the fact that again we go back to the block grant that it has been at standstill. So they do this. Money is required from the British Treasury as far as we're concerned, which is why I've just put that amendment on that the Minister for the Economy, who's obviously the sponsor minister, sponsored a part for higher education for FE and HE, would write to the British Treasury to request support to actually allow that to be done. So that's the amendment. The rest of the motion, including Councillor Harkin's addendum, which was my addendum, but we'll leave it at that. We're happy with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Can I get a seconder for Councillor Cooper's amendment?
Seconded, Sandra. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Durkin.
Mayor, I'll be brief. I'll speak on both the motion and the amendments. I have no difficulty with Michael's amendment there. And, the amendment that's being proposed by Sean and Mickey had wanted to raise it. This is an ask that has been set out by the NUS-USA, so it's not about copying or imitating, it's about all of us together getting behind these students, and they're great students deserve better campaign. And of course it is timely that amendment should go in, because it did come before the Assembly floor on Monday, and it was brought by John O'Dowd, and he brought the motion that was brought by NUS-USA that was issued just 2 weeks ago. And in terms of the original ask, the tuition fees, which Sean raised last month when Councillor Boyle, my colleague, moved the motion about the accommodation issue, which we still have to push. We've got a good record generally of supporting the NUS-USA demands throughout the pandemic, and indeed, Mayor, you yourself have written to the ministers, having met with the Students' Union presidents, and what an impressive lineup of female leaders they are. They really are impressive and been showing great leadership. And I think some of our some of our main players at Stormont could learn from him, and they should be engaging with them more. But I'm just happy to support all of the motion with the amendment too, and I think it's great that there is this cross-party support and this cross-party interest, and I look forward to the student union leaders coming and addressing the council too. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Durkin. Councillor McKinney.
Let me in there. We'll fully support the motion and the amendment. Just going to say on a personal note, we have a 23-year-old living in Belfast at the minute, studying to try and do his master's and finish his dissertation. And I actually phoned tonight before we came here to this meeting to ask his opinion of the motion. And he says he totally agrees tuition fees should be reimbursed. At the minute, he needs to do 50% of his work inside a lab, which he has no access to, and yet he's still expected to pay full tuition fees. So we will fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, as in relation to the motion here, and from it, we will be supporting the amendment here. Just highlighting the Minister, responsible Minister Dodds, she has stated in regard to £500, it is a one-off discretionary payment to all students from the UK and the EU who are in full-time higher education in Northern Ireland, whether that is in a university or further education college setting. 8.5 million, Mayor, has been to address student financial hardship, digital poverty, and to support student unions with mental health provision. She has also put 4.1 million for the provision of a safe working, learning and research environment, and a further 3.1 million to compensate universities for lost income arising from rental pauses and releasing students from accommodation contracts. It is important, Mayor, to note that the fund is for Northern Ireland institutions to support their students. Payment will be issued directly to the universities and colleges such as Queen's and University of Ulster, not through the department. Other universities elsewhere in the UK or in the Republic of Ireland will have their own hardship funds and financial support schemes. For example, the Welsh and Scottish administrations have developed their own support packages for universities and for students studying there, and some of our students from Northern Ireland that are in those places can avail of those. In the first instance, Mayor, Northern Ireland born students suffering hardship should apply for support from the institution. It's also important to note, Mayor, that the package has been developed to support students impacted by the restrictions imposed by the Northern Ireland Executive. So therefore, students who are studying in either the mainland UK or in the Republic of Ireland are impacted by restrictions imposed by other administrations. It should be noted that the only feasible way in which a payment scheme of the size can be implemented is through the students' institutions. And that's whether through the college or a further education college or the universities. And that the Minister had met with the Students' Loan Company to explore how it could issue payments to all Northern Ireland students. Studying at home.
Kerrigan, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Last sentence here, Mayor, but it wasn't practical, and for legal reasons that it wasn't an option that was possible. So, Mayor, we're happy enough, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor, and can I thank all for the line that we've just heard. It doesn't take away from the fact that Northern Ireland students who happen to study elsewhere have been left out of a scheme from a Northern Ireland minister. Simple, simple, simple. The first argument was that the data wasn't available. I've already said that the students, if applying to a departmental scheme, will provide the data, number one. Number two, as you rightly say, the scheme is administered via the universities. If the universities in other jurisdictions are not prepared to do that, surely to goodness there should be a scheme. Should it be the hardship fund that Northern Ireland students can apply to in their own country, the country that they are born in, our sons and our daughters, as opposed to the sons and daughters coming in from elsewhere in the EU and the rest of the UK. Sorry, Mayor, I'm a wee bit angry on that one. But anyway, we are where we are. We have the motion before us and I support the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Members, there's no further indicated speakers on the amendment from Councillor Cooper. So I'm going to put the amendment to the floor, but I haven't heard anyone speak against it. So I'm going to take it that it's unanimous for the amendment. And in that note, I'm going to go back to Councillor Harkin to sum up on his motion. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I'll try to be very brief. I think what Councillor McKenny said brings it home in terms of if you ask students what needs to happen in regarding the tuition fees, that's what lots of them will tell you, that like they're paying for something that they don't feel that they're getting, and that they're getting very little support from the universities, and that you know, I think we're already aware that student debt is a massive issue. I think Mary hit the nail on the head in the sense that, and we talked about this earlier today, that look, this is about the Students Deserve Better campaign. That's why we're talking about this. This is not something I started or anybody here started. This is about students actually getting their issue discussed here tonight and getting it amplified. So you know, whoever that's why we're talking about this, because they've been effective at campaigning. And hopefully this sends a message that will embolden them and let them know that they should continue on with their campaign and go on to the next victory following on from the announcement earlier this year. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Members, can I take it that this, like the amendment, will pass unanimously? Yep. Point of order, Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a quick point of order. It's just in relation to the element of the motion that requests that the council will invite student representatives to come and speak to us. I'm conscious that we already have those student representatives on a list to come and speak to us in March, following on from an earlier motion. So I'm just wondering, in terms of clarification, is this motion then going to assume the offer to bring these people in to speak to us, which already has been passed, because we're here, we've already a date circulated to meet and hear from the students later next month. So it's just a point of clarification so that we know what to put in our diaries. I'm happy with the motion as it stands. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Riley. I see Councillor Harkin has a comment there.
Well, just on that, yeah, I mean, Martin's right about raising that. Look, I would be happy to work with council officers or to do it in the way that is most pragmatic. I think the key thing is that, you know, students get the opportunity to discuss their issues with elected representatives. So you know, that's already set up. We can work that into it and make sure that they that happens.
Right. Thanks for that, Councillor Harkin. We can just assume that officers will work out the best way to take it forward, and members will be made aware then at that point. Now that motion is passed unanimously in the name of Councillor Harkin. Moving on to the, sorry, before we move on, can we bring Councillor Doyle back in? Some? Yep. Thank you. Welcome back, Councillor Doyle. The motion in the name of Councillor McCann.
Thank you very much, Mayor. The motion's there in front of us. It's a wee bit wordy. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Just let me get a second. Just let me get a second.
All right, sorry.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor McCann.
Okay, I say the motion's a wee bit wordy there, but what's at the heart of it is very simple indeed. You know, it's a year now, since last March, since new regulations in relation to termination of pregnancy were brought in here in the north, and despite that, it's still the case that the Department of Health and the Northern Ireland office do not commission any abortion services. I hear now there are abortion services, of course, but they are provided on the basis of the goodwill of the doctors concerned. And that shouldn't be the case. it should be provided as part of the health service, as was intended. At the moment, some of the doctors involved in these procedures are available because of COVID and have been moved out of what they were doing. At the end of the pandemic, when they go back to doing what they had been doing, this service will be in very great danger indeed. So that's one of the reasons which gives it a bit of urgency. Now, there've been about 1,000 abortions carried out in the north since the regulations changed. It's worth noting of them that not one of the women involved was more than 10 weeks pregnant. More than 80% of the abortions were 8 weeks gestation or less. So I'd say in passing that those placards of bloody full-term fetuses that are waved in your face in the city centre do not represent the typical experience of the woman concerned. Of course, I mean, to anticipate what might be said, are there difficult cases, later cases? Of course there are. Of course there are. That is to say, there are cases in which women have a particularly difficult decision to make. The point is, it's her decision to make. Whose else should it be? I'm well aware it has to be that some people see the world in a different moral perspective. Well, if they can convince others of their case, so be it. What they do not have the right to do is to demand that their conscientious position be imposed on the conscience of women directly, personally, uniquely involved. There is nothing at all sort of pro-abortion in this motion. It is pro-choice. It simply says that it is for the woman concerned to choose whether or not to terminate a pregnancy. The question which I ask is, who on earth else should have the right to make that decision? You know, and we should keep in mind as well, you know, sort of that that the right to choose encompasses the right to have a child, as well as the right not to choose not to have a child. We're all aware, some of us will be more aware than others, but most of us will be aware that there are cases sort of where a child is born sort of with dreadful abnormalities, sort of life limiting. So, and it's frequently the case, or sometimes at least it's the case, that sort of the parents in that situation cherish the days or the hours that they have with the child, and nobody should take that away from them because they made the right choice for them, and that's what this is about. So just as nobody can say to any woman she did wrong in bringing a particular pregnancy to full term, nobody has the right to tell somebody that they must carry a pregnancy to full term. This, in the end, you know, abortion is as Irish as the shamrock. You know, sort of one of the first actually reliable accounts of an abortion comes from St. Bridget in the Annals of the Time. Anybody who's terribly interested can contact me later. I'll give them chapter and verse or where to find it in the Celtic literature. So it's I just can read it to you. It's on the plea of a young woman who had broken a vow of chastity and become pregnant. Bridget, exercising with the utmost strength of her ineffable face, blessed her, caused the fetus to disappear without... Yes. Right now, caused the fetus to disappear without coming to birth and without pain. That was in the year 650. Surely we can bring ourselves as up to date as that. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will be much briefer. Thank you to Councillor McCann for bringing the motion, and yes, we will be supporting it. We feel that it is beyond time that Minister Swan moved on this issue and commissioned these services. His heel dragging has caused major distress for many women who have been in desperate situations. And Robin Swan's reluctance to implement this is not ensuring political interference at this stage. COVID is not and cannot be used as an excuse for not enacting and commissioning these services. We need to see these services commissioned now, and Robin Swan has a responsibility to act. So we are happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Riley.
Thanks, Mayor, for bringing me in. And as with previous occasions when this issue has arisen in the chamber, I want to put on record the fact that the SDLP has a conscience clause on these types of issues, and our members are free to vote on this issue as they see fit. So I speak as a councillor in my own right, as opposed to group leader in this instance. Mayor, no doubt Councillor McCann has eloquently put across his view, and I know that this has come up in the Assembly in just a few days ago in terms of the Minister having questions put to him. and indeed the Human Rights Commission have also just been given leave to take a judicial review of his decision not to bring these services forward. I'm conscious that it's going to be the courts that decide again what happens here in relation to abortion services. I am glad that we now have a functioning assembly and that legislation, as it happens, is now before the assembly on this issue. That wasn't the case some time ago when we last debated this in the chamber, and it was remiss of the assembly not to be in its place doing its work when these issues were legislated for from England. I don't think that there is widespread demand for the 1967 Act that's in place in England to be in place here. And as Councillor McCann has indicated, indeed, the numbers of abortions that have taken place would show that that they are not at the full term level. The majority of the terminations take place at a shorter period during the pregnancy. So the rules that are there and the legislation that is there is not being acted on by the Assembly, and in my view the Assembly does need to take the decision to bring forward these services for people to avail of, should they choose to do so. And of course many
Councillor
people
Riley, can you bring your words to a close?
Many people will choose not to use those services, but it is up to the individual person to make their own choice. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Alderman McClintock.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. Mayor, the law on abortion was imposed upon Northern Ireland by Westminster in contravention to the devolution settlement across the United Kingdom. This is most definitely an issue where the law should have been set locally. It is not supported by a majority of the public and was also opposed by a majority of LMAs in the Northern Ireland Assembly. On the 22nd of January 2021, in an Assembly written question, the Health Minister confirmed that 1,091 abortions had taken place in Northern Ireland since the new law imposed by Westminster came into effect. 1,091 unborn children were aborted. That is just a horrific figure. And when you compare that even to the number of COVID deaths that have been in the same period, it's unbelievable. We welcome the introduction of the Private Members Bill in the Assembly, which would protect children diagnosed with conditions like Down syndrome from abortion, although I make no apologies for saying that the abortion legislation should be repealed. The current legislation allows for children with non-fatal disabilities to be aborted up to birth. That means abortions in the cases of Down syndrome, cleft lip, cleft palate, or club foot. These are part of the services that the proposer of this motion is promoting and demanding be introduced here. It is significant also that this bill has been taken forward in conjunction with disability campaigners. Their voice should be at the centre of the debate, and we should all just pause and reflect when they tell us that the current law makes them feel less valued and less part of our society. The Private Members Bill sends out a powerful message about how much we value people with conditions such as Down syndrome, and should it protect even one life in Northern Ireland, then ultimately it'll be worth it. It places people with a disability at the centre and sets out a challenge for everyone as to how we ensure they are seen and treated as equal citizens, not merely just as a diagnosis. Anyone who champions human rights, respect and equality should be opposed to this abortion on demand. I am proud, and my party is proud, to recognise the sanctity of life and to do what we can to protect the most vulnerable in our society, the unborn. I found the comments from the proposer of the motion despicable when he jokingly referred to abortion in 650 as old as the shamrock. I think that is despicable. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to put on the record that this week Intu made the decision to support Paul Given's Private Members Bill. It'll surprise no one here that that Aintu and I are totally opposed to this motion. Its outworkings on the provision of abortion, which ends the life of an innocent child. We have a mandate to speak for those babies who cannot speak for themselves, and will do so at every opportunity. The proposer's party refers to hypocrisy in this motion. I find it bewildering given the number of times their party has rightly brought issues and motions to this council about the effect of conflict around the world on children, but are quite happy to promote the death of the unborn here at home. Abortion's not healthcare. Healthcare promotes wellness, healing, and rehabilitation. Its purpose has never been to deliberately end the life of another human being. Let us remind ourselves that this legislation was forced upon us by the Westminster Parliament. It's not of the making of people who live here, and it undermines the principle of local law for local people. It would be a source of shame, Mayor, if indeed Sinn Féin and the SDLP were not willing participants in the introduction of abortion in cahoots with the British government. The sights of the President and Vice President of Sinn Féin holding a sign telling us the North would be next, with smiles on their faces, is one that cannot easily be erased from people's memory. Colm Eastwood and Claire Hanna both voted in favour of the legislation in the House of Commons. Those parties cannot shy away from their role. The motion introduces a slew of figures to attempt to justify this abhorrent legislation. There is only one figure that matters in this debate, that 79% of those involved in the consultation clearly said they didn't want abortion introduced in line with this legislation. That's 79% of the public parties in this council believe they serve, yet they continue not just to acquiesce in supporting abortion as principle, but actually want to make sure that services are put in place to ramp up the process that ends with a child not being given the opportunity to be treated equally. Here again, Mr. Mayor, there are unpleasant truths for Sinn Féin and the SDLP. A baby with cleft lip, clubfoot, or Down syndrome can be aborted just on the basis of their disability. Let me repeat that. If a baby in the womb is identified as having Down syndrome, that in itself is grounds for their life to be ended. You won't see that on any of their banners that talk about rights and equality. That provision goes against every principle of equality that I can fathom. Babies with non-fatal disabilities are not less than we are, Mayor. They are indeed more. They deserve the love of a family and the right to flourish under the protection of law as much as any of us. That is a problem with this motion. Once we start to chip away at the sanctity of life,
Councillor Doyle, can you bring your remarks to a close?
Aintu are unashamedly pro-life. Slurs have been thrown at us and the wider movement that we are merely pro-birth, and yet since I joined this council, I've given members of all parties the opportunity to engage on issues like perinatal mental health, and it's worth noting that neither of the people before profit councillors took the opportunity to engage. I ask members.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Thank you.
I'd like a recorded vote, Mayor, please.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kiar.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I have a wee bit of difficulty there, Chair. Thanks, Chair. I'm sure it'll not come as any surprise to Councillor McCann that I won't be supporting his motion. I believe abortion is wrong. It is wrong at any time within the pregnancy to kill an unborn child. So with that, I will not be supporting. I'll be voting against this motion. And just to agree with Councillor Doyle for a recorded vote. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kiar. Councillor Cusack.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, as Martin has already stated, SDLP elected reps, and I'd like to remind Councillor Doyle of this because he seems to keep forgetting, SDLP reps have a conscience vote on matters regarding the sensitive issue of abortion. And following a previously missed opportunity, I'm glad of this opportunity to outline my position. Mayor, roughly 2 years ago, People Before Profit brought a motion to Council conflating what I consider to be two separate issues, that of equal marriage and abortion, and they were conflated into one vote, and this forced me to abstain. Yet again, tonight, there are elements of this motion that I support, but on a matter which I don't. So again, I am conflicted. Mayor, I believe in the rule of law and the provision of services which have been mandated for, but and on a purely personal, non-religious basis, I do not support abortion. And neither do I assume the right to dictate to other women about their difficult personal decisions. So for the record, I'd like to make that clear. And Mayor, based on this personal, practical and political conflict, I will regrettably have to abstain once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for Councillor McCann for bringing and highlighting the lack of services being commissioned by the department currently. In our party, we also see abortion as a clause of conscience. I'm not pro-abortion, as many may portray. I am pro-choice. I believe it's a personal choice between the woman and their doctors on whether they want to access these services. You cannot judge someone unless you've been in their situation. What about the women who are needing these services during lockdown? Before, travelling to England was shown to be a traumatic process where the women couldn't have the same support from their loved ones. Now that support has been non-existent due to the recommendations not to travel. Services not being commissioned has meant that there's no awareness of what people can legally access. 1 in 3 women will access these services, whether it's through our trust or not. We need to be promoting a free, safe, legal and local service. I am glad to see the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission have been granted leave by the High Court to take judicial review against the Secretary of State and the Department of Health. We can't allow these women to be failed. The least we can also do is fully resource our sexual and reproductive health and education. This motion states that long-acting contraceptions have a 6-month waiting list. That's only exacerbated by the service that's been stood down due to the pandemic and women currently aren't able to access them. We need a robust sexual health service accessible by everyone, and we need these clinics to be safe and have zones around them to prevent any intimidation to users. I'm disgusted by some of the pro-life leaflets targeting some of our councillors in our Belfast Council, especially with their traumatic history and having miscarriage. So, Mayor, I will be supporting this motion tonight, and that's my personal choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Alderman Guy.
Mayor, brilliant, man. Like many other parties, we have a conscience vote in this. I've always believed that a woman should have the choice, and that's the way I always looked at this here. However, since the current legislation has been imposed on Northern Ireland, I cannot support the severity of it. Sadly, this has gone to the courts now, and I just want to follow on everybody on this here. The Health Minister has stated, as this is a cross-cutting issue, he is bound by the Northern Ireland Ministerial Code to refer it to the Executive. This can only get onto the Executive agenda with the Executive Office approval. It was considered by the Executive in April, but no decision taken. Since then, the Health Minister has written several times to have the issue revisited, but unfortunately he is still waiting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. Look, Mayor, as it's been well rehearsed that the SDLP have a conscience clause on this. Councillor McCann had actually voiced his big speech and everything else, and I do agree with Councillor McClintock on what she had said. I was actually disgusted at some of his remarks, but he did ask a question. If we're not listening to the woman, who else are we listening to? Well, can I just say, there is a child there. Put a stethoscope towards the woman and you will hear that child speaking. It will go bump, bump, bump. That's its heart. So that child has to have a voice, and that voice will be me tonight. And my answer, I am not supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Dobbins. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in. I'm happy to support this motion. This the ethos of this motion has been discussed quite a few times in the chamber. It's been discussed quite a few times the length and breadth of this island, and I think time and time again what has come out of those discussions debate, it's the woman's right to choose. And that's what I'll be supporting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, we know that this has led to disagreement here in the council, and that we know that it has been debated out, as Paul said, over the last number of years. And I would just make a few points to add to what others have said tonight. You know, we did talk about the mother and baby homes and about how women were shamed and children were shamed, and you know, this has been another issue where women for generations have been shamed in terms of you know, shamed about having abortions, shamed about going to Britain and having to sneak over there and not being able to tell anyone what's happened to them, not being able to tell anybody that you know, they have made this choice. And so I think people should reflect on that. Secondly, look, you know, a majority of people on this island are for people having the right to choose. That doesn't mean that they're all going to go and have an abortion. And I respect people who say, I would never have an abortion, and I would never tell someone or encourage someone to do that. I think it's, at the end of the day, this is about an individual. It's about a couple of people deciding what's happening in their life and making difficult decisions. And you know, shouting at them, you're a killer, shouting at them, all that stuff doesn't help. And so there is a mental health aspect here about how this has impacted on women. It's a contributing factor to ill mental health. And now denying something that has been passed is contributing to that in the middle of this pandemic. And so, you know, the reality is, whether it's legal or not, abortions happen. And so it's either we have them safely and we have them legally, or we have people seeking other, sometimes more dangerous ways to have abortions. And that is the reality that those people who are just against it have to accept, that some people will choose to do this, and we either you know, force them down dangerous paths, or we try to make sure that it's safe.
Councillor Harkin, can you bring your remarks to a close?
I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just be really quick. We're used to hearing Ainty chastise people around this issue, and it is a very emotive issue. But I would just like to state that I find it interesting that Ainty can find the time to introduce a very public policy on their party's position on this issue, but they seem to have fell short when it came to 11 children who have identified as LGBT or Q and introduced a policy for that. We've seen an example of that when the last gay pride or the pride march was on in the city, and they chose to stay away from it. Their former colleague that was in this chamber said they actually didn't mind them, and a leading member of their party said they have yet to introduce a policy. So I would like to encourage them to think about everybody within the city and district when they come to equal rights.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon. Councillor Jason Barr.
Thanks, Mayor, for allowing me in. And again, it is a very emotive issue, but I would never really get into a debate on abortion, to be quite honest and truthful, but I'll make no two ways about it. I am pro-life, but this legislation, the current legislation as of the moment, is something that really, and I mean really, rags me and annoys me. Is this abortion up to birth for those with Down syndrome? As a person who has a Down syndrome uncle, an uncle with Down syndrome, it really baffles me. And then how people on other hands can sit and champion that they're all for disability rights, but then will champion a motion like this. It's two things just don't add up in my head. So I'll be fully against this motion. But as Shauna Cusack said, with the other aspect of this motion on the LGBTQ, I'm for that, and I'll put it on the record, totally for that, but totally against this legislation on abortion. Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me come in on what is a very, very emotional motion. Let's look at the emotion. It's about choice. And that's what it's really about. You know, many members of this virtual chamber have spoken very passionately about their feelings. But I would ask any of them, have any of them had to actually go through making such decisions within their families? And maybe need to sit down and think about that. You know, there's some of us in this chamber probably have been through that. And I can speak about it on a personal note as well. But I'm not going to go into that because that would not be correct and good for the woman. But what I will say is that I will be abstaining on this very emotive motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Councillor Donnelly.
Thanks for letting me in, Chair. Without doubt, as has already been expressed by a lot of councillors, it is an emotive issue, probably one of the most emotive issues. It's a decision, Chair, that I will never have to make, and each case is unique, and there's difficult decisions to be made there. But for me, it's the choice is for the woman. You know, I haven't nor never will walk in the shoes of a woman who will have to make that decision. But that decision is, in my view, it is a woman. That doesn't make me pro-abortion. So I will be voting for the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor. I support a woman's right to choose, but I do believe that the North's current abortion laws should change. There should be a time limit in the cases of physical impairment, and I don't think the current law is sufficient. Nevertheless, I do support the motion, and I will be voting in favour.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell, for that. I'm going to go back to Councillor McCann to sum up on his motion.
Yeah, that's been quite a lot there, hasn't there? Sorry.
Just bear with me. Just bear with me. I missed a comment from Councillor Mooney, so just bear with me.
Get on.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, in there, but definitely I just wanted to just come on record and just put my own view across. Obviously, this is a very emotional debate, and there's a lot of expression of interest in it. My problem is I would have sort of reservations about the current legislation. My reservations stem from the fact that it was imposed upon us, and that we, as our own society, didn't have particularly good input into what we should be looking to gain from laws in this area. I have a mixed view on it. I'm sort of the line of both choice and life. Difficult, but based on the sort of widening of the legislation, I think it changes for me somewhat. My view would be that I'd have to vote against it tonight. That's with a heavy conscience and heavy thoughts about this, and I've spent the last week thinking about this when this motion came out. But whatever choice I make about this, all our members and our own community, that whatever decision I've made with a lot of thought, a lot of vexed thought about this, whatever way, I don't think anybody should be blaming anybody for decisions. A lot of people have put their own thought and acted on their ideas and emotions about this. So my view, thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me in. Sorry for cutting the fine.
No, you're okay, Councillor Mooney. Thanks very much. I suppose for my own view, I'm very similar to yourself. Walk a very tight line in issues like this. As Councillor Riley outlined at the start, our party have a conscience clause on this, and I have thought very, very hard about this and about other motions that have come before this council. And I think anyone listening to this debate tonight will see and will hear how pulled some councillors are when they're actually speaking and trying to decide on motions like this. For me, I would never, ever encourage anyone to have an abortion. And I hope no one ever is in that position where they have to seek advice from me or I have to talk to someone about that. But I also, for me, it comes down to choice. I could never imagine the thoughts and feelings going through a woman's mind at that particular time. For me, it's about choice, and I don't know how I can sit and dictate to someone on what they should do. So for me, members, for what it's worth, and I know, I didn't have to speak, but I thought it was important that I did. For me, I will be supporting the motion on the basis of choice this evening. And on that note, members, I'm going to go to Councillor McCann to sum up on his motion.
Okay, well, look, thanks everybody for the debate. I can say there's a couple of things said, that very briefly I come back to. I mean, somebody, I think it was Councillor Dobbins, said that she was disgusted by some of the things that I said, and Hilary McClintock said that my reference to St. Bridget and this going back 650 years and therefore having an Irish character of its own, she says that was despicable. Was it indeed? Was it indeed? If she had been able to deny what I had said, if she'd been able to point out that it was unfactual, then she might have had a case, but she didn't. And neither did Councillor Dobbins. They just said that their view was this. I accepted that's their view. Absolutely. I wouldn't challenge them on it. I wouldn't use the word disgusting about what they said. I wouldn't use the word despicable about what they said. They have every right to their view. My point is that others have a right to their view as well. Women who are pregnant have a right to their view and a right to agency in the matter. That's what lies sort of at the heart of all this. It's and when people were talking about the rights and the rights of the child, sort of
Councillor McCann, I think you've actually muted yourself. Councillor McCann?
Can you hear me now? I don't usually do that, actually. Sorry about that.
I have visions of you sitting at home with your arms swinging here, there, and everywhere.
No, okay, well, sorry about that, and I don't know how much I lost there. So look, it just continue sort of with what I was saying, which is that we're talking about in the UN Convention, UN Committee on the Rights of the Child lays it down quite simply. Now, when they talk about childhood and children, they're talking about that period between birth and 18 years old. That is the legal position. Now, of course, people can have moral beliefs in something else. All I'm saying is, I won't impose my beliefs on Angela Dobbins or on Hilary McClintock or anybody else in this chamber. I won't impose my moral beliefs on them. And I'll thank them, please, not to try to impose theirs on me. That's what lies at the heart of this whole thing. It's if women don't have the right to choose, who does? Who else is in a position to make choices in this matter? Should it be somebody else standing over them, telling them, you will carry this pregnancy to full term, whether you like it or not, whether it affects your individual situation in any way or not? Well, that's what anti-choicers are saying, and it's a bit, yeah, okay, I leave it at that, but it's a measure of how empty their arguments are at times. And so it's disgusting and despicable. It's not answer the argument.
Councillor McCann, you've just said I'll leave it at that and continued on. Please.
All right, okay, all right, that's it.
Thank you. Now, I don't recall who it was, but someone's asked for a recorded vote, so I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to take us through it. John.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Alderman Breslin.
Against.
Alderman Devaney.
Against.
Alderman Devaney.
Against, John.
Alderman Guy.
Abstain.
Alderman Hussey.
Nay. Against.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against.
Alderman McClintock. Alderman McCready.
Against.
Alderman Ramsey.
Against.
Alderman Wark.
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Against.
Councillor John Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For John.
Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Carr. Sorry, Councillor Carr.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
For, John.
Councillor Cusack.
Abstain.
Councillor Dobbins.
Against, John.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Doyle.
Against.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Durkin. Councillor Durkin. Councillor Edwards.
Against, John.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Harkin.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
For.
Councillor Logue. Councillor Logue. Councillor McCann.
For.
Councillor McGuire.
For.
Councillor McHugh.
For, John.
Councillor McKeever.
Against.
Councillor McKinney.
Abstain.
Councillor Mellon.
For.
Councillor Mooney.
Against.
Councillor Riley.
For.
Councillor Tierney.
For.
Thank you, members.
Sorry, John, it's Patricia Logue here. Can I just put my vote on the chat box and it's for?
Thank you, Councillor Logue. Mayor, I have recorded 19 for, 17 against, and 3 abstentions. So the motion passes.
Thank you, John. The motion in the name of Councillor McCann passes. Members, I had worried about this motion all week in terms of how we were going to navigate through it, and I just want to thank you all for the tone of the debate. It's a difficult issue for everyone. There's no doubt about that. And for me, this is more than about political point scoring. This was a very, very emotional debate, I felt. And on that note, members, I'm going to suggest that we take a short interval for 5 or 10 minutes. I know I could be doing with a stretch of my legs and a quick break. So I'll see you all back online about 25 to 11. Thank you.
Mayor, that's a very good idea.
Okay, members, we'll kick off once again. In the motion in the name of Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep the video off because the signal's not great, so apologies in advance. I'll take a motion as read if I can get a seconder.
Right. Seconder, please.
Mayor. Rachel.
Councillor Ferguson. Go ahead, Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Members, I've brought this motion forward today among growing public concern for the use and abuse of loot boxes. For those who are unaware, loot boxes are in-game purchases that children can buy with the hope that they might acquire something they want for the game with no certainty that they'll get it. Quite similar to putting money in a slot machine and hoping to obtain immediate gratification of the jackbox. Online lucky bags, if you will. Skins, players, weapons, skipping levels are all some of the things that children can want, but to what end? We are now seeing professionals coming out with statements that they believe there are similarities in behaviours that they often see in addictive behaviours in adults, that they are seeing them in some of these children using these platforms on a regular basis. Online gaming with protective measures in place can be a positive environment. It can teach new skills, teamwork, and much more. It is the absence of safeguards that we risk exploitation of our children and young people. We need reviews, restrictions, and regulations to ensure that we, to the best of our ability, are safeguarding our children and young people from such harms. England's Children's Commissioner has also stated that gambling laws are needed to enhance those safeguards in accordance with loot boxes. YGAM, or the Young Gamers and Gamblers Education Trust, state that we need to inform, educate, and safeguard children and young people to build digital resilience and make informed choices. If we as a society and government do not recognise these dangers, then how do we expect our children to? Yes, parents have responsibility. Yes, educators need to educate. And yes, our government needs to regulate. I welcome members' comments and I hope to get support for this motion this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon. Alderman Wark.
Thank you, Mayor. Personally, I 100% support the Londonderry district on the journey towards recognising the child-friendly city, and our party will be fully supporting this motion brought forward here. And as Councillor Mellon, as a youth worker, along with myself, we have seen the problems this is bringing, and with these loot boxes, they have all the characteristics of the gambling, because with the brain still developing through adolescence, we know that the earlier you're exposed to gambling, the more likely you will be having a gambling problem. And if I know at a very young age, I can be rewarded myself quickly and learning to start and cut out the hard work. What I'm doing is laying an imprint of a quick fix. A loot box is about chance, and some of this about gambling. It's a major problem, because I've came across obviously parents now where young people, they haven't got the security settings set up on their devices for these kind of games, and young people, there was one parent where their child spent hundreds and hundreds of pounds with an on-game app with loot boxes, and the young person is totally addicted, where obviously a councillor had to be brought on. But I would totally support this, and to be honest, I would call for a total ban. I know that there's some countries around the world have done that, because only people are making these gaming companies, they're making millions out of this. But later on down life here, we're going to have severe issues with this. But I totally support this motion coming forward today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Wark. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Mellon for bringing this and highlighting it. Coming from a background of selling devices and mobile phones, the amount of times that I seem to straw parents coming in and having to discuss hundreds of pounds of bills that they weren't aware that their children had ran up because their children were addicted to trying to get these rare items in these loot boxes. I can see how this can be closely linked with promoting gambling in our children. And looking this up, I've seen that the Director of Mental Health in NHS England has also said that the boxes are setting our children up for an addiction to gambling. And I agree with the previous speakers. There's £750 million spent annually on these loot boxes, and I think it is time that we need to legislate to make the people who supply them responsible for the impact that they're having on our children. We already, as a society, have higher rates of problem gambling. It's over 4 times higher than anywhere else in the UK. And I don't think we need to feed any more people into those statistics. So we will fully support this motion. And again, thanks to Councillor Mellon for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor John Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I'll keep it brief. I do believe we should perhaps have a very short amendment at the end of this, and actually that would be to express the concern of this council to the executive at Stormont, and I would propose that we add that at the end. So I suppose it's just to say write to the executive at Stormont to express our concerns around this.
I needed that on the chat box, John, please.
Bear with me, Mayor.
No worries. Okay, can I get a
Mayor, I'll
second there?
second that.
Councillor Angela Dobbins. Thank you, Angela. Teresa, you get a wee chance. Could you put that on the screen first, please? Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm obviously very appreciative of the fact that it's late at night now, and I don't want to keep people on much longer. Just to commend Councillor Mellon for bringing it forward. I think we all appreciate the inherent dangers that are presented by offering young people, in particular, this element of instant gratification. And again, I have no personal experience, but I know many people who have, and that's to the inclination to chase your losses, and it is a gambling. That's gambling parlance for when you've lost, you spend more to try and catch up on what you've lost, and you invariably find yourself going down a very significant and severe rabbit hole. Gambling by its nature is insidious, and it should be recognised that it's clearly something that has presented great difficulty for many across our communities throughout generations. And I think it incumbent upon us, and that's why I added the amendment, Mayor. I think it incumbent upon us to express to at executive level to express our very deep and real concerns around the lack of legislation in relation to what are referred to as loot boxes. It's habit forming. There's very, very real potential here, as others have already.
Councillor Boyle, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Was just about to indicate that, anyway, Mayor, but just as others have indicated, Mayor, you start them young, and this is what it's all about, and that's really not a direction of travel I think any of us want our young people to be going.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Aileen for bringing this motion forward. I have to say, even though I'm only 34, I never heard about loot boxes until about 3 weeks ago, when a friend of mine who's a gamer, Sean McCarran, actually mentioned it to me. And I had said to him that Councillor Mellon was bringing this motion forward, and he was delighted because, as a gamer himself, he mentioned that this is, effectively gambling for children, effectively. And that seems to be the target market. So fully in support of the motion and the amendment as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor McCann.
Okay, my point has already been made.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. And a bit like Councillor Emmett there, Councillor Emmett Doyle, I had no clue what this was. I asked my son, who is an e-gamer, and he explained it to me. And then I said to him, "Well, do you take them?" And unlike his father, his answer was, "I'm not stupid." So it proves he isn't like his father, I suppose. But certainly, from what he told me, there is a need for our young people to be protected from the predatory nature of these loot boxes. I would totally support the motion and the amendment, and thank Councillor Mellon for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Harkin.
Yeah, look, I'll be brief. Thank you, Councillor Mellon, for bringing forward this motion. And it's not necessarily a widely understood phenomenon. But there's a book called The Corporate Takeover of Ireland, if you haven't read it. And there's a couple of fascinating chapters in there about the corporatization of childhood. And really, I was astonished in reading it about how huge corporations and all sorts of think tanks associated with them target very, very young children with advertising. And it works. And I would see this in that field, dangerous advertising targeted at young people, children, that can get people, addicted to this or and cause a lot of serious problems. So I think it needs to be challenged. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Alderman Guy.
Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Mellon for bringing this very worthwhile motion forward. I believe there should be a total ban on these loot boxes. I've seen it with family members. I've seen it with friends' kids, and kids are now addicted to these here from an early age. And this digital age, the problem's getting worse, and it will lead to gambling, online gambling, and I've seen major problems in that where families breaking down and so on over. So I think this has to be tackled at an early age. And again, thanks, Councillor Mellon, for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Members, I'm going to put the amendment, but I haven't heard anyone speaking against it, so I'm going to assume that it's unanimous. Yep, and I'm going to go back now to Councillor Mellon to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to members for your comments. I have no problem with the amendment that we just put through, although that's why I didn't want to preempt, because I have my own personal views, then there's societal views, and that's why I included a testing for potential harm. Like Alderman Guy, I too would like to see a ban on loot boxes. But that's not how we educate and inform, because when young people are getting to a certain age, they are exposed again. So we do need to have a body of work that, again, holistically looks at issues relating to problem gambling. I've spoke before many times in this chamber around problem gambling, and we can see tonight it knows no age. But it's when they have a predatory nature to go after our children and young people who are the most vulnerable, or can be seen as the most vulnerable within our community. We have a duty of care to safeguard as much as possible. And I just think you know, I know some people when speaking to them about this issue, and I could have went on around loot boxes, V-Bucks, you know, they're all subliminal messaging going through. We've seen Coca-Cola years ago being taken to town in terms of their constant advertisement, their subliminal messaging did. I couldn't tell you how many times these loot boxes pop up in one game. And that's the testing for potential harm, the limit to where it's allowed, the behaviours that they do in it. These are the things that we need checks and balances in. And I do think that when we do look at these, we look at these as a way that there are things that's going to be there. Again, sorry, I was talking about the parental responsibility. Some people did have them views and very strong views on it. I know one of the former speakers spoke about when you don't have the parental controls on. However, people go you know, predators are predators for a reason. They know how to work with systems and stuff, and that's why we need rigid things in place. For social media, we have CEOP. That looks at child online exploitation, the protection of that. We need that kind of forum.
Councillor Mellon, do you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Yeah, that's it. But I just wanted to associate that with the social media as well. We do have freedom for young people to express their views and play online, but we need to safeguard them as much as we can. So thank you again, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon. Members, I'm going to assume once again that this is going to pass unanimously, unless anyone wants to make me aware now. No. Okay, a motion in the name of Councillor Mellon has passed unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Mellon. Members, items number 11, 12 and 13 are for information only, and I would like to take them as read, unless anyone wants to raise a specific issue out of them. 2.6, Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor. I won't keep you long.
2.6.
Yeah, so it's regarding the response from the Arts Council regarding the 620 grand for the 4 flagship organisations in Belfast. I know it's late. I know everybody's tired, and it's been a particularly draining meeting, especially the second previous motion. I'm proposing that this could be discussed as an item at our next business and culture meeting. And if it can't be included in the paper, I'll just raise it in chair's business. So hopefully that's agreeable.
Yep. Yep. Happy with it, Councillor Farrell. Yep. Thank you. All right. Okay. Members, I don't see any other comment on 11, 12 and 13. So can I get a proposer and a seconder to go on to confidential?
So proposed, Alderman Devaney.
There we go. We could be out of here for 11 o'clock, 8 members. Item number 14 is the confidential minutes